Chapter 417. Within the profound pavilion, Sect Master Yuheng, Xiao Wuming, and Ningqian had already been inside for a long time. The four grand elders were waiting outside, waiting for news. Yin Yishuan and Lian Hongzhu were also waiting outside. Without Sect Master Yuheng's permission, they weren't allowed to enter. No one knew what the three of them were talking about. When the sun was about to rise, Hong Yi walked out and walked towards the sparring stage at the peak. Sect Master Yuheng and Xiao Wuming appeared after him. Looking at the youth walking away, a complicated light flashed through their eyes. This person's existence had already broken the balance of the 100 dynasties. It was hard to imagine that a youth with ordinary talent could grow to such a terrifying level. Yishuan, Hongzhu, remember today's lesson. In the younger generation, you aren't the ones walking at the very front. In the future, this person will be the peak that no one in your generation can avoid, said Sect Master Yuheng. Yin Yishuan and Lian Hongzhu were silent. Even now, they still found it hard to believe that someone of the same age had surpassed them by so much. At the peak of the mountain, the iron chain swayed and the clouds meandered. One by one, the outer sect disciples who went up to challenge were defeated. The top 10 disciples of the inner sect were all extraordinary people. Only when the real battle began did the outer sect disciples, who had been raring to go before, realize how weak they were. Gradually, fewer and fewer people challenged Hong Yi. On the sparring stage, the 10th inner sect disciple Yun Tianyuan was holding his spear. He had already forced back dozens of people. At this moment, Hong Yi walked onto the stage. His aura was as calm as water, making him seem like the most ordinary person. This greatly shocked the disciples below. Ningqian greets you. After saying that, his aura changed and a powerful airflow spread out. In the next moment, Hong Yi moved and disappeared. Yun Tianyuan was startled. He only saw a blur approaching him. When he came back to his senses, he had already been pushed off the stage by an irresistible force. Defeating his opponent in one move shocked everyone. Before they could even see the battle clearly, it was already over. As the red-clothed man walked down the stage, the people under the stage automatically parted to make a path for him. Looking at the red-clothed young man walking away step by step, the abnormally oppressive silence quickly erupted into a wave of cheers. Unexpectedly, someone actually succeeded. In the distance, Sect Master Yuheng stood quietly. Looking at Ningqian walking down the mountain, he said, "Wuming, take him as your disciple." Xiao Wuming's eyes flashed as he calmly said, "This person's attainments in the sword have already surpassed mine. I don't have the qualifications. It's only a name. The 100 Empire competition is about to begin." "He needs to have an official identity," said Sect Master Yuheng. "Perhaps we can ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion and let him personally take them in as his disciples," Xiao Wuming suggested. "The patriarch is currently breaking through to the Great Circle. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't disturb him." "Let's do as I say for now," said Yuheng. Xiao Wuming nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and left. As a disciple who had surpassed his master, he felt ashamed to accept the title of master in name. He really didn't know what kind of expert in the world was qualified to be this person's teacher. However, no matter what, Hongzhu did not deserve to be called senior martial sister. The rule of entering the sect first should be changed. At the foot of the mountain, the bamboo cabin was quiet and tranquil. Ruah, she looked at the young lord standing in front of the cabin and asked softly, "Does young lord really wish to participate in this 100 Empire competition on behalf of the Yuheng Holy Land?" "It's just a fair trade. I need to borrow the Alioth Divine Cauldron to save Ghost Girl," Ningqian said slowly. "Is young lord confident?" Ruah, she reached out and picked up the bamboo leaves that had fallen from her red robes. "Which matter? The 100 Empire competition or saving Ghost Girl?" Ningqian turned around and asked. "Both," Rashi said. "The matter of the 100 Empire competition is hard to say. It's very likely that there will be peerless geniuses like Starfall in the 100 Empire competition. Right now, I only have half of my body. It won't be easy for me to suppress them. As for whether the revival technique will be able to awaken Ghost Girl, although I don't have absolute certainty, there should be at least a 70% chance, Ningchen replied. Ruoxi's eyes flashed with emotion. She really hoped this was the case. She really didn't want to see the young lord's disappointed expression again. At the peak of the mountain, there were tens of thousands of people competing. After someone successfully defeated the top 10 inner sect disciples, hope rose in the hearts of the outer sect disciples again. There were constantly people going up to challenge them, hoping to obtain the qualifications to compete with the inner sect disciples in the 100 Empire competition. One day after another passed, Ning Qin did not go up the mountain again. It was a pity that Hongzhu came down the mountain. Her master had said that if she wanted to go further on the path of swordsmanship, it would be best for her to go down the mountain and ask this nominal senior apprentice brother. Ning Qin wasn't a person who kept martial arts a secret. Even if Rui Hongzhu asked for advice, he wouldn't keep it a secret. Yun Tianyuan, who was defeated by Ning Qin in one move, also went down the mountain once. Others might not have seen it, but he deeply felt that the strength of the young man in front of him was much higher than his own. Even the enforcement elders couldn't be compared to him. Gradually, the news spread, and some inner sect disciples who hadn't met before also came down the mountain to ask for advice. The quiet bamboo hut became noisy. When Xiao Wuming came to know about this, he frowned, but he didn't say anything. Wuming, don't worry. This person isn't a narrow-minded person. He won't be dissatisfied with the Holy Land over such a small matter, Yuheng calmly said. The grand elders were all in seclusion, so they didn't have much time to teach their disciples. Now that a young man with unfathomable strength had appeared, whether it was out of curiosity or because they really had a question about martial arts to ask, the bamboo hut at the foot of the mountain was destined to not be as peaceful as before. Ruoxi, do you know who taught senior brother his martial arts? Rui Hongzhu was sitting on the edge of the bed. She looked at Ruoxi, who was cleaning the hut, and softly asked. Before personally witnessing the battle at the profound pavilion, she really couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could fight her master to a standstill with a fourth tribulation Xiantian cultivation. Although her master had held back, her senior brother clearly hadn't used his full strength either. The young master has never taken a master before. He practiced his martial arts on his own. However, there are several seniors who have given him pointers. If you're curious, you can ask him yourself, Ruoxi replied while tidying up the hut. Senior brother doesn't seem to like me very much. I've gone down the mountain so many times, but I've never seen him smile even once, Rui Hongzhu sighed. Miss Ruoxi worries too much. The young master has always been like this. You've only known each other for a short time. If he really smiled at you from the start, then you should be worried. Aside from the people he cherishes, the young master only smiles when he scams people, Ruoxi whispered. As soon as her voice fell, the door creaked open and Ning Qin walked in. Rui Hongzhu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, immediately stood up. Her beautiful face revealed a respectful expression. Senior brother. Hongzhu, come with me, Ning Qin said. Rui Hongzhu nodded and followed him out. In the bamboo forest, Ning Qin looked at the woman in front of him and calmly asked, How long have you been in the 3 disasters? Less than 2 years, Rui Hongzhu honestly replied. Ning Qin fell silent. Not bad. But compared to those monstrous geniuses he had seen before, there was still a big gap. His deal with Sect Master Yuheng was to help the Yuheng Holy Land obtain 3rd place in the 100 Empire competition. The difficulty was not ordinary. The 100 Empire competition had always been extremely fierce. Aside from the various great inheritances of the Southern Tomb, even the great powers of the other 3 regions would secretly send their disciples to compete for a spot. So what level Rui Hongzhu and that Yin Yixuan could reach in the next few days was crucial to whether or not they could obtain a spot in the top 3. "Let me see the sword on your back," Ningchen said. Rui Hongzhu's eyes were a bit suspicious. She took the sword from her waist and handed it to him with a smile. "I almost forgot. Senior brother is the sword god. It was Hongzhu's negligence. I should have taken out this sword earlier for senior brother to evaluate." "Don't speak nonsense," Ning Chen lightly reprimanded, but didn't take it to heart. Looking at the sheathed sword in his hand, he frowned. The sword wasn't bad. The aura of a king was drawn, but not released. It should be a sword once used by a top sword expert. However, the sword was too masculine. It wasn't suitable for Rui Hongzhu. "Switch to a different sword. This sword won't be of much help to your strength," said Ningchen. Rui Hongzhu's eyes flashed with surprise. Her master had also said the same thing. However, this sword had been passed down by her ancestor. She had never been able to find a suitable sword for herself, so she had always used this sword. "Please give me some pointers," said Rui Hongzhu respectfully. "There's a red divine tree on the mountain. If you want a sword, it'll depend on whether or not you can convince Sect Master Yuheng and the Grand Elders to bring that tree to me," said Ningchen calmly. Rui Hongzhu's eyes widened. Could senior brother be talking about the blood-stained red sandalwood? Ningchen gave her some advice and did not say anything else. He turned around and walked into the wooden house. Based on the properties of the red bamboo, this wood was the most suitable divine material. However, whether she could obtain it or not would depend on her ability. At the top of the mountain, the outer sect disciples' challenges came to an end. The inner sect disciples once again began their battles for the spots to enter the 100 Empire competition. Ning Chen would occasionally go up the mountain to complete his mission. Without any surprise or danger, he entered the top 4. At first, everyone was shocked by this young man's sudden appearance. Then they gradually got used to it. Now they were numb to it. It seemed that even if he defeated Yin Yixuan and Rui Hongzhu, who had always occupied the top 2 spots of the inner sect disciples, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Ning Chen's opponent for the top 4 was the 3rd ranked inner sect disciple, the young woman. Although her talent didn't lose to anyone, due to her age, she was unable to defeat Yin Yixuan and Rui Hongzhu. There wasn't much suspense in the battle. As soon as Ning Chen went up, he sent the young woman off the martial stage. The huge difference in strength caused the young woman to cry for a long time. The next battle was the battle that everyone had been waiting for. The 2 most outstanding geniuses of the inner sect disciples, Yin Yixuan and Rui Hongzhu, would definitely be able to determine a victor this time. The chains swayed and rustled. The white-robed Yin Yixuan walked onto the martial stage, calmly waiting for the opponent he had been looking forward to the most. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, almost an hour had passed, but the red bamboo of regret still hadn't appeared. Just as everyone was getting impatient from waiting, a beautiful woman slowly walked over from afar, dragging a huge divine tree behind her. She had finally arrived at the last moment. Chapter 4:18. By Hongzhu's appearance and dragging the blood-stained red sandalwood from the mountain shocked everyone. Rumor had it that the history of this divine wood could even be compared to the jadeite Holy Land. It was so ancient that it could scare people to death. On the battle stage, Yin Yixuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know why Bai Hongzhu had brought this wood. Senior brother. Bai Hongzhu put down the rope in her hand and walked forward respectfully. Ning Chen nodded. He glanced at the divine wood in front of him and said calmly, "Wait a moment. It'll be done soon." After saying that, Ning Chen walked in front of the divine wood. He flipped his palm and the divine wood shattered into pieces. The most durable part, the blood-stained wood core, flew out and landed in Ning Chen's hand. He condensed his energy into his sword finger and sliced down. Wood chips flew everywhere and landed on the ground. In the distance, Xiao Wuming quietly looked at the battle stage. Light flashed through his deep eyes. With this person's age, his attainments in the sword were truly shocking. This wood was tough and durable. He had spent a lot of time cutting it. Only this young man could cut it into a sword. So easily. On the mountain peak, tens of thousands of people quietly waited. The sea of clouds churned. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle stage. No one knew when it would start. Chi-chi! The sound of the sword slicing through the divine would resounded in everyone's ears. Wood shavings flew into the air one after another. The sword embryo gradually took shape and its sharpness was faintly discernible. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Hong-yi waved her finger and the divine wood was cut into a strange blade. Not long after, a purple sword with traces of blood appeared. Red light rose from Ning-chen's finger. The extreme temperature of the phoenix, fire, tempered the sword. "Give me your hand." When the sword was about to be formed, Ning-chen looked at the girl in front of him and said, Bai Hongzhu didn't hesitate at all when she heard that. She extended her hand in front of Ning-chen. Her delicate hand was dyed red. Drops of blood dripped onto the sword. In the next moment, a bloody light shone brightly and illuminated the entire mountain. The strange blade took shape and the wind and clouds changed. The divine wood that had condensed the spiritual chi of the Holy Land for thousands of years suddenly turned into a miracle. Bai Hongzhu gripped her sword and felt as if her heart and sword were connected. Her eyes shined brightly. Only now did she truly understand what her master and senior brother meant by her sword. "I've made you wait for a long time." Yan Hongzhu moved and instantly arrived on the martial stage. She looked at her opponent and spoke. "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, his white robes fluttered, and a cold sword tip swept across the stage. A white sword light pierced into the mind. Hongzhu waved her sword, and with a kung sound, the two swords clashed. A violent wind blew, and true essence scattered in all directions. Chi Feng changed his stance, switching from defense to offense. The purple-red sword tip slashed across with a dazzling brilliance. Yin Yixuan took half a step back and turned his sword around. Then he slashed out again. His sword was full of changes, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The two swords clashed at an extreme speed. 100 moves had already passed, but no one was able to gain the upper hand. It was a deadlock that was difficult to break. Sect Master Yu Hong and Xiao Wuming were watching the battle from afar. They were also attracted by the intense battle. Yin Yixuan has already been in the 3 disasters for quite some time. There should still be a gap between Hongzhu and him, but now it seems that gap has been closed to the greatest extent, said Sect Master Yu Hong. Hongzhu's sword has allowed her to gain quite a bit of an advantage, said Xiao Wuming honestly. This so-called senior brother of hers has treated her pretty well. But speaking of which, is there really no need to follow the rule of entering the sect first? Asked Sect Master Yu Hong. There are exceptions to everything. Hongzhu doesn't deserve to be called senior sister, said Xiao Wuming calmly. While the two of them were talking, the battle on the martial stage had already reached its climax. Both sides were pushing their cultivation techniques to their limits. They were about to draw a final conclusion to this battle that was difficult to determine a victor. Wind and lightning transformation. Emperor returns boundless. Yin Yixuan raised his sword and drew in wind and lightning. White light soared around his body. Dazzling lightning blinded everyone's eyes. Bai Hongzhu didn't dare to be careless in front of her ultimate move. She condensed her yuan into her sword finger, and rays of blood-red light refined her sword. A purple-red light soared into the sky. Her ultimate move had appeared the same time. 100 generations of mountains and mountains. One sword returns to nothingness. The two extremes collided, causing heaven and earth to lose color. Boundless sword intent crazily surged out. Countless runes on the martial stage flickered, as if they had reached their limits. They were unable to withstand the terrifying shock waves. Ugh! The two of them both retreated, their mouths dyed red. Suddenly, the white sword in Yi-Xuan's hand snapped and slashed across his face, leaving behind a trace of blood. The battle that hadn't been decided yet had ended at this moment. After the sword broke, the result was already decided. "I've lost," said Yi-Xuan as he steadied himself. "It's not that you've lost, but that your sword has lost." Regret flashed through Bai Hongzhu's eyes as she walked off the stage. The inner-sect chief disciple battle had ended. The result was outside of everyone's expectations, but it also wasn't too surprising. Yi-Xuan and Bai Hongzhu's strength had originally been about the same. It wasn't certain who would win. However, a new expert had appeared amongst the inner-sect disciples. Whether or not Bai Hongzhu would be able to maintain her position as number one would soon be revealed. On the martial stage, Bai Hongzhu's red robes fluttered in the wind. Looking at the figure in front of her, an awkward expression appeared on her face. She was well aware that the difference in strength between her and her senior apprentice brother was too great. Even some of her moves had been taught to her by her senior apprentice brother. This battle had no meaning at all. I admit defeat. Giving pointers was one thing, but being oppressed in front of everyone was another. Bai Hongzhu didn't have such a hobby, so she directly admitted defeat. The crowd went into an uproar. She admitted defeat without even fighting? That was too unreasonable. "Sister Hongzhu, you're not allowed to admit defeat," shouted Jian Shui, who had just been defeated by Ningqin. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. When they saw that it was this demoness, they immediately seemed to have found their backbone and loudly echoed her. Jian Shui was the granddaughter of the previous sect master. She had cultivated with the previous generation's grand elders since she was young. In terms of seniority, she was shockingly high. However, due to her young age, she had always been suppressed by Yi-Xuan and by Hongzhu. Today, she had probably lost too miserably, which was why she was so angry. Bai Hongzhu also felt a headache when she saw Jian Shui cause trouble. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "Shui don't cause trouble. Even master might not be able to defeat senior apprentice brother. The difference in strength between us is too great. There's no way we can fight." No. Jian Shui was still angry, so she couldn't care too much about it. She directly leapt onto the martial stage and looked at the red-robed youth in front of her. She gnashed her teeth. "Since he's so strong, then I'm not afraid of having a few more people." Jian Shui glanced at Yi-Xuan and said, "Are you coming up or not?" Yi-Xuan narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived on the stage. He said calmly, "I don't mind joining forces, but I don't know what the elders think." Outside the martial stage, Elder Qingwei and the other deacon elders frowned. It was fine that Jian Shui was causing trouble, but why was Yi-Xuan also joining in? Elder Qingwei stood up and was about to stop this farce when a dignified voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Don't stop them. Let them be." Elder Qingwei's expression changed slightly when she heard the identity of the owner of this voice. She sat down again. On the martial stage, Ningqian glanced at the three of them. He didn't say anything and directly walked down the stage. He had already obtained the qualification to participate in the 100 Empire competition and had no obligation to fight again. "You're not allowed to go down." How could Jian Shui let him go? Her figure flashed, and she blocked in front of him with her sword. "Ningqin, just fight with them. It's just a piece of cake for you." At this moment, Sect Master Yuheng's voice sounded in Ningqian's ears. Ningqian frowned slightly when he heard Sect Master Yuheng's words, but he didn't insist. Seeing Ningqian stop, Yi-Xuan waved his hand. A green sword flew from below the stage and landed in his hand. He said, "Please." "Jian Shui." I had been waiting for this moment for too long. She took a step forward, and her sword moved along with her. It was a pity that Hongju's eyes also flashed with fighting spirit. She couldn't defeat her senior brother, but with the help of these two people, she might really be able to fight. It was indeed quite embarrassing to admit defeat without fighting. Sect Master Yuhen watched the battle from afar and said calmly, "Do you think the three of them have a chance of winning?" "Sect Master, do you think the three of them together can defeat Xiao Wuming?" Xiao Wuming didn't answer directly and asked back. He didn't agree with this battle just now. If it was a battle of two different levels, not to mention Ningqin, even he wouldn't have much interest in fighting. Sect Master Yuheng chuckled and didn't say anything else. On the martial stage at the peak of the mountain, the three of them joined forces to fight the phoenix. Before their swords arrived, they felt a shocking sword pressure sweeping over. The swords in their hands were immediately blocked. What a monster! Jian Shui was shocked. She took a step forward and leaped into the air. She channeled her energy into her sword and slashed down with the momentum of falling from the sky. Ningqin was as still as a mountain. He used his fingers to block the sword. Jian Shui's sword couldn't even move half an inch. Just at this moment, the divine tree's sharp edge appeared behind him. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ningqin turned his body and used his fingers to deflect the force. Jian Shui staggered, and her sword clashed with the sharp edge. With a soft sound, the sword shattered. Ningqin waved his hand and knocked Jian Shui out of the battle. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Yin Yishuan didn't continue fighting. He used the advantage of his body and condensed his quintessence to draw lightning into his sword. Ningqin squinted his eyes, and his red clothes instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the former. He condensed his quintessence and blocked the sword. With a bang, Yin Yishuan flew out of the martial stage before he could make a move. In the blink of an eye, only Bai Hongju was left in the battle. The three young geniuses couldn't last more than a few rounds. The huge gap in strength was revealed once again. This time, Jian Shui didn't mess around. She looked at the broken sword in her hand in a daze. She didn't understand where the gap between them was. Bai Hongju's expression also flashed with confusion. She originally thought that she could barely fight with her senior brother if she joined forces. She didn't expect the gap to be so huge. The sword is a weapon to kill. Ningqin left the sentence and walked down the stage. The gap between them wasn't a secret. It was just that Bai Hongju and the others couldn't truly understand it. When they experienced true life and death situations, they would be able to deeply understand what a sword was and what a weapon for killing was. Chapter 419. Under the bright moon, Ningqin was sitting in front of a table in a wooden house at the foot of the mountain. He was polishing Yama's sword with the help of a lamp. The sword had been sealed for nearly 10 years. Aside from using it to scare Black Tortoise a few days ago, he hadn't used it again. When fighting with others, swords and blades were ruthless. Injuring and killing were just a matter of thought. He had killed too many people and didn't want to stain the sword in his hand with blood again. Hopefully, in this 100 Empire competition, this sword wouldn't need to be unsheathed again. The reason he came to Nanling this time was to find a way to awaken Ghost Girl. He owed too many favors in this life. No matter what method he used, he had to wake her up. "Young master, are you still not going to rest?" The wooden door creaked as Ruoshi walked in and asked softly, "I'm just about to rest. By the way, Hongju and I will be leaving in 2 days. You should come with us." Ningqin said, "This time it's a serious matter. Ruoshi won't be going. I'll be a burden to you." Ruoshi smiled gently. "It's fine, it's decided." Ningqin knew Ruoshi's worries and didn't say anything more. Nanling was different from the divine continent. In this strange place, Ruoshi only had him to rely on. He couldn't leave her alone. Moreover, without this girl by his side, he wouldn't feel at ease along the way. Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Although she didn't want to cause trouble for the young master, she still wanted to go with him. Dang dang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and a pleasant voice sounded. Senior brother, are you resting? It's Hongju. Ruah, she whispered. Ningchen frowned. Why did she come down the mountain at this time? Come in, Ningchen said. Red Bamboo pushed open the door and saw Ruah inside. Breathing a sigh of relief, she stepped forward and respectfully said, This Red Bamboo is here to thank Senior Brother for gifting me this sword. Thanks to this sword, this Red Bamboo was able to win today's battle. The one you should thank is not me, but your master and sect master Yu Heng. My deal with them is to help Yu Heng win the top 3 positions in this 100 Empire competition. The stronger you are, the more likely this deal will succeed. Ningchen calmly said, Young master, don't keep people at arm's length. Ruah, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she gently punched her young master and whispered, Hongju, didn't forget to come over to say thank you, even though it's already so late. Don't treat her like a guest. She is still your junior sister. Ever since the eldest grandson passed away, the young master's temperament had become even colder. She was not as good as that concubine, so she could only try to persuade him from the side. Have a seat. Hearing Ruah, she's reminder, Ningchen sighed in his heart and softened his tone. Hongju gratefully glanced at Ruah Shi and sat down at the wooden table. Every time she talked to her senior brother, she would feel very nervous. She was afraid she'd say the wrong thing. After knowing each other for so long, although her senior brother would answer her questions one by one, but no matter how many times she came, his attitude was no different from the first time they met. It was as if he was facing an ordinary stranger. Senior brother, you should give this sword a name, said Bai Hongju softly as she took out the strange sword from its scabbard. Ningchen looked at the sword in front of him and fell silent. After a long time he opened his mouth and said, Everlasting Fragrance. Hearing this name, Hongju was startled at first, but then a dazzling color flashed in her eyes. Everlasting Youth, is this what it means? The name was simple and easy to understand. It carried the most heartfelt blessings. Ningchen had given it a name with great care. After all, they had known each other for a while. Although they were only martial siblings in name, he still sincerely wished that the Red Bamboo of Regret would be like a sword in its scabbard. Hongju likes this name very much. Thank you, senior brother. Hongju softly said. After saying that, it was a pity that Hongju hesitated for a moment, but she still carefully said, Hongju understands a little of what senior brother said on the competition platform today, but I can't figure out what deeper meaning it has. I hope senior brother can guide me. Senior brother said that a sword is a weapon to kill, but this didn't seem to be too difficult to understand. She also couldn't figure out why there was such a big gap between them. If I wanted to kill you, what do you think your chances of surviving are? Asked Ningchen as he placed the Yama King's sword that he had cleaned on the table. Not even 10%. Hongju thought for a moment, then spoke the truth. Although her cultivation was higher than her senior brother's, the difference in their true strength was too great. Today, on the stage, the feeling of every single move being sealed made them feel deeply powerless. She really couldn't understand why the moves they had bitterly trained for so many years and were so proud of were all flaws in her senior brother's eyes. Could it be that they hadn't trained enough? Wrong. Ningchen looked at the woman in front of him and explained, Actually, it's extremely difficult to kill a 3-disaster expert. A person's survival instinct in desperate situations is beyond imagination. The reason you think so is because you've never experienced such a desperate situation before. Back then, in order to deal with the Du-Yi Temple's abbot, the King of Calamity, the Martial Lord, and the Master of the 4 Extreme Realms, it had been extremely difficult. Even though he had repeatedly set up backup plans, when it came to the actual battle, unexpected variables had still appeared. They were like that, and he was the same. In desperate situations, in order to survive, a person's willpower and potential would become incomparably terrifying. It wasn't even impossible for them to reverse the situation of the battle. Of course, if the opponent's strength reached the level of the Yama King, everything would be different. After all, the difference between a human and a god was not something willpower could change. Your sword will instinctively become the last thing you can rely on when you're in the most dangerous situation. At that time, the essence of the sword will be extremely clear. "Kill your opponent and survive," said Ningchen calmly. No one would think about nonsense like benevolence, righteousness, and morality when they were in desperate situations. He couldn't do that, and those legendary ancient sages couldn't do that either. Hong Zhu seemed to understand, but she didn't. Confusion flashed through her eyes, and she said, "Hong Zhu still doesn't quite understand. What does this have to do with the difference in strength between me and senior brother?" Ningchen wasn't in a rush. He patiently said, "Answer the question I just asked you again. There's not even a 10% chance." Hong Zhu didn't understand, but she still answered according to her senior brother's words. "In truth, from my point of view, it's not that you don't have a 10% chance, but from your point of view, that's the only answer. That's the difference between us right now." Ningchen paused, thought for a moment, and then explained, "The reason you think you don't even have a 10% chance is because you only see your current strength. You don't see your potential. However, this potential will only be revealed when you encounter a true life or death situation. You've never experienced such a situation before, so your current strength is only what you can see. But if there comes a day when you truly encounter a life or death situation, if you're lucky enough to survive, then remember everything you felt at that time. Perhaps it's a move, perhaps it's a comprehension, or perhaps it's the mark of each sword. Carefully remember it in your heart and learn it. Then you can completely transform the potential that erupted during that moment of crisis into a part of your strength. Do you understand now?" Ningchen asked. On the path of martial arts, talent was indeed very important. In this regard, Hong Zhu and Luo Xingchen weren't much different. However, the decisive difference between the two was that when Luo Xingchen betrayed the Zhao house, he experienced too many life and death battles. Because of this, his strength also increased by leaps and bounds. In the end, he was even able to compete with several of the Zhao house's third disaster realm giants. Hong Zhu nodded and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. These words sounded difficult, but it was probably even more difficult to do. She didn't know what her senior brother had experienced in the past to become so powerful like a monster. The flickering flame was already a little dim. "Ruah," she stepped forward and picked up the wick to make the flame brighter. The young master said that before this 100 Empire competition, how much Hong Zhu's strength could improve would be crucial to the final result. Ruah, she didn't know much about martial arts, but she also knew that the young master only had half of his body left. It would be difficult for him to rely on his own strength to suppress all the opponents from the 100 Empire competition. Whether or not Hong Zhu could help wasn't something she could ask for. At the very least, she needed to be able to protect herself while the young master was busy. In the previous 100 Empire competition, there was a strict age limit. This was also why she wasn't too worried about the young master. As long as the opponent wasn't a monster who had lived for countless years, no matter how amazing the genius, the young master wouldn't lose. After the doubts in her heart were answered, Hong Zhu finally noticed the gorgeous and noble purple sword on the table. Her face showed a touch of surprise. "Senior brother, is this your sword?" "You can say so," Ningchen softly responded. This was Yama's sword and also Ghost Woman's sword. Before she woke up, he would temporarily take care of it. "Can I see it?" Hong Zhu asked. Ningchen nodded and didn't refuse. Hong Zhu took the sword, but before her delicate hand touched the blade, she felt a strong repulsive force. It was divine and holy, and no outsider was allowed to touch it. Yama's two weapons, one sacred and one evil, symbolizing the Lord of Hell's clear distinction between rewarding the good and punishing the evil. In the world, except for Yama, no one could use this pair of sword and saber. Ning Chen could only rely on the holy power of the Phoenix Source to barely gain the sword's recognition. But it was still difficult to display the sword's destructive power when it was in Yama's hands. Perhaps one day, when Ghost Woman woke up, this sword could once again display its stunning glory. Senior brother's sword seems to have not been used for a long time, Hong Zhu said as she returned the sword. 10 years. I hope I won't use it this time. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of darkness. Miss Hong Zhu, it's already late. The young master also needs to rest. At this time, Ruoxi, who had been quiet all this time, softly said. Hong Zhu was startled, but immediately understood. She got up and said goodbye. Thank you, senior brother, for clearing my doubts today. It's late at night, and the path up the mountain is difficult. Hong Zhu will return first. Chapter 420. When they reached the top of the mountain, the day of departure was near. In front of a large formation that had ruins revolving around it, the big shots of the Jadoth Holy Land appeared one after another. The two people in the lead were the Jadoth Holy Land's patriarch and Xiao Wuming. Did you tell him? Sect Master Yuheng looked at the regretful Hong Zhu and asked. Yes, he should be here soon. Hong Zhu nodded. Before he finished speaking, a red-clothed figure walked over from the end of the mountain path at a steady pace. Behind him, an exceptionally beautiful woman followed. Her gentle gaze had only been on her young master from the beginning to the end. What a pervert! Jian Shuai still didn't have a good impression of a certain person. She wrinkled her nose. On the side, Yuheng and Xiao Wuming acted as if they hadn't heard anything. Jian Shuai, her status was the most special on the mountain. She had the protection of several previous grand elders. No one dared to provoke her. When Ning Chen arrived, he stopped and nodded at the two in front of him. Hong Zhu Shuai, it's time. Let's go. Yuheng calmly said. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. What was going on? Shouldn't the person who obtained the last spot be Yi Nixuan? Senior apprentice brother. There was a sudden change. I'll explain it to you on the way. Hong Zhu transmitted. Ning Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He bid farewell to Yuheng and Xiao Wuming and brought Ruoxi to the side of the formation. As the four of them entered the formation was activated. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the four figures gradually faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 3,000 miles north of the Jadeite Holy Land, a formation appeared out of thin air. The four of them walked out and set foot on the ground once more. Finally coming down the mountain, Jian Shuai's eyes were filled with excitement. With a flash of her figure, she rushed forward at a rapid speed. After traveling 300 meters, she found that the other three hadn't followed. She couldn't help being puzzled and turned back. Do we have to walk? Jian Shuai looked at Hong Zhu. Their current location was still very far away from the location of the 100 Dynasties competition. If they walked, it would probably take a few months. Senior apprentice brother. Yan Hong Zhu was also worried. She looked at Ning Chen and asked, You go first. Ruoxi and I will arrive before the 100 Empire competition starts. Ning Chen calmly said, Since senior apprentice brother has chosen to walk, then I will also walk with you. As long as we don't delay the gathering day, it doesn't matter if we arrive early or late. Regretful Hong Zhu revealed a faint smile. Seeing this, Jian Shuai pursed her lips. Unwilling to travel alone, she could only follow along. Where's Yi Nixuan? Ning Chen asked seriously. The 100 Empire competition this time wasn't child's play. Although Jian Shuai's strength wasn't bad at her age, she was clearly much weaker than Yi Nixuan now. Changing people at the last minute would bring them a lot of trouble. Yi Nixuan has gone missing. Even now, his whereabouts are unknown. A trace of graveness flashed through Hai Hongzhu's eyes. Ning Chen frowned slightly. Yi Nixuan's strength was not ordinary. Even he would find it difficult to take him away without anyone noticing. From the looks of it, there were only two possibilities for Een Ishwan's disappearance. Either he left on his own accord, or the person who took him away was stronger than him. Right at this moment, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed and thunder rumbled. Amidst the pressure, a gigantic hand descended from the heavens, slamming down. Sensing this terrifying power, Hai Hongzhu and Jian Shui, Er's expressions changed. A huge pressure pressed down on them. At this moment, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. His fingers formed a sword, and a proud sword intent revolved around him. He slashed out with his sword, creating a 300-meter wave. With a bang, the sword intent and the enormous palm collided, causing the heavens and the earth to shake violently. Shocking aftershocks spread out endlessly, and it destroyed everything in an area of 500 kilometers. Hiding your head but showing your tail. You don't dare to show yourself? Ning Qin looked at the dark clouds covering the sky. Junior, how arrogant! Amidst the cold words, an illusory figure appeared. His face could not be seen clearly as he floated in the air, covered in a multicolored light. With a flip of his palm, a vigorous true origin pressed down like raging waves, shaking the heavens and earth. Back away! Ning Qin glanced at the three behind him. Red light rose from his body, and a red sword condensed, turning into a stream of light that soared into the sky. The two attacks collided, causing the earth to shake and sand to rise 30 meters into the air. Hong Yi walked out of the sand and stood in the air. Her figure flashed, arriving in front of the illusory figure in the blink of an eye. Her sword light slashed through the air, and a terrifying rift appeared in the air. The illusory figure took the sword light head-on. With a bang, he was forced back half a step. The multicolored light around him dissipated, and his true body appeared. The illusory figure waved his hand, condensing multicolored light to cover his body once more. With a shout, endless true yuan soared into the sky. A divine sword that looked like a blade, but wasn't a blade at the same time appeared. The instant it appeared in his hand, heaven and earth shook. In the next moment, the cold sword slashed through the air. Heaven and earth shook, and a large area of space collapsed. Its terrifying power shocked the world. Ning Chen's eyes flickered coldly. He didn't dodge. His sword pierced through the air, and with a clang, he met the divine sword head-on. Raging winds howled endlessly. Hong Yi danced in the wind. Sword intent and true yuan surged, spreading out in circles. The shocking battle was getting more and more intense. It shocked Hongzhu and Jian Shui. So, this was their senior brother's true strength. The gap between them and the top experts was so huge. The divine sword and the sword fingers crossed each other. In an instant, the battle was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly. However, the top experts were able to shake the 9 heavens. The killing light that was so fast that it could be destroyed in the blink of an eye kept flashing in front of the two. It was fast, and it was still fast. In a true battle of the top experts, a single mistake would result in death. Seeing that his opponent was extraordinary, the illusory figure condensed his body, and the extreme yuan on his sword surged. His ultimate attack was about to appear in the world. Sword style sky-breaking. Facing his ultimate attack, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. Sword intent condensed on his fingers, and in an instant, a crescent-shaped, blood-colored sword light shot out, drawing a dazzling line of blood in the sky. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly collapse, reaching thousands of feet away. The aftershock of the divine sword style caused the illusory figure to retreat half a step. Rays of light flashed through his eyes. He was amazed by the young man's shocking attainments in the sword. "Junior, you're not bad." The illusory figure coldly snorted. His figure flashed, and the power of breaking mountains suddenly fell. "Thank you for the compliment." Ning Qin put 2 fingers together, clanging against the divine sword. His body leaned to the side, and he took advantage of the momentum to disperse the force. The cold sword was suppressed, and a vigorous palm energy followed. The powerful pressure was like 1,000 mountains descending. It was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Ning Qin didn't move. He condensed the sword in his left hand, and thousands of sword intents condensed. He didn't dodge and faced the falling palm head-on. The moment the two attacks collided, heaven and earth wailed and rumbled. The sound echoed for hundreds of miles. The two of them both retreated dozens of feet. Their clothes fluttered and their auras soared. Sword style breaking mountains. The inheritance of the sword was even better than the master. Back then in Desolate City, the three swords had sowed seeds, and today's results were reaped. Different sword styles, different sword intents, streaked across the sky, and a blood-red light fell. When the divine sword met the sword, it broke. The illusory figure turned his palm to shake the sword. Vigorous true yuan surged, and he received the breaking mountains. The swordsman was extraordinary, and so was the attacker. He had a shocking cultivation base, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. The illusory figure threw away the broken cold sword in his hand and clasped his palms together. Violent waves surged, and blue waves engulfed heaven and earth. With a single palm strike, the waves reached thousands of feet. The shocking waves split the sky, and their powerful aura reached its peak once again. Ning Chen's figure flickered, and he leapt into the sky. Endless sword intents circled around him, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into one. The sword was extremely sharp, and it contained the power to cut the sky. The battle between the two was dazzling. Each of their attacks was stronger than the last, and it was shocking. Without the divine sword, the illusory figure used his fist and palm to shake the sword. One fist and one palm strike shook the world. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. The attacker wasn't kind. The swordsman was impatient, and his murderous intent was looming. "Bring out your full strength. I'm tired of fighting." Ning Chen turned his palm and pushed the person in front of him away. With a wave of his hand, Yama's sword appeared in the void. The swordsman's sword appeared, and an extreme pressure spread out, shocking the world. Seeing the divine weapon appear, the illusory figure's eyes narrowed. After weighing the pros and cons, he understood that it was impossible to achieve his goal today. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. "This battle ends here. I look forward to the next time we meet. You will be so lucky." The last words dissipated with the wind, and the illusory figure left. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Ning Chan narrowed his eyes, but he didn't chase. He waved his hand and put away Yama's sword. Then his feet moved, and he returned to the ground. "Let's go, let's continue on our way." Ning Chin glanced at the three and said, "Ruwa." She nodded and didn't ask anything. She stepped forward and followed. Yan Hongzhu and Jian Shui recovered from their shock. Looking at each other, they suppressed the doubts in their hearts and quickly followed. "Senior brother, do you know who that is?" On the way, Yan Hongzhu couldn't help but ask. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be directed at me," Ning Chin calmly said. He hadn't been in Nanling for long, so he hadn't incurred any enmity with such a powerhouse. Moreover, they came here through the array of the mountain. Since this person could find them so quickly, it was obvious that he was very familiar with the transmission array of the Jadeite Holy Land. The 100 Dynasties competition was imminent, and the situation was very complicated. There were too many people who could be suspicious. It could be premeditated by other inheritances, or it could be an internal problem of the Jadeite Holy Land. Perhaps this person's target is me. At this moment, Jian Shui Er's expression flashed with a touch of sadness. "Shui don't think too much. It won't happen." Yan Hongzhu sighed, softly and comforted. Ning Qin heard a trace of something unusual. He also heard that Jian Shui was the granddaughter of the previous sect master. However, the previous sect master's bloodline was cut off in the generation of Jian Shui-er's father. They were all killed overnight. The current sect master and law enforcement elder were the direct disciples of the previous sect master. In order to investigate what happened that year, they used almost all the power of the Jadeite Holy Land. However, in the end, they couldn't find anything. Jian Shui-er was the only surviving orphan. Several previous grand elders personally took care of her because they were worried that another accident would happen. Then it makes sense. After thinking for a moment, a cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He roughly understood what was going on. Chapter 421. Above the wilderness, the moonlight sprinkled a faint chill. The bonfire flickered, reflecting different bright and beautiful faces. Needless to say, Ruoxi and Hongzhu, although Jian Shui-er was a bit unruly, but in terms of appearance, she was also a rare beauty. What happened during the day obviously had a big impact on Jian Shui-er. At this moment, she was sitting quietly by the bonfire in a daze without saying a word. Ruoxi stepped forward and comforted her in a low voice. In terms of personality, this courtesan, who had once stunned the entire Great Xia imperial city, was much kinder than her son. Seeing Jian Shui-er in a low mood, she couldn't bear it. Jian Shui-er forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I just remembered something from the past." Not far away, Ning Chen looked at the Easter night sky and stood silently. His calm and cold aura clashed with the blood red around him, which was extremely contradictory. The phoenix was proud and blazing all its life. However, after transforming into a knowing destiny phoenix, it became indifferent and rational. No one knew whether this was good or bad because no one had ever experienced such a change. Hongzhu looked at the former with a flash of worry in her eyes. In today's battle, when her senior brother was about to hold his sword, the faint killing intent that appeared was terrifying even though it didn't fully erupt. Now, she finally understood why her senior brother had been unwilling to use his sword. She didn't know what her senior brother had experienced in the past. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been hard to believe that there was such an astonishing killing intent in the world. It was almost condensed into a substance. A person's temperament would change with experience. If one killed too much, their heart would also be killed. For thousands of years, most cultivators who fell into the demonic path were influenced by their own killing intent. However, she had never heard that a person's killing intent could condense into a substance. Even if one fell into the demonic path and killed thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, a person's strength was ultimately limited. It was impossible for it to be endless. The truth of the world was the cycle of karma. Even if one escaped the pursuit of human experts, it was difficult to escape the cleansing of the heavenly Tao. The more killing intent one had, the more intolerable it would be. Every great tribulation was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Hongzhu couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. Her senior brother was close to the last tribulation of the fifth tribulation realm. Once he reached it, he would definitely attract the most terrifying tribulation. Under the moon, Ning Chen looked into the distance and pondered quietly. Bit by bit, he sorted out what happened today. Judging from the various signs, it was most likely not a coincidence that Jian Shui-er went down the mountain. Someone had deliberately urged her to do so. Combined with what happened today, it was not difficult to explain Yin Yishuan's disappearance. There was only one motive, which was for Jian Shui-er to go down the mountain. 20 years ago, something happened to the previous sect master Yu Heng's lineage, and this woman's safety became the top priority. She was personally protected by a few grand elders of the previous generation. Today was the first time Jian Shui-er had left the mountain, and the killing intent had arrived. If it was a coincidence, it was truly too coincidental. It was impossible for there to be so many coincidences in the world. Perhaps even the Grand Supreme Elders of the previous generation did not expect that the crisis that had been dormant for more than 20 years would eventually befall Jian Shui. If one were to talk about the person with the greatest suspicion, it would undoubtedly be the current sect Master Yu Heng. However, he had seen many hypocrites and true villains, and sect Master Yu Heng was indeed not one of them. Of course, this did not eliminate sect Master Yu Heng's suspicions. This was merely his intuition. The newcomer had used his true essence to cover his face, not wanting others to know his identity. This made it even harder for sect Master Yu Heng to wash away his suspicions. "Young master, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it," Ruoshi walked forward and said softly. Ning Chen came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face as he nodded gently. Today's matter came too suddenly, and it was difficult to determine the true identity in a short period of time. He could only put it aside for now. The most important thing now was still the 100 Empire competition. Jian Shui, replacing Yin Yishuan's position, was not a small problem for him. Although Jian Shui's talent was extraordinary, she was still limited by her cultivation time. Her cultivation was still at the 5th tribulation realm, and there was quite a gap between her and Yin Yishuan. He was not familiar with the major legacies of South Tomb, but he was not completely ignorant. Not to mention the rest, just the two geniuses of Swallow Song City were not easy to deal with. Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu's cultivation were both at the 5th tribulation. In terms of cultivation alone, Jian Shui and Hong Zhu were not inferior to the two of them. In fact, they were even inferior. However, in a real battle, the outcome would be very clear. Among the 3 spots from the Tianshu dynasty, Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu should at least occupy one of them with their strength. It was not impossible for them to come together. These two were true geniuses who had grown from battle. Neither of them was someone that Jian Shui could deal with. Hong Zhu was slightly better, but after all, she had the advantage in cultivation. Even if she could not defeat them, she could still protect herself. This time their opponents were not only the Tianshu dynasty, but also the Migres dynasty, Myriad World Mountain, and countless other legacies. It was hard to say that there were no geniuses who were stronger than Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu. There was never a lack of geniuses, even though he didn't have the condition to guarantee the safety of Hong Zhu and Jian Shui, or in his deal with sect Master Jadoth. Both of them had extraordinary statuses in the Jadoth hallowed grounds. If any one of them were to suffer an accident, it would be a great variable to their deal. "Senior brother, we will enter the territory of the Migres dynasty tomorrow. Migres and Yuheng have always been at odds. We have to be careful." Hongzhu stood up and walked forward, reminding him softly. "Oh." A strange look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He did not know there was such a thing. The strength of the Migres dynasty was not weak. It seemed that their journey would not be too peaceful. As the night deepened, Ruoshi fell asleep not far from the bonfire. For 10 years, no matter where he went, as long as Ruoshi was by his side, Ning Chen would choose to walk together, just like the most ordinary young master and maid. A mortal's life was far less long than a martial artist's. After experiencing life and death parting again and again, Ning Chen cherished the remaining warmth around him. It was even more important than his own life. The night wind was slightly cold. Only the side of the bonfire was still so warm. The dancing flames crackled from time to time. Ning Chen stood by the bonfire all night, adding firewood from time to time. He was silent. The light of the fire shone on his red clothes, as if it was stained with blood. It was very dazzling. When dawn came, a touch of white rose in the east, gradually dispelling the darkness. Hongzhu and Jian Shui woke up from their meditation. Ruoshi also woke up. Seeing the red clothes on her body, her beautiful face showed a touch of gentleness. Ruoshi got up and put the red clothes on her young master again. She did not say any words of thanks. After so many years of getting along, Some words had become unnecessary. Ningchen looked back and smiled softly. Get ready, let's continue our journey. Ruashi nodded and responded. It didn't take long for the four to set off on their journey. The boundary of the Migres dynasty was not far. To reach the gathering place of the 100 dynasties, the Migres dynasty was an unavoidable path. Migres and Yuheng were not on good terms. However, Ningchen didn't care too much. He didn't like to cause trouble, but he also didn't like to avoid it. If he couldn't avoid it, he would just fight. Migres's boundary. The four walked over. In front of the Jiatian Pass, the Migres dynasty had obviously been waiting for a long time. There were 100,000 soldiers. In addition, one of the 3 disasters and 10 Xiantian masters were there. The powerful formation was shocking. Ningchen glanced at the sealed pass in front of him and condensed a sword with his finger. A red brilliance rose, and the sword split the sky. The giant gate in front of the Chaotian Pass was split open with a bang. A large number of soldiers were shaken out and smashed to the ground. The sword was merciful and didn't take their lives. The soldiers who were sent flying stood up awkwardly and looked at the red-clothed young man in front of them with horror. The gate was broken, and the 3 disasters took action. A heavy oppressive force fell from the sky. 10 Xiantian masters then appeared. Their auras were connected and blotted out the sky. Hongzhu Jian Shui, I'll leave it to you. Follow me as soon as possible. Ningchen said to the 2 of them, and then no longer said anything. He took Ruashi step by step and walked into the pass. The soldiers formed a formation and blocked the red-clothed young man in front of them. However, where the red-clothed young man passed, sword intent and surging streamers shook away all the obstacles in his way. Even the molten iron waves couldn't stop the red-clothed young man's advance. Seeing this, the leader of the 3 disasters looked serious. His figure flashed and instantly appeared above the red-clothed young man. His heavy palm fell with the momentum of breaking mountains and rivers. Your opponent isn't me. Ningchen raised his hand and condensed sword intent to block the heavy palm. Immediately, the sword momentum changed and a cold sword light swept out, forcing the attacker to retreat. In an instant, the enemy was pushed back by a sword. Not Ling Zhifeng followed up. Unfortunately, Hongzhu blocked in front of the enemy with her sword. On the other side, Jian Shui faced 10 Xiantian masters. The battle had just begun and reached a climax. Ningchen no longer paid attention to them and left with Ruashi. Young master. After passing through Jiatian Pass, Ruashi couldn't help but look back. Her eyes flashed with worry. Isn't the young master pushing them too hard? Don't worry, the 2 of them will have to go through this sooner or later. Compared to the opponents they may encounter in the future, these people today aren't too strong. Ningchen calmly responded. Ruashi sighed softly and said no more. She knew how much her young master had suffered to reach this point. She really couldn't bear to see these 2 walk the same path. As the 2 moved forward, the sound of battle behind them was incessant. The shaking of the earth indicated the intensity of the battle. However, Hong-yi never looked back. Step by step, they gradually walked away. In front of Jiatian Pass, not Ling Zhifeng fought against Migres dynasty's consecrator. Unfortunately, Hongzhu hadn't been in the 3 disasters for long. Her cultivation didn't have the advantage. Although her sword was strange, it was difficult for her to gain the upper hand. On the other side of the battle, Jian Shui was besieged by 10 Xiantian masters. Her sword was restrained, and the situation wasn't optimistic. Outside Jiatian Pass, in a pavilion more than 20 miles away, Ningchen and Ruashi sat at a stone table, waiting quietly. At this moment, a man in black clothes and a black hat came from afar. Without invitation, he walked into the pavilion and sat down. Are you in a hurry? The man asked. Yes. Ningchen nodded. 100 Empire competition. The man asked again. Yes, are you also? Ning Chin said lightly. Huh. The man pressed the black hat on his head. His eyes flashed with a cold smile. My age has passed. I'm not qualified. Chapter 422. In a pavilion in the wilderness, two people sat opposite each other. One was dressed in red, while the other was dressed in black. Their conversation was as calm as water, but an indescribable atmosphere spread out in the pavilion, making it hard for people to breathe. The man who had suddenly arrived was different from the experts he had seen before. His killing intent was condensed, but not released. It was not targeted, but the bloodiness that had accumulated over many years. How should I address you? Ning Chin asked calmly. Yi Jingdo. Perhaps you can also call me the third sect master of Yu Luo, Yi Jingdo replied. So, it's the third sect master of the Yu Luo life extermination sect. I'm honored to have you here, Ning Chin said without much surprise. You're too polite. I've also heard of your reputation. As expected, heroes come from the young, Yi Jingdo said calmly. Third sect master is too kind. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, Since third sect master has personally come, it means that Hong Wulei has lost. I didn't expect her to be so impatient in the end. She is indeed a little too impatient. Perhaps in another 10 years, she will succeed. As he spoke, admiration and regret flashed through Yi Jingdo's eyes. In just a few months, Hong Wulei's growth had already amazed him. He had originally wanted to see how far this vengeful seedling could grow. Unfortunately, Hong Wulei had chosen to challenge her in advance, making him unable to convince himself to continue tolerating her. He had killed her parents. Of course, he was very expensive. If he wanted to kill someone, someone had to be able to pay the price. Yi Jingdo tapped his finger on the stone table and said calmly, I'm very curious about the person who taught her the sword moves. Seeing him today is a pleasant surprise. However, business is business. I wonder if you are interested in Hong Wulei's life? What's the price? Ning Chin asked calmly. Your hands that use the sword. A cold smile flashed through Yi Jingdo's eyes as he replied. Oh. Ning Chin raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, Third sect master, do you think Hong Wulei is worth this price? To me, it's not, but to you it might be worth it, Yi Jingdo replied. Third sect master's ability to ask for sky-high prices is impressive. I just don't know if your sect has the ability to accept this price. Ning Chen smiled as he said indifferently, Since he dared to open his mouth, Yu Luo extermination naturally has the appetite to swallow any consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jia's fingers, which were tapping on the stone table, stopped. The aura on his body moved slightly, and his black robe fluttered. A sword that was hidden deep in its scabbard could be vaguely seen. The powerful sword had yet to be revealed, but made people feel a deep chill. The number one swordsman of Yu Luo's life extermination gate had the guts to do so, but he also had the ability to do so. The stalemate situation was on the verge of breaking out. Ruoshi's mind was clear, and she consciously retreated to the side. Just as the great battle was about to begin, Yi Jingdo suddenly retracted his aura. A cold smile appeared on his face as he stood up and said, It seems like today is not the time to talk business. When you have the sincerity to talk business, the Yaluo life extermination cult will look for you again. Then I ask third sect master to keep this bargaining chip. Although I don't think Hong Wulei has much value. Maybe one day I'll change my mind and pay a visit to your sect, Ning Chin said lightly. Yi Jia waits your arrival at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jingdo turned and left. After 2 steps, he disappeared. Ning Chen's eyes looked in the direction of the former's departure. A cold light flickered in his eyes. This person was not easy to deal with. At the very least, his strength was not inferior to Xiao Wuming's, or even stronger. It was rumored that among the 3 sect masters of Yu Luo's life extermination sect, Yi Jingdo's cultivation in the sword was the most unfathomable. Hong Wulei was too impulsive. In the face of such a powerhouse, how could he take the risk to challenge him before his wings were fully developed? On the side, Ruashi's eyes flashed with worry, but she didn't say anything. She knew that this Yu Luo's life extermination sect was very powerful. She couldn't cause trouble for her young master. Don't worry, Hong Wulei will be fine for the time being. After the 100 Empire competition is over, I will seriously consider this matter. Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him and promised. Although he didn't care too much about Hong Wulei's life or death, he couldn't ignore Ruashi's feelings. A trip to Yu Luo's life extermination sect would bring a lot of trouble, but it wasn't impossible. Thank you, young master. Ruashi said gratefully. Ning Chen smiled gently and said, It's what I should do. I can't call you young master for nothing. I have to do something. Outside the pavilion, the scorching sun gradually moved to the west. Seeing that another day was about to pass in the distance, Yan Hongzhu and Jian Sheye finally caught up. Both of them seemed to have suffered some injuries. Their breaths were chaotic, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Not bad. Ning Chen nodded without leaving a trace. What these two lacked the most was the tempering of real battles. In the future 100 Empire competition, the test would be extremely harsh. Being able to take the first step today was a good thing after all. Yan Hongzhu and Jian Shui are caught up and immediately sat down to adjust their breathing, stabilizing the chaotic breaths in their bodies. Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry. He patiently waited for the two to wake up before continuing on the road. Fortunately, the two didn't spend too much time. After a quarter of an hour, Yan Hongzhu and Jian Shui awoke up one after another, barely suppressing the injuries in their bodies. Let's go. Before it gets dark, try to get to the nearest city. Ning Chen greeted the two and immediately took Ruashi to the north. Yan Hongzhu and Jian Shui got up and stepped forward to follow. Late at night, in a strange and desolate place, a strange mountain city was located on top of it. It was strange and magnificent, like a city of immortals in the human world, but also like a city of demons. A cold wind blew, and a black stream of light flashed. A cold, murderous aura came out. Yi Jingdu, dressed in black clothes and a black hat, stepped into the city in front of him. The city of assassins, Yu Luo Life Extermination Sect, the most terrible forbidden area in the southern tomb. Today, the three sect masters returned and silently walked into a hall. With a rumbling sound, the door of the hall opened. In the dark hall, rows of red candles were lit, illuminating the silent hall. Yi Jingdu walked into the hall. After a few steps, he stopped. Fengdu, how is it? At this moment, a beautiful young woman appeared and asked. Unfathomable, a great enemy. Yi Jingdu replied, Oh, I've never seen you have such a high evaluation of anyone. It seems that this young man is really not simple. Interesting. Mei Yingshue's mouth curved into a smile. Fengdu advises second sister that this person is not easy to deal with. He's not someone you can play with. Be careful not to set yourself on fire. Yi Jingdu lightly said, Men always have weaknesses. Sometimes a woman's body can be a better killing weapon than the cold sword in your hand. Mei Yingxue chuckled. Oh, I've said what I should say. I have no right to interfere with second sister's decision. Take care of yourself. Yi Jingdu raised his hand and pressed the edge of his black hat. Without saying anything more, he walked towards the back of the hall. In the hall, the red candles flickered, reflecting a charming face. Mei Yingshue's eyes flashed with a touch of playfulness as she looked towards the distant north. It had been a long time since she had met someone so worthy of killing. Days without waves were really lonely and unbearable. In the territory of the Migres dynasty, the road to the north was long and far. Half a month later, in the boundless wilderness, the four of them met a caravan that was also heading north. The leader was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He was friendly and hospitable and dragged the four of them along. Ning Chen did not refuse, but he did not expect to cause a lot of trouble for himself. In a caravan, under normal circumstances, it was not allowed to bring a wife or daughter. However, the middle-aged man leading the caravan this time, in addition to delivering goods, also happened to be on the way back to the ancestral home to visit his relatives. So he brought his wife along. The leader's wife, Yao Shi, looked very young, only around 30 years old. She was very charming and did not lose out to Ruoxi. She was very enthusiastic towards Ning Chen and the others who were traveling along the way. So enthusiastic that it was a little unbearable. In just a few days, the four women had gotten along well with each other, whispering to each other and giggling. After rushing for 3 days, the group arrived at the most prosperous hinterland of the Migres dynasty. The caravan stopped in Ilan City to rest temporarily. The night was like water, and the lights were waning. In the room, Hong Yi sat quietly at the table, her eyes looking at the flickering lights. No one knew what she was thinking. It was late at night, and most of the people in the caravan had fallen asleep. After rushing for so many days, everyone was exhausted and went back to their rooms early to rest. Dang at this moment, the door was knocked, and a charming voice sounded from outside the door. "Young Master Ning, may I come in?" Hearing the voice of the person who came, Ning Chen frowned slightly. This lady, why did she come at this time? With a creak, before the person in the room could answer, Yao Shi had already pushed the door and entered. Her charming face had a gentle smile, and she was wearing a thin red and pink dress, looking very charming. "Sister Ruoxi is asleep, so I was worried that no one would take care of you. I'm not used to it, so I came to ask if you need anything." Yao Shi stepped forward and said softly, "Thank you for your concern, Madam Yao. I was just about to go to sleep. There's nothing I'm not used to. It's getting late, so please go back and rest early." Ning Chen wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see that Madam Yao didn't just come to greet him. There was no euphemism in her words, and she directly sent him off. Yao Shi gently laughed and took 2 steps forward. Arriving in front of the young man in front of her, she wrapped her arms around his neck and bowed, saying, "Young master, to keep people 1,000 li away, isn't that too impolite? Also, tell me, if I shout right now and say that it was young master who forcefully brought this servant here, who would everyone believe?" With a warm jade in his arms, Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. "Madam, do I look like someone who's afraid of being criticized?" If young master isn't afraid of being criticized, then are you not afraid of Sister Ruoxi misunderstanding? Yao Shi's body leaned closer until her whole body was in his arms. Her soft body pressed against the former's chest as she whispered. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous light flickered in them. "Then what does Madam mean? What should I do?" "A night of pleasure, sharing the joy of being intimate. Speaking of which, young master won't lose out." Yao Shi's red lips stopped next to the former's ear. Chapter 4:23. As the saying goes, wine is poison to the intestines and lust is a steel knife to the bone. Ning Chen wasn't someone who was easily bewitched by beauty, but this woman definitely wasn't Madame Yao. With a soft and fragrant body in his arms, the seductive fragrance of orchids constantly lingering at the tip of his nose, Ning Chen's eyes grew colder and colder. He was very curious. How could there be such a bold woman in this world? No one can deny Madame Yao's charm. She was at her most mature and beautiful age, charming and charming. Unfortunately, a blockhead like Ning Chen was an example. Heaven knows, if this woman was Ruoxi, Mu Qingxue, or a man, would a certain someone still be so indifferent? Unfortunately, the women Ning Chen knew either had a cold temperament or a pure heart. None of them would think of using such means to charm others. In the next room, Ruoxi woke up. Originally, she wanted to see if her young master was asleep. But when she saw the light in his room was on and the door wasn't closed, She was about to knock on the door. However, she suddenly stopped when she heard a voice from inside the room. She could recognize Madame Yao's voice, and of course, she could also recognize her young master's voice. It's already so late. What is Madame Yao doing in her young master's room? Through the gap in the door, she could clearly see the situation inside the room. She didn't know if Madame Yao deliberately didn't close the door or if she forgot. At this moment, Ruo, she was standing in front of the door, quietly watching the scene in the room. A faint smile flashed across her beautiful face. She knew her young master's temperament better than anyone else. If he was really greedy for beauty, then he wouldn't have quarreled with his eldest grandson in the heavenly mandate palace. There were many beautiful women in this world, but among those she had seen, there were two that surpassed everyone. One was Mu Qingxue, and the other was the 9th princess of the Xia kingdom, Xia Xinyu. Needless to say, Mu Qingxue's temperament and appearance were extraordinary. The only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her was the stunning 16-year-old 9th princess of the Xia kingdom. Unfortunately, her young master was a blockhead. When his eldest grandson appointed the marriage, he rejected this marriage that in her eyes was a match made in heaven. Looking at the current situation, she didn't need to think to know that her young master was forced. Because Madame Yao was just an ordinary person, he didn't want to show his skills and only hurt her. Ruoshi's mouth curved into a smile. She didn't intend to push the door open and disturb the young master's good time. Anyway, she can't sleep if she goes back now. Might as well watch the show. Inside the room, Ningqin could feel Ruoshi's aura outside the door. Seeing that the girl didn't come in to help him, he couldn't help but feel angry and amused. This girl's burden was too big. She was actually laughing at him. "Teacher, please respect yourself." Ningqin reached out to push Yao Shi away. Just as he was about to get up, his breathing suddenly became sluggish and his entire body felt weak. "Young master, tonight you are mine." Yao Shi gently smiled. Her arms were soft and boneless, as they wrapped around the former once more. Her entire body leaned forward once more. Her red lips parted slightly, and the fragrance of spring filled the room, causing the fire in one's body to rise rapidly. Poison? Ningqin felt the unusual changes in the phoenix's body and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was blind this time, although there were many strange poisons in the world. The ones that could affect an innate rancor could be counted on one's fingers. This Madame Yao obviously came prepared. When did Madame realize that I have martial arts? Or rather, what is Madame's objective? Ningqin asked indifferently. Does young master have martial arts? This servant really didn't know. If young master is worried about this aphrodisiac, then you can rest assured. As long as young master and this servant have a night of pleasure, this poison will naturally be cured. Outside the room, she noticed that the situation inside the room was a bit strange. Not daring to be careless, she immediately pushed the door open and walked in. "Ruoshi, you go out first." Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. With a flip of his palm, he wanted to send Ruoshi out of the room. Unexpectedly, Yao Shi waved her delicate hand and dispersed the former's palm. Her delicate face flashed with a charming smile. Young master doesn't need to send Sister Ruoshi out. This servant doesn't care if there is one more person to serve young master. So Madame also knows martial arts. To be able to hide it so perfectly, this servant is impressed. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Aside from Fan Lingyu, who had the Book of Chaos, this was the first time he saw someone who could hide their martial arts aura so flawlessly. Young master overpraises me. To walk the Jianghu, one must have some ability. However, this servant's performance in bed will make young master even more impressed. Yao Shi reached out to touch the former's handsome face. Her eyes were full of splendor. Such a young master was truly shameful. Countless old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years would die of shame. But for this night, this person was hers. To be honest, she was really reluctant to kill this infatuating young man. Unfortunately, such a young master was too much of a threat. Once he escaped the influence of the aphrodisiac, she wasn't sure she could suppress him. Ning Qin felt the killing intent from Yao Shi at this moment. Flatly, he said, "It seems that after tonight, this servant's life will also be given to Madame. This is the only way. However, before tonight is over, this servant will let young master taste the best taste in the world." Yao Shi smiled, her tone not without regret. "Then, before I die, can this servant know Madame's true identity? So I can be a ghost under your skirt?" Ning Qin finally asked. Yao Shi leaned forward and gently said, "Young master, please carefully remember this servant's name. This servant's surname is Mei, and my name is Ying Shui. I am the second sect master of Yu Luo's Life Extermination Gate. Many thanks. This servant will remember. When erecting a monument for Madame, there is no need to replace it with a nameless monument." As he spoke, Ning Qin stood up. Red phoenix flames rose around his body, burning away the strange poison on his body. In the next instant, a red light flashed past. A sword was pointed at his throat. Mei Ying Shui's eyes narrowed. Before she could recover, a strand of hair flew up and quietly scattered. The sword intent penetrated her body, and blood dripped down like plum blossoms in winter. It was dazzling. Whether it was Mei Ying Shui or Mei Ying Shui, it was impossible to tell. She did not understand just what had gone wrong. How could he still have the strength to attack after being poisoned by the aphrodisiac? Within the silent hall of Yu Luo's Life Extermination Gate, a life tablet cracked and fell onto a table. Spiritual energy silently dissipated. In front, a black-clothed man with a black hat looked at the cracked life tablet on the table. His cold face did not change at all. After looking at it for a moment, he turned and left. He had already warned her, but she still insisted on doing it. She could not blame anyone. Bang! The door to the hall closed while the rows of candles were completely extinguished, causing the hall to return to a cold and silent state once more, and there wasn't a trace of aura left. In the inn's room, Ning Qin glanced at the lifeless Mei Ying Shui lying on the ground. With a flip of his palm, a phoenix shadow appeared behind him. A red light flashed and temporarily swallowed her into the phoenix's body. Just as the figure of the phoenix disappeared, a familiar fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose from behind. Before he could react, a warm and delicate body leaned close to him and hugged him. "Young master!" Ruashi's red lips parted slightly. Her eyes gradually blurred and her body temperature continued to rise. Half of her clothes were undone, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Ning Qin, who could deal with Mei Ying Shui indifferently and unmoved, couldn't help but feel his heart sink at this moment. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This is troublesome. He almost forgot about this girl. Although he had the phoenix flames and was not afraid of any strange poison, this girl was not. Worried about hurting Ruashi, Ning Qin didn't dare to force her away. Reluctantly, he turned around and tried to break free from the former's grasp. The process was very difficult. Ruashi's arms were tightly wrapped around him. Every time he broke free, she would hug him again. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. A certain person was not a saint. The cold sweat on his forehead indicated that he was not a gentleman. In fact, Ruashi's heart was easier to see than anyone else. As long as she could stay by young master's side, she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to be young master's maid who served tea and water. She didn't want to go one step further. After a long time, Ning Qin reluctantly broke free from Ruashi and placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to circulate his energy to help her expel the poison, he didn't expect a pair of arms to wrap around him again. Young master! Ruashi's clothes had slipped down most of the time. The skin under her underwear was faintly discernible. It made one's blood boil. Your young master must have owed you in a previous life. Ning Qin smiled bitterly. Once again, he grabbed the entangled arms and broke free. While enduring the torture of his maid, he circulated his energy to expel the poison. The process of expelling the poison was extremely difficult. It took nearly half an hour. It wasn't until dawn broke that Ning Qin barely forced the aphrodisiac out of Ruashi's body. His clothes were soaked in sweat. It was more difficult than fighting with a powerhouse of the three disasters. After the aphrodisiac was dispersed, Ruashi fell into a deep sleep. Ning Chen used his phoenix energy to adjust her body. After replenishing her vitality, he leaned against the bed and closed his eyes for a short rest. An hour later, the sky outside the door was already bright. It was a pity that Hong Zhu and Jian Shui didn't see Ruashi's figure. When they found that Ning Chen's door had not been opened, they immediately understood. Sure enough, it's a pervert. Jian Shui wrinkled her small nose and said, she knew that Ruashi would not be able to escape the claws of this pervert. How could there be a man in this world who wasn't lustful? Not to mention, Ruashi was a woman who could make any woman's heart flutter. In the room, Ruashi woke up. After a short period of confusion, memories came flooding back. Thinking of her performance last night, her face suddenly turned red. When Ruashi woke up, Ningchen also felt it and opened his eyes. Seeing the girl's red face, he stood up and couldn't help but smile. Now you know to be shy. Last night, your young master wasn't light. Young master, don't laugh. You go out first. I want to put on my clothes. Ruashi's face was very hot. She covered half of her face with the quilt and said, "Oh." Ningchen no longer teased the girl and turned to walk out the door. Beast! Seeing the former finally willing to come out, Jian Shui whispered softly. Ningchen didn't care about it. No matter how beastly he was, he wouldn't be a beast to her. Not long after, the door creaked open again. Ruashi walked out with a red face. When she saw the three people waiting outside the room, her face immediately became redder. Jian Shui was surprised. Seeing that the former's virginity was still intact, she couldn't help but glance at Ningchen and spit out 4 words in disdain. Worse than a beast. Chapter 4:24. Under the plum tree. Ningchen waved his hand and a red light flashed. Mei Xue was sent out of the phoenix's body. Then, with a flip of his palm, the ground in front of him cracked open and swallowed the body of Yu Luo's second master. Hong Zhu and Jian Shui were shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Ruashi sighed softly and explained what happened last night. The young master sealed his sword for 10 years so that he wouldn't kill anyone. He didn't expect that he wouldn't get what he wanted in the end. The plum tree swayed and rustled. Ningchen stood under the tree and waved his hand to build a new grave. He carved a wooden tablet and placed it in front of the grave. Hopefully, when the plum blossoms bloom next year, the cold plum blossoms reflect the snow. Let's go. Ningchen turned and walked back. He called out to the 3 and then continued to walk forward. In the divine continent, 10 years had passed. The emperor of the Great Xia had grown up. His political and military skills were not inferior to the sages of the past. He tried his best to govern the country that was greatly damaged by the divine tribulation. Kong Yu and Marquis Enling did their best to assist the emperor in governing the country. The fate of the Great Xia gradually recovered. Above the heavenly mandate palace, purple clouds appeared again. In the north and south, the northern Ming imperial court and the barbarian dynasty had also reached their peak. After the divine tribulation, the divine continent finally survived the most difficult time and showed signs of a new era. In front of the Ascension Valley, figures appeared one after another. They were all comrades who fought against Pluto. Today was the last time they met before parting. Have you decided? Mu Qingxue looked at the red-haired man in front of him and asked. Yes, Luan Fengchen nodded and sighed. There can't be any more wars. Sealing the 2 realms is the best choice. Mu Qingxue didn't say anything else. He looked at the three people in front of him and said seriously, "See you never." "See you never." Daylily and Meng Xuanji showed a nostalgic smile and said goodbye. In the next moment, the yearning blade appeared in Luan Fingchen's hand. Majestic and colorful fate gathered the fate of the entire realm. Today, the passage between the two realms would be completely sealed. Daylily walked forward and gathered the spirit energy in 100 miles around her blade. In an instant, an endless stream of energy burst out and entered the space passage in front of them. The energy of the world and the fate of the entire realm poured in. The passage between the two realms trembled and gradually disappeared. "Let's go." Since the two territories were about to be sealed, they could not stay for long. Luan Fengchen called out to the two people beside him and walked in. Wang Yu and Meng Xuanji nodded. They took one last look at the beautiful divine land in front of them and followed after him. 3 figures, one in front and 2 behind, disappeared into the space channel. The son of the Holy Land who looked up at peace, the flawless Taoist figure that was rarely seen in 1,000 years, and the stunning dream lord of the highest heavens, returned to the 4 poles and stayed away from the disputes of the human world. After the 3 of them entered, the spatial tunnel disappeared. A pure, white divine weapon flew back and stabbed into the ground. "Please return this saber to him. Many thanks." His final voice reverberated between heaven and earth. A cold wind blew past, dissipating without a sound. Mu Qingxue silently walked forward and pulled out the saber of remembrance. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a sigh. In the blink of an eye, her white clothes scattered and disappeared. In the ruins of Desolate City, white light gathered and a beautiful figure walked out. Step by step, she walked to the front of the collapsed sword pool. 10 years had passed, and everything was different. The scenery was still the same, but the people had changed. In front of the sword pool, a figure who had been waiting for a long time appeared. It was Jian Luiying, Jian San, who had been expelled from Desolate City by Mu Bai. He had been guarding Desolate City for 10 years, guarding this final memory. "Where's second senior brother?" asked Mu Qingxue softly. "He left 10 years ago. He said he was going to search for eldest senior brother's unfinished Tao." Jian Luiying sighed. "What about you? Do you still want to stay here?" asked Mu Qingxue. "Yes." Jian Luiying nodded. He looked at the dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls around him, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. He said, "Honored Master said that my temperament is not stable, so it has always been difficult for me to understand the true meaning of the sword. All these years, only here can I settle down and seriously experience the sword that Honored Master taught me." After talking for a short while, Mu Qingxue left. Under the moonlight, her white clothes were whiter than snow. She looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace as she headed west. Jian Luiying looked at the departing junior sister with a complicated expression. After this farewell, he did not know when they would meet again. He hoped that she would live a happy life. Great Xia Imperial City, Jiming Manor. Jiming had left 10 years ago. However, as the only martial Marquis of the previous generation and the teacher of the current Emperor of Great Xia, no one dared to disrespect him. After hearing that her eldest grandson had passed away 10 years ago, Mu Qingxue fell silent. She knew that he might not come back. In the imperial city of Great Xia, in the newly built Heavenly Mandate Palace, the former little Qi had now grown into a handsome young man. He wore a dragon robe and looked very heroic and extraordinary. At this moment, a beautiful figure in white appeared out of thin air in the main hall. Looking at the young man on the dragon throne, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. It turned out that it had really been 10 years. Even this little fellow had grown so big. Seeing the woman who suddenly appeared, Xia Qi's body shook. In the next moment, his face was filled with disbelief. He said subconsciously, "Mistress?" When he was young, he had seen this ridiculously beautiful woman in the Marquis estate and had a deep impression of her. At that time, because he mistakenly called her master's wife he was caught by Aunt Shi and beaten for a long time. Don't learn from your master and talk nonsense. Mu Qingxue reprimanded him lightly. He did not argue with the child and said calmly, "Where is Miss Qing?" 3 years after master left, Aunt Qing also left. At this point, Xia Qi felt that something was wrong and quickly changed the way he addressed Mu Qingxue. "I don't know where Aunt Qing is now." Mu Qingxue frowned. Had they all left? How was he going to return this saber? The white clothes scattered and disappeared without a trace. Just like when she came, it was so quiet that no one could detect her aura. Xia Qi was shocked again. The beautiful mistress left just like that? In the north of the Migres dynasty, Ning Chen's group, who had been traveling for more than 10 days, arrived at an ancient small city. The autumn rain blurred their vision. The small city with a long history was located in a remote area. Although it was not prosperous, the people lived and worked in peace. They worked when the sun rose and rested when the sun set. It was like a paradise that was rarely disturbed by the disputes of the outside world. As soon as Ningchen walked into the small city, he immediately felt a bone-deep pressure. His expression immediately turned solemn. Xiantian, full circle. There was no mistake. Falsehood could not be captured. It was exactly the same feeling when the teacher stood in front of him. If he did not have the body of a phoenix, he might not even be able to detect it. The sound of an old teacher teaching in a private school, the sound of a man swinging a hammer in a blacksmith shop, and the sound of an old monk chanting scriptures in a dilapidated temple. All of them reached Ning Chen's ears. It was difficult to distinguish who was real and who was fake. It was a pity for Hong Zhu. Although Jian Shui's cultivation was higher, she was limited by her physique and strength. She could not sense anything wrong. She saw that her young master's expression was a little strange and immediately realized that there might be unknown dangers around. "We can't stay here for long. Let's continue." Ning Chen originally planned to stop and rest for the night, but he changed his mind at this moment and continued to lead the 3 people forward. She stopped Ruoshi when she was about to ask. She knew that her young master would not make such a decision easily. They were afraid that they were really in danger now. Clang, clang. The sound of forging in the blacksmith shop became louder and louder. The sound of the old monk chanting scriptures in the dilapidated temple also became more and more ear-piercing. The old teacher in the private school was also chanting sage's scriptures. Countless sounds echoed in Ning Chen's ears. The city was like a maze. Half an hour later, the 4 people returned to their original place. They were unable to move half a step forward. Only then did Ruoshi and Jian Shui realize that something was wrong. It was impossible to get lost in the Xiantian realm. They were obviously trapped in the game of the strong. All forms are falsehoods. If you see that all forms are not true, then you will see the Buddha. At this moment, the ancient city changed. Golden light sprinkled down as the venerable of the world chanted. Buddhist rain fell from the sky, purifying the sins of the world. However, only the 4 people could hear and see it. Endless phoenix fire rose around Ning Chen's body, protecting the 3 people around him and resisting the purification of the Buddhist rain. Subhuti, if you are a kind man or a kind woman, you will recite this scripture. If you are a contemptible person, then you will have sinned in your previous life and will fall into the evil path. Since you are a contemptible person in this world, the sins of your previous life will be eliminated. You will be worthy of Anyatara Samyak Subhuti. Subhuti, if I recite the past, the infinite monk is only a tribulation. Therefore, before the lamp of Buddha, it is worth 84 quadrillion. All the Buddhas of his will have provided for me. If there is someone in the future who can recite this scripture, then the merit gained will not be worth 1 quadrillion of the merit gained by all the Buddhas I have provided for. Subhuti, if you are a kind man or a kind woman, you will be able to recite this scripture in the future and gain merit. If I speak of it, or if someone hears it, their heart will be in chaos and they will not believe it. Subhuti, you will know that the scripture is inconceivable and the karma is inconceivable. Buddhist rain lotuses, golden swastikas rotated around the four people. The incantation became more and more ear-piercing, purifying the sins of knowing destiny. Ruo Shi, Jian Shui, and Ruo Shi did not notice it. However, when they saw Ning Qin bleeding from his ears, they were shocked. What happened? Amidst the Brahma rain, the cries of the phoenix rang out, and a huge shadow of the phoenix appeared. The red phoenix fire rose again, resisting the saint power of the purifying Buddha's words with all its might. The ancient city turned into a purgatory. The sound of forging iron in the blacksmith shop, the chanting of the old monk in the ruined temple, the chanting of the old teacher in the private school. Everything turned into the Buddhist mantra, pressing down from all directions, purifying the evil of the world. Chapter 4:25. Knowing destiny was in danger. An ancient sage realm cultivator who had never been seen before sealed his body with the words of Buddha. Sanskrit rain fell. Golden swastikas appeared in the fire, purifying the sinful, knowing destiny. Ning Qin closed his eyes as the red flames around his body continued to rise. He was trying his best to resist the saint power of the mantra of atonement. Blood dripped from his ears, eyes, and mouth. Bodhi chanted sutras to cleanse his sinful body. It was a pity that Hongzhu and Jian Shui were shocked. They circulated their martial arts to help block the Buddhist mantras that came from all directions. However, it was useless. They could only watch as the former held on with great difficulty, while blood kept flowing out from his 7 orifices. 7 Buddhas appeared in the ancient city. Their hearts were united as they chanted the Sanskrit mantra, King Lippo, King Lippo, King Choha, King Luo Ni, King Nia, King Pailai, King Mahajia, King Jinling, King Qian. With the 7 Buddhas eradicating sins, the power of Brahma increased dramatically. Clear saints' Brahma chants passed through the mortal body and reached the deepest part of the sinner's consciousness. Ning Qin let out a stuffy groan, finding it even harder to hold on. Blood dripped down from his 7 orifices, dyeing the ground in front of him red. With the Sanskrit mantra, Ning Qin could no longer suppress the murderous intent that he had suppressed for 10 years. In an instant, the murderous intent surged out. It was dark and cold. A terrifying force that could almost materialize rushed into the sky and turned into a strange giant rock. Buddha is merciful. In the Sanskrit mantra, the blacksmith, the old monk, the old master, the Dharma images of the Buddhas dissipated. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into one and turned into a white-robed Buddha. His face was calm, without any murderous intent. 108 prayer beads in his hand swayed in the wind. Most of them had changed color. It was hard to eliminate all evil in the world. The Buddha killed all evil. Each of the prayer beads that changed color represented the death of a great evil. The sage appeared. He had white hair and a white robe. The prayer beads danced in the air. The Sanskrit mantra pressed down from heaven and earth. The phoenix fire could not stop it. The supreme human being in the realm of consummation showed his supreme power. He chanted the Sanskrit mantra. Under his merciful face, his determination to kill evil did not change. The sage and the sinner fought without words. The Sanskrit mantra circled and the phoenix fire rose. They collided violently. Among the 108 rosary beads, the one that symbolized the knowing destiny state had been corrupted by half. Great evils must be punished and should not be tolerated. Lippo Emperor, Chiohi Emperor, Luo Ni Emperor, Emperor Neha Luo, Emperor Pailai, Emperor Mahajia, Zhenling Qian Emperor Shapahi. A faintly discernible wall of incantations was built amidst the phoenix flames. The golden swastika swayed between heaven and earth, trapping the sinful body. Trapped, the phoenix let out a deafening shriek. Inside the phoenix, the ghostly lady in the ice coffin was affected by the holy power, and her ghostly aura was showing signs of dissipating. Ning Chen sensed this and was enraged. His eyes that were dripping with blood suddenly opened. In an instant, the strange rock let out a long cry and rushed into the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth sensed this, and thunder clouds rolled, covering the sky and sun. Buddha, you are going too far. With a rumble, the 5th Khanate tribulation, the Black Water tribulation, reappeared in the world. Mysterious rain fell from the sky, annihilating everything. The entire ancient city was engulfed by the great calamity. Water droplets fell like mountains and houses collapsed. It was like the end of the world. The ancient city suffered a calamity and the ground cracked. The cracks spread out for 50 kilometers. When the Buddha saw this, he couldn't bear it. He waved his prayer beads and changed his incantations. Buddhist incantations converged into a curtain that covered the sky above the ancient city. Amidst the phoenix flames, the swastika chain, and the incantations lost the augmentation of the Buddha's holy power. They quickly dissipated in the heavenly tribulation and disappeared. Let's go. After the shackles were removed, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. The phoenix spread its wings and carried the 3 people beside him. They transformed into a red beam and flew away. 500 kilometers away, the red beam condensed. Ning Chen flipped his palm and sent the 3 people flying. His eyes were solemn as he looked at the terrifying tribulation in the sky. He raised his hand and pointed. Sword beams soared into the sky and collided with the mysterious rain. The rumbling collision resounded through heaven and earth. The sword beams and the mysterious rain collided, and a terrifying aftershock spread out. Dust and stones tumbled, and the ground collapsed. The last tribulation of a 5th tribulation eminence wasn't the most difficult tribulation to transcend. However, due to knowing destiny's demonic killing intent, it became abnormally terrifying. The rain fell like a mountain. Within the heavenly tribulation's range, the ground collapsed and was destroyed. Under the mysterious rain, Red Robe appeared extremely fast. The flowing light was extinguished as he avoided the endless rain. He focused his mind and focused his sword to shake the heavenly tribulation. In the distance, Yan Hongzhu and Jian Shui looked at this terrifying tribulation. Their faces were slightly pale. Only he could survive such a tribulation. An hour later, the dark clouds dispersed and the sun set. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the damaged ground ahead. It was indescribable shock. On the destroyed ground, Ning Chen looked at the ancient city in the distance. His eyes shone. It was not a fortunate thing to encounter such a powerful person in this place. Let's go. Let's continue on our way. Ning Chen's figure flashed and walked in front of the 3. He called out to them and then continued to walk north. According to the journey, the gathering place of the 100 Dynasties competition should not be far away. He hoped that he would not encounter trouble like today. In the homeland of West Buddha, in the ancient land of Chongling, Su Yi was cultivating with her eyes closed in the ancient formations. She had not come out for 10 years. She had once made a promise that could not be shaken. Not far away, Nu Chong looked at the young person in the formation. Light flashed through her eyes. In a few more days, the life scroll would be peeled off. This person's mind was really impressive. It was not easy for her avatar to enter the realm of great perfection. This meant that this person had to cultivate again and again. Such pain and loneliness was not something that ordinary people could endure. Actually, to him, handing over the cultivation method of the birth scroll would allow him to obtain a few tens of years or even 100 years of freedom. Unfortunately, a promise from when he was young actually allowed him to persist until now. Whether he was stubborn or inflexible, it wasn't important now. At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the heavens and earth far away. Almost at the same time, the divine palace, the demon temple, and the giant dragon gate manifested and solidified. The purple celestial palace and the demon Buddha had improved further. They were not far from breaking into the next realm. At this moment, every powerful person in the homeland of West Buddha felt something. They looked at the divine palace and the Yao temple with grave expressions. They are still one step ahead of us. Nu Chang narrowed her eyes. These two people had seized most of the original power of the divine land of the eastern region. They were one step ahead of everyone else on the road to the next realm. Whether she could catch up or not depended on whether this person could help her cultivate this avatar to the realm of great perfection as soon as possible. On the peak of Tianfu Mountain, the legendary Zhanguang Zun and the Abyss Ancient soared flat in the smoke and beacons. Their clothes were torn apart, and their hair fluttered in the wind. The undecided contest shocked the master of the Competitive Edge Pavilion, the master of the Discipline Pavilion, and the other powerful cultivators of Tianfu Mountain. In 10 years, this terrifying swordsman had become stronger. Although his cultivation was still lingering on the edge of the third disaster, his combat strength had surpassed all the powerful people of the third disaster realm. He was close to the realm of great perfection. It was hard to believe that there was such a legendary person in this world. His speed of growth was amazing. After the duel ended, the light sage waved his hand and put away the quelling beacon. He looked at the man in front of him, and a smile of praise appeared on his young face. He said, "Your attainments in the sword are truly astonishing. In a few more years, even this monk might not be your opponent. You're too kind, Light Zun." Yanqin Prince waved his hand, and the Abyss Ancient sword flew back to the sword rack. On the side, Man stepped forward and carried the sword rack on her back. "Senior, I don't want to stay here. Let's go down the mountain," said Man softly. "Huh." Yanqin Prince chuckled. He could tell what this girl was thinking at a glance. If she didn't want to stay, then let's go. "Little benefactor Wild, would you like to consider joining my Buddhist sect?" The light reverend walked up with a smile. "No." Man hurriedly shook her head. "I don't want to cut my hair." "You don't need to cut your hair. You don't need to eat meat. You can get married, you can fight, and you can go down the mountain whenever you want. How about it?" Light Zun smiled. He blocked all the reasons this girl had for refusing him all these years. No, Man couldn't think of any other reason to refuse, but she still shook her head decisively. Not far away, the hall master of Competitive Edge Pavilion and Discipline Pavilion were sweating. Light Zun really dared to agree to any condition to trick this girl into joining the Buddhist sect. However, to tell the truth, let alone Light Zun, even they couldn't help wanting to snatch such a genius. Seeing that Man wasn't willing, Light Zun didn't force her. He looked at the man next to him and said, "The 5 regions have already merged. Perhaps the Great Circle isn't the end. Although your sword has reached the peak, it doesn't mean you have no opponents. The path of using the sword to prove your Tao is rugged and difficult. Since ancient times, very few people have succeeded. I hope you can use the sword in your hand to create your own Tao and become a sword sovereign as soon as possible." "Many thanks." Yanqin Prince calmly thanked him. Then he glanced at the girl next to him and called out, "Man, let's go." "All right." Man nodded. She smiled at Light Zun and the hall master of Competitive Edge Pavilion and Discipline Pavilion and walked over. After the two of them left, the hall master of Competitive Edge Pavilion and Discipline Pavilion walked up and respectfully bowed. "Light Zun, the 100 Empire competition in Southern Tomb is about to begin. You should send one person over," said Light Zun. "The Arhot hasn't finished his 100 tribulations yet. It's hard to find him. May I ask who the Buddha is referring to?" asked Hall Master Competitive Edge Pavilion. "The current Buddhist lady, Wisdom Monarch Aaron," said Light Zun calmly. The Hall Masters of Competitive Edge Pavilion and Discipline Pavilion were startled. The current Buddhist lady was a variable in Buddha Mountain, although her cultivation base wasn't inferior to the Arhots. Once she left the mountain, she could become the source of calamity for Buddha Mountain. In a corner of Buddha Mountain, in a luxurious palace, a woman was doing her makeup in front of a mirror. Her charming face was dazzling, and her rouge made her look absolutely beautiful. Her hair was long enough to reach her waist, and she was exceptionally beautiful, no matter how you looked at her. She didn't look like a Buddhist, wisdom monarch at all. After finishing her makeup, the woman stood up. She was dressed in pink, and there was a strange smile on her face that was a bit cold and a bit enchanting. It was hard to tell what she looked like. Wisdom monarch Erin walked out of the palace and walked toward the peak of the mountain. Wherever her pink robes passed, flowers bloomed and withered. Light Zune's decree and wisdom monarch Erin leaving the mountain would cause a huge commotion. Chapter 4:26. Nanling, the day of the 100 Dynasties competition, was getting closer and closer. The 4 people heading north were still walking at a leisurely pace, without the slightest impatience. Or rather, if someone wasn't in a hurry, it was useless for others to be anxious. Ningchen, can you walk faster? Jian Shui was so angry that she looked back at the red-clothed man behind her and shouted. The 100 Dynasties competition was about to begin, but they still hadn't reached their destination. The most annoying thing was that this person still didn't know how to be anxious. Bai Hong Zhu walked between the two with a headache. She couldn't control Jian Shui, and she couldn't control her senior brother either. Walking fast wasn't good, walking slow wasn't good either. The only one who was relatively quiet was Ruo Shi. No matter what, she always followed her young master. When she couldn't stand the noise anymore, she would push her young master a few steps faster to catch up with Shui-er's pace. Ruo Shi, tell him to hurry up. Jian Shui-er saw someone was still indifferent and shouted at Ruo Shi. Young master, why don't we walk faster? Miss Shui-er is about to die from anxiety. Ruo Shi suggested helplessly. There's still enough time. Jian Shui-er's temper is too impatient. She needs to be sharpened. Ning Qin said calmly. Once upon a time, he was not much different from this Jian Shui-er. He was impatient and didn't know when to advance or retreat. At that time, there were seniors to sharpen him. He didn't expect that today, when the roles had changed, he would do the same thing. In front, Jian Shui-er saw that Ruo Shi couldn't persuade him. She was full of anger and quickly walked back. She reached out and pulled the former's arm, dragging him forward. Bai Hong Zhu stepped aside. This lady was angry and couldn't be provoked. However, no matter how hard Jian Shui-er tried, Ning Chen's pace was still the same as before. The little girl was anxious. Her eyes were red with anger, and she was about to cry again. Ning Chen closed his eyes and pretended not to see. Crying when you can't beat me. Crying when you can't drag me. How old are you? Jian Shui-er saw this and became even angrier. She hugged the arm in front of her and bit him. She couldn't wait to bite him to death. Ruo Shi and Bai Hong Zhu saw this and were shocked. They hurried forward and pulled the two apart. Quarreling is quarreling. Why did they bite? Young master, please give way to Shui-er. She's still a girl. Ruo Shi took out a handkerchief and tried to persuade him while wiping the water stains on the teeth marks. On the other side, Yan Hongzhu also pulled Jian Shui-er and threatened. Shui-er, you can't beat senior brother. Be careful of his retaliation. Over the past few days, she had a rough idea of her senior brother's temperament. Although he looked very cold after interacting with him for a long time, she could feel the gentleness under that coldness. He was strict with himself and lenient with others. Shui-er was so good at tormenting, and even she couldn't stand it. Yet her senior brother could still endure it and didn't get angry even once. This was truly out of her expectations. Let's fight back then. Who's afraid of who? Jian Shui wrinkled her nose and glared at the man beside her with red eyes as she said angrily. Ning Chen took the handkerchief from Ruo Shi's hand and vigorously wiped the teeth marks left by Jian Shui-er. As for the evil woman's eyes and crazy words, He pretended not to see or hear them. Ruah! She really couldn't control these two ancestors. She took her handkerchief and let them do whatever they wanted. In the end, the struggle was won by Ningqin, who wasn't afraid of being bitten. The speed of the four people was still neither fast nor slow. Looking at their posture, it was 100% impossible to arrive in advance before the start of the 100 Empire competition. Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, the day of the gathering of the 100 Empire competition was approaching. The four people's journey finally came to an end. In the competition city, the gathering of the 100 Empire competition was glorious and shocking. Wild beasts flew across the sky. Strange beasts pulled carriages and golden palanquins flew past. The extraordinary momentum set off the strength of the owner. In contrast, the four people who walked here were travel-worn. They really didn't have the temperament of a master. They were not much different from the crowd watching the fun. Jian Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth and didn't give a certain someone a good face. "You're a day early," Ningqin added in an untimely manner. When Jian Shui heard this, she couldn't hold back the raging anger in her heart. Just as she was about to explode, Hangzhu hurriedly pulled her to the side and painstakingly comforted her. Rumble, horses galloped across the sky. It was unknown which state the great sect came from, but it was unknown which state it came from. 3 unicorns were valiant and imposing. In the carriage, a man in purple and gold clothes looked disdainfully at the heroes of the world. A powerful aura circulated around his body. He had actually set foot in the second disaster, shocking everyone in the city. "What are you pretending for?" Jian Shui couldn't stand it and contemptuously said, "Is the second disaster so great? So what if you have a carriage?" Hangzhu was helpless. She didn't point out the little girl's sour grapes. Now that she had poked her sore spot, their following days would be even more difficult. Find an inn to rest. Afraid that if he continued to stay, this crazy girl would find trouble and fight with others again, Ningqin decisively stopped watching the fun and stepped forward. Ruah Shi and Hangzhu understood tacitly and followed together. However, at this moment, a powerful pressure pressed down from the sky. It was the man in purple and gold clothes from before. Hearing Jian Shui's words, he didn't say a word and attacked. The power of the palm was astonishing. Under the storm, Jian Shui was like duckweed in the rain. She didn't even have a chance to resist. In front, Ningqin, who had walked more than 10 steps away, flashed a cold light in his eyes. His figure moved and instantly turned back. Thousands of sword intent, with a bang, collided with the palm falling from the sky. The two moves collided, and the violent wind and waves surged endlessly, rolling up the red clothes and fluttering in the wind. The little girl's words were unintentional. "Your Excellency is more than a generation older than her. Don't you even have this little bit of magnanimity?" Ningqin said calmly. Immediately, sword intent surged out from his finger and repelled the man in front of him. The man in purple and gold clothes stood in the void, looking at the young man in red below. His eyes narrowed. What a powerful sword! This person's strength may not be weaker than his. "Shuai, let's go." Ningqin didn't say anything more. He glanced at the little girl behind him and turned to continue walking forward. And this time, Jian Shui was more obedient than anyone else. She obediently followed behind him and left together. In this short exchange, all the pairs of eyes in the city had noticed the two of them. Without a doubt, the two of them were opponents that couldn't be ignored in this 100 Empire competition. The 4 of them had just left when 2 figures walked out of the city. One was dazzling with golden light, while the other was flawless in silver. As expected, the 2 geniuses of the Swallow and Song dynasty had both obtained the qualifications to participate in this 100 Empire competition. "Nan Mingtian, how is it? Wasn't I right?" Bei Gongyu smiled. If such an expert really didn't come, then this 100 Empire competition would lose much of its luster. Let's go say hello. Nan Mingtian still didn't have any expression on his face. Bei Gongyu smiled. This good friend of his was just too serious. He didn't even show his emotions. It was really boring. Ning Qin brought the three of them to an inn. He really didn't want to say anything about the inn's bad taste. 4 rooms. Ning Qin stretched out his hand. No, there's only 2 left. Do you want them or not? The inn was dozing off as he spoke, impatiently. I want them. Ning Qin decisively replied. Take out the silver. 1 room is 100 taels, 10 taels for tea, and I don't care about dinner. If you don't check out after 9 in the morning tomorrow, you'll have to add another 50 taels. What a scam! Jian Shuai cried out involuntarily. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Look at where Mayan is located. Who knows when a guest might get angry and start a fight? Do you think Mayan will be able to keep itself safe if a fight breaks out between Xiantians? This is a high-risk business, so of course the price has to be higher, the innkeeper said seriously. That's reasonable. Ning Qin nodded. He took out 220 taels of silver and slapped it on the table. Keep the change. The inn disdainfully glanced at the red-robed youth in front of him. It was rare for someone to be so thick-skinned. Inn, give us 2 rooms. At this moment, 2 figures walked into the inn. There's nothing else. Go to another inn. The inn impatiently waved his hand. Brother Ning, what a coincidence. Bei Gongyu looked at the figure at the counter and smiled. To the side, Nan Mingtian also looked over and nodded. Oh, since you know each other, then it's easy. 2 rooms are enough, and we'll add 20 taels for tea. How about it? The inn immediately took advantage of the opportunity and began to calculate. No, this is something we set first. Jian Shuai almost stomped her foot. This was already crowded enough. This black-hearted inn only cared about money. Inn's idea is really good. Brother Ning, we're relying on our friends. Let's squeeze a little. Bei Gongyu smiled. 3 girls to 1 room, and you 3 to 1 room. That's perfect. The inn added fuel to the fire. You'll pay for the rooms. Ning Qin stretched out his hand and took back the silver. Ah, of course. Bei Gongyu agreed and took out an ingot of gold. He placed it in front of the inn and said, Keep the change. Rich people. Ning Qin calmly spat out these 3 words. Everyone could hear the faint envy in his words. On the side, Ruoshi helplessly smiled. Since the time of the Marquis' mansion, the young noble never had more than an ingot of silver on him. However, this couldn't be blamed on her. The monthly salary given by her ladyship was just enough for the mansion's daily expenses. Even if she wanted to give the young noble some more private money, she couldn't. After the rooms were divided, everyone returned to their own rooms. 3 men, 1 room. The silence was a bit scary. Nan Mingtian wasn't a person who liked to talk, and Ning Qin really didn't have much in common with these 2 men. So he just sat at the table and quietly drank tea. 20 taels of silver, it's really dark. Bei Gongyu stood not far away, looking at one and then at the other. He wanted to speak, but the strange atmosphere made him speechless. On the other side, the 3 women carefully listened to the movements next door. They looked at each other with a puzzled expression. Ruoshi, do they really know each other? Hangzhu whispered. We've met once. Ruoshi hesitated for a moment and tactfully said. Jian Shuai rolled her eyes. She was speechless. She really thought these 3 people knew each other. Next door, Bei Gongyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward and said, Brother Ning, let's fight. Chapter 4:27. In the prosperous era of 100 dynasties, a competition was held. Under everyone's gaze, 100 miles outside of Jingfeng City, a majestic and magnificent divine pagoda slowly rose from the ground. It was 33 floors high and pierced through the clouds. It's starting. Within the inn, Nan Mingtian looked at the divine tower in the distance. He held his sword behind his back and said calmly, "Are we going together?" The smile on Bei Gongyu's face disappeared. "No need. Once we enter the tower, we're not friends. Let's go." Ning Qin stood up and replied. Then he walked out of the room. "Senior brother." Outside the room, Yan Hongzhu, Jian Shui'er, and the other two were already waiting. When they saw the figure walking out, they asked softly, "Let's go." Ning Qin replied. On the first floor, the four of them walked down. Ning Chen walked to the front of the counter and looked at the shopkeeper who was calculating on an abacus. He bowed respectfully and said, "Shopkeeper, we will be leaving. However, this one's maidservant will still be staying here for a few days. I hope that shopkeeper can take care of her. As long as you give enough money, there's no need to worry about her safety." The shopkeeper didn't raise his head and continued to calculate. Ning Qin nodded. He looked at Ruoshi and said, "Ruoshi, stay here until I come back. With the shopkeeper here, no one will dare to cause trouble. Ruoshi will remember. I hope you'll be careful and come back safely." Ruoshi's eyes flashed with reluctance. "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." A warm smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he replied. Outside the tower, time was running out. Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and left with Xian Hongzhu and Jian Shui'er. Amazing kid. The shopkeeper raised his head and looked at the three people who had left. He praised in his heart. In the 100 years that he had been here, this was the first time someone had recognized his identity. On the way, Jian Shui'er doubtfully asked, "Ning Chen, why are you so respectful to that black-hearted shopkeeper?" "He's not a black-hearted shopkeeper. He's a half-step perfection, sovereign," Ning Chen said indifferently. Jian Shui'er was shocked. Was it true? How come she couldn't see through it? Ning Chen didn't say anything more. In fact, even if he couldn't feel the true qi on the shopkeeper's body, he could tell something was wrong. There were countless experts in the city. How could an ordinary person run a shady shop here? It was obvious that those who were looking for trouble had all been killed. In front of the Tower of Competition, many figures appeared. They were either floating in the air or sitting in chariots. Their powerful auras covered the sky. The peerless geniuses of the Southern Tomb and even the 5 regions had gathered to compete. In the distance, Ning Chen slowly walked over with 2 other people. His aura was as calm as water, without the slightest sharpness, but it made the people in front of the tower look sideways. Yesterday, in Xingfeng City, the sword that appeared was extremely extraordinary, perhaps not weaker than the second disaster. "Hongzhu, Shui'er, once we're in the tower, do your best to stay by my side," instructed Ning Qin. "Yes." It was a pity for Hongzhu. Jian Shui'er nodded. Before proper business, she would not fool around anymore. In the air, in the carriage pulled by the 3 monarch beasts, the man in violet gold clothes looked down at the young man in red clothes. This time he would show him what it meant to be a real, strong cultivator. On the other side, the void shook and a woman in light yellow clothes appeared. Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu saw her arrive and greeted her. "Greetings, Your Highness." "We're not in the palace, so there's no need for formalities," Qi Yanxia said calmly. "Yes." The 2 stood up and said, "Is the person you're talking about here?" Qi Yanxia asked. "He's here. It's the red-clothed man in front." Bei Gongyu moved aside and replied. In front of the tower, Ning Chen felt an unusual gaze behind him. He turned around and suddenly his body trembled violently, disbelief in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Seeing her senior brother lose his composure like this for the first time, Huan Hongzhu subconsciously followed his gaze. When she saw the woman behind Bei Gongyu and Nan Mingtian, she could not help but frown. The Tianshu royal family. It's not her. After staring for a while, Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and sighed in his heart. Although the appearance was similar, it was indeed not her. Fan Lingyue's last soul had already passed away along with the bright and chaotic scrolls during the Underworld King's tribulation. Even if a similar flower bloomed in the world, it could not be that extraordinary woman who had single-handedly turned the world upside down. Senior brother, do you know the daughter of the Tianshu royal family? Huan Hongzhu asked softly. I don't know her. I just thought of an old friend when I saw her. Ning Qin collected his thoughts and replied. A strange look flashed across Huan Hongzhu's eyes. She did not ask any more questions. She really could not imagine what kind of person could make her senior brother care so much and remember her in his heart. Behind Bei Gongyu and Nan Mingtian, Qi Yanxia's eyes narrowed slightly. This person's gaze just now seemed to be very shocked. It seemed that there was an unusual story behind this. Rumble. At this moment, in front of the Tower of Excellence, the two large stone doors slowly opened, symbolizing the reopening of the 100 Dynasties competition after 60 years. Immediately, everyone's expression turned serious, and they turned into flowing lights and quickly rushed inside. Let's go. Ning Qin glanced at the two people beside him before he strode forward. It was a pity for Hongzhu and Jian Shuai. She was a little nervous and a little curious. Everyone only had one chance in their lifetime to participate in the 100 Dynasties competition that shook the world. Without a doubt, this was the best opportunity to prove themselves. The 33 levels of the tower represented the 33 heavens on the martial path. The first 10 levels were not difficult, and even innate stage cultivators could pass through them. However, after reaching the 11th level, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Only innate stage cultivators could enter. However, for everyone in front of them, the real test began from the 21st level. Under the 3 disasters, going up would only lead to death. As for the last 31st and 32nd levels, only half sovereigns and peak sovereigns could enter. It was not something that the younger generation, who had not even cultivated for 60 years, could reach. For thousands of years, there had been many geniuses in the Southern Tomb. There was once a peerless genius who had ascended to the 27th level of the Tower of Excellence with his unparalleled talent, shocking the world. 100 years later, he became a supreme sovereign and was unrivaled in the world. The first level of the Tower of Excellence was a vast and boundless space, a real world. After entering one after another, they did not stop and directly rushed to the next level. Senior brother, my dear senior brother, can you hurry up? After entering the tower, seeing that Ning Chan was still in the same unhurried manner, Jian Shuai forcefully suppressed the rising anger in her body and gritted her teeth as she pleaded. There was a limit to the number of origin heavenly jades on each level of the tower. If they did not hurry up, they would not be able to obtain anything. There's no rush. The origin heavenly jades on the first few levels are just fragments, and with so many people fighting over them, you won't be able to get many. You might as well save your energy and wait until there are fewer people behind you, replied Ning Qin. I'm so angry. Jian Shuai was about to go crazy. So what if you're good at fighting? So what if you're good at fighting? So what if you're good at fighting? Shuai, listen to senior brother. There's still a lot of origin, heavenly jades. There's no rush, comforted Hongzhu. She more or less understood why Ning Qin had allowed everyone to walk behind him. They had already attracted quite a few people's attention in peak competition city. If they showed off their abilities now, they would definitely become a target for everyone. Perhaps with Ning Chen's strength, he didn't need to care about that. But the two of them couldn't. Hongzhu Shuai, I didn't bring you behind just to avoid fighting. Instead, I wanted you to carefully experience the true extraordinariness of the Tower of Excellence. The 33 levels of the Tower of Excellence are separated from the outside world. It is a world of its own where all living things can flourish. It represents the supreme power of creation. With a human's power, even if they reach the peak of the chosen realm, they might be able to open up space, but they won't be able to create life. Creation is the domain of gods and heaven and earth. It's beyond the power of a human. Just look carefully. Don't try to comprehend it. Just remember as much as you can. Ning Qin calmly reminded the two of them. He had once personally faced the 7 ultimate divine physique created by the Nether King. It was truly terrifying. In order to destroy it and send back the Nether King's will, the divine continent had sacrificed far too many people. Hearing his words, Hongzhu and Jian Shui looked around. However, all they saw was an ordinary world. They couldn't see anything special about it. Ning Qin didn't say anything else. He looked ahead as thoughts flashed through his eyes. According to Sect Master Yu Heng, the first 10 levels of the Tower of Excellence, the middle 10 levels, and the last 10 levels corresponded to humans' postnatal, 5 tribulations, and 3 calamities. As for the last 3 levels, ignoring the 33rd level for the time being, the remaining 2 levels required one to be at least a half-step supremacy. To these young geniuses, the 11th to 20th levels, which represented the 5th tribulation realm, might be able to stop many people, but it was impossible for them to stop everyone. According to his calculations, the 21st to 23rd levels should be the limit of most people. After all, these people had only cultivated for a short period of time. They were already impressive geniuses if they could step into the first calamity. Hongzhu was one of them. The true test was the 24th to 26th levels. Those who could step into these 3 levels were undoubtedly the strongest experts of the younger generation who had entered the second calamity. There were very few such people, but they were not to be trifled with. Falling Star was at this realm. However, this kid had a star-scar bow with astonishing power. When he was ruthless, even he would have a headache. As for the legend of South Tomb, the peerless genius who had entered the 27th level thousands of years ago was indeed a little too monstrous. There was nothing much to say about him entering the 3rd calamity at such a young age. The ranking of the 100 Empire competition was based on the total number of levels the 3 people reached. Before this trip, he had promised Sect Master Yu Heng that he would obtain one of the top 3 spots in the 100 Empire competition. Based on this calculation, he had to reach the 24th level at the very least. Furthermore, he had to bring Hongzhu and Jian Shui up. It was a little troublesome, but it wasn't impossible. He only hoped that he wouldn't encounter too many lunatics and would keep going up. Ning Chan walked over with 2 people at the entrance to the 2nd level. At this moment, Qi Yanxia, Nanming Tian, and Bei Gongyu also walked over. The moment they passed each other, their most unforgettable faces were as calm as water. The familiar face in front of him triggered the deepest memories of his life. Ning Qin sighed softly in his heart. He looked at the woman in light yellow who passed by him and said, "Miss, may I know your name?" "Princess Dubhe, Qi Yanxia." Chapter 428. In the Tianshu dynasty, the current Emperor Qi was a man of great talent and bold vision. His cultivation was close to the supreme realm. His 13 children were all extraordinary. The most outstanding one would inherit the throne. It wasn't decided by gender or family background. The most capable one would get the throne. As a woman, Qi Yanxia was able to suppress all the princes and be made the empress. Her amazing talent was evident. Apparently, Huan Hongzhu had heard of her name. Her expression changed slightly. She didn't expect that even Empress Yanxia, whom Emperor Qi valued the most, would come in person. Looking at the woman in the distance, Bai Hongzhu's eyes were full of seriousness. He said, "Senior brother, there may be trouble. Rumor has it that this Empress Yanxia defeated a consecrator of the 2nd disaster of the Tianshu dynasty as early as 7 years ago, shocking the world. Therefore, Emperor Qi directly made her empress. She is indeed not simple." Ning Qin nodded. Apart from Qi Yanxia, Nanming Tian and Bei Gongyu were also not easy to deal with. Their cultivations were only at the peak of the 5th disaster. But if they really fought, neither of them would be weaker than 3 disasters. On the martial path, there was a kind of person who was well prepared. Once they couldn't wait any longer and really burst out, they would quickly rise to the top. Without a doubt, these three people of the Tianshu dynasty would become their strongest opponents. On the second floor, the peaceful world finally changed. The sun was high in the sky, and the heat was unbearable. Ning Qin looked up at the sky. A strange look flashed in his eyes, creating a world out of thin air. Such an ability was really amazing. Was it natural or a miracle of the gods? Flowers and plants flourished and were exceptionally beautiful. Wherever his clothes passed, the barbs would leave behind scratches. A faint feeling of numbness rose up and penetrated deep into his meridians. The most beautiful flowers were actually poisoned. If one was not careful, they would not be able to return to their own bodies. The dangers that appeared on the second floor warned those who entered the tower that the road ahead would be difficult. They should retreat. Most of the people who went forward had already disappeared. One floor after another, they climbed up. Strong wind, heavy rain, earthquakes, and natural disasters appeared frequently. The higher they went, the more difficult it was. However, those who entered the tower were all geniuses of the dynasty. Natural disasters couldn't stop them. They rushed all the way to the 11th floor. Behind them, Ning Chen led Lian Hongzhu and Jian Shui forward at a steady pace. Amidst the torrential rain, his black hair and red robes were drenched, making it impossible to see his celestial beauty. In the end, the two women were still women. They used their true essence to block the torrential rain. Their clothes were spotless, and they were exceptionally beautiful. They looked like people from a painting. After the torrential rain, the sun shone brightly in the sky. On the red cloak, the rainwater dispersed, and a cool breeze blew past, fluttering in the wind. They had already passed the 10th level. What was about to come was the 11th level, which only Khanate 5th Tribulation Eminences could enter. The three of them reached the 11th level, and the scene changed instantly. In the dusky world, the demonic chi flashed in the boundless space. It was actually the sign of the heavenly demonic tribulation. The primordial tribulation was a test of one's willpower. If one was unable to guard one's heart, one's cultivation would regress and one's cultivation would be crippled. In fact, one could even fall into the demonic path and fall into the abyss forever. Above the Xiantian realm, every step was a tribulation. This was vividly displayed in the Tower of Competition. The demonic chi disturbed one's heart, making it difficult for one to move forward. Among the geniuses of the 100 dynasties, there were some whose minds were not strong enough. In the past, they were lucky enough to escape this calamity. Now that they encountered it again, every step they took was flawless. The people who advanced could no longer be as fast as the first 10 levels. Most of them slowed down. No one dared to be careless when facing the demonic tribulation. Amidst the demonic chi, the red cloak advanced. His calm eyes never wavered. He might have regrets in his life, but he had never regretted it. Far away, the pink-dressed bright monarch of Foshan smiled. His Tao heart was pure and flawless, and the demonic chi didn't taint his body. Bright monarch of Ailin, who was gradually moving away, was the first to step into the Tower of Competition's lower level. She revealed a peerless beauty that surpassed the geniuses of 100 eras. Following that was the purple golden armored man who had previously fought Ningqin. Before he disappeared, he turned his head and looked behind him. A cold smile flashed in his eyes as though he was mocking everyone's stupidity. Before long, young geniuses stepped into the 12th level one after another. However, a small number of people couldn't control their hearts and stopped there forever. Lamentable. Ning Chen sighed softly as he watched the heartless lose themselves in the endless demonic chi. If one couldn't control their hearts, no matter how fast one cultivated, what was the point? Everyone left. Suddenly, sword intent soared into the sky in the silent 11th level, sweeping away the endless demonic chi. In the next moment, the sword intent entered one's body, slaying the demonic chi and calming one's heart. At the end of the sword, the red-cloaked figure who had stepped into the 12th level didn't look back. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Whether they could seize the last chance or not depended on themselves. On the 12th level of the Tower of Competition, a demonic general descended to the mortal world. After tempering one's heart, it was the test of one's martial strength. This was much easier for the geniuses of 100 eras. Before long, they rushed to the next level. On the 13th level, heavenly fire burned the world. Everything was annihilated. Waves of fire soared into the sky and sealed the entire world within a world. Qi Yanxia displayed the ability of a peerless heavenly lady. Amidst the light, she walked through the smoke. The heavenly fire around her dissipated and disappeared. Following that, on the 15th, 17th, and 19th levels, the heavenly lightning tribulation, heavenly light tribulation, and mystic water tribulation appeared one after another. They corresponded to the 5th tribulation realm's major tribulations and forcefully stopped the geniuses of 100 eras. Casualties began to appear, especially on the 19th level's mystic water tribulation. More than 70% of the geniuses had clearly reached their limits and found it difficult to advance. The dense mystic water tribulation was heavier than a mountain. Jian Shui, Er's cultivation, was also at the 5th tribulation realm, facing the mystic water tribulation again. She still found it very difficult. Upon seeing this, Ning Qin took a step forward and condensed a sword with his fingers. Sword beams soared into the sky. The two of them shared the tribulation, increasing their strength. The rumbling shook the world, shocking countless gazes. Outside the Tower of Competition, thousands of miles away, human supremes were watching the commotion in the tower. It was already the 19th level. They wanted to see if a surprising young expert would appear this time. Young master. In Competition City, Ruo, she stood in front of the window of her room. She looked at the divine tower that pierced into the clouds 50 miles away. A faint look of longing flashed across her beautiful eyes. For days had passed. How much longer would it take? On the 19th level, Ning Qin stood up and blocked the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation's might was infinitely approaching in the world inside and outside the tower. Thunder shook the sky, and the mystic rain shocked the gods. Let's go! The mystic water tribulation was endless. They couldn't stay for long. Ning Qin calmed himself down. Sword intent circled around his body, blocking the falling rain. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly rushed to the entrance of the next level with Jian Shui. Yan Hongzhu didn't hesitate and immediately followed. As soon as they stepped into the 20th level of the Tower of Competition, a divine general attacked. The mystic water tribulation was a strange creature that was 100 feet tall and heavy. Its might was astonishing. With a step, the earth trembled. Ning Qin knew that Jian Shui had reached her limit. He didn't hide anymore. Sword intent rose from his body, and he slashed the mystic water divine general. A red light flashed as he moved forward quickly. Yan Hongzhu followed behind. Worry flashed across her eyes. She knew that Shui couldn't move forward anymore. Shui, after entering the 21st level, stay for 10 breaths. Immediately crush your competition pearl and leave the tower. At the entrance of the 21st level, Ning Qin looked at the woman beside him and instructed seriously. Although the ranking of the 100 Empire competition was important, he couldn't let Jian Shui take the risk. After entering the 21st level, it would be the domain of the 3 disaster realm. Shui's cultivation was too low. If he couldn't protect her for a moment, her life would be in danger. All right, I'll wait for you outside the tower. Be careful. Jian Shui knew that if she continued, she would become a burden. This time, she didn't act willfully and obediently nodded. The 3 of them entered the 21st level. In an instant, boundless karmic flames swept over. The first of the 3 disaster tribulations, karmic flames, reappeared in the world. 10 breaths was the shortest time for the competition pearl. Once it was crushed, the result would be decided. The karmic flames burned the sky and boiled the sea, forming the most terrifying scene. Layers of sword intent blocked the surroundings, giving Jian Shui 10 breaths of time. Take care. After 10 breaths of time, Jian Shui glanced at the two of them one last time. Then she clenched her fist and crushed the competition pearl in her hand with a crack. With a flash of white light, Jian Shui's figure gradually dissipated. In an instant, she disappeared. After Jian Shui left, Ning Chen's expression became serious. His sword intent surged around him, shaking away the karmic flames surging from all directions. The 21st level. The true test began now. Hangzhu, stay by my side, Ning Chen said. He looked at the path blocked by the karmic fire. He raised his right hand and sword intent gathered in the sky. In an instant, a blood-red sword light rose. The sword split open the sky, and everything within 100,000 feet of it was silent and annihilated. The power of one sword was shocking. On the same level, the peak geniuses of the younger generation sensed it and became serious. 10,000 swords opened the path, and the karmic flames were difficult to block. Ning Chen no longer hid his strength, and his speed increased. He quickly brought Hangzhu to the entrance of the 22nd level. Someone's reached the 22nd level. The moment the entrance to the next level opened, everyone sensed it. Who could it be? 21 origin, heavenly jades, flew out. Just as they were about to scatter, they were quickly collected by a ray of red light. In the next moment, Hong Yi disappeared and entered the next level. It's him. Not far away, Qi Yanxia saw the eye-catching red light. She narrowed her eyes and did not delay any longer. Her quintessence surged rapidly. She flipped her delicate hand and sent out a palm strike, instantly opening the path ahead. A faint yellow light flashed and entered the next level. Then, 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 silver, followed. Almost at the same time, several other geniuses broke through the karmic flames and quickly entered the next level. On the 22nd level, the world was vast and in a mess. The ground was riddled with holes, and sword marks cut through a 1,000-foot-long gully. However, the 2 figures were already gone. So fast! A strange look flashed in Qi Yanxia's eyes. She stepped forward and turned into a beam of light, quickly chasing after them. At the entrance to the 23rd level, the ground rumbled. The stone door opened, and the origin heavenly jades flew out. Then they were all collected again. Ning Chen, who was using his full strength, was astonishingly fast. 1 level after another, he did not stop. Senior brother, I can't accompany you anymore. Be careful, Qin Yanxia said softly. In front of the entrance to the 24th level, Qin Yanxia, Hangzhu, said softly. The next level was a place where only the experts of the second calamity could enter. If she continued to follow, she would undoubtedly bring a heavy burden to her senior brother. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out. Immediately, a boundless palm energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas attacked the 2 of them. Want to leave? It's too late. Chapter 429. The power of this palm was shocking. It was as vast as a wave, wildly howling through the air. Space violently shook, unable to withstand this sudden attack. The violet gold figure appeared. This sudden attack was the shame of Snow Competition City. He didn't hold back at all. This was the full power palm of a second calamity expert. Only when it approached the 2 of them did they realize that the majority of its power was focused on Ning Chen's red bamboo of regret. Jin Zhaoran was well aware that this palm wouldn't take this red-robed youth's life. But if he wanted to block this attack for someone else, he would have to pay a price. Treacherous and evil, you have no sense of shame. What a waste of the title of heavenly genius. Ning Chen was infuriated. His expression turned cold and he moved, bringing red bamboo of regret to dodge this palm. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to see what had happened. Everyone present was shocked. When he had moved just now, not a single person had been able to clearly see him. Since you like to use martial prowess to suppress others, then there's no need for you to keep this body. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-robed youth vanished and reappeared in front of Jean Jaran. His finger condensed into a sword. Ugh! With a pained groan, Jean Jaran's sea of chi instantly collapsed. Wild, true chi scattered, instantly destroying half of his meridians. This shocking and unbelievable scene caused the hearts of the heavenly geniuses of the 100 dynasties to surge. How was this possible? A second calamity expert had his cultivation crippled in just one move? Jaran! 2 other young men from the second disaster hurried over. When they saw Jean Jaran covered in blood, looks of grief and anger appeared on their faces. One of them suddenly turned to look at the red-robed young man and said in a cold voice, "Sir, don't you think crippling someone's cultivation is going too far?" Excessive? I'm just returning his methods to him. If you think it's excessive, then do as you please, said Ningchen indifferently. After saying that, Ningchen no longer paid attention to these trivial matters. He glanced at Red Bamboo and calmly said, "Let's go to the next level." The stone door opened and 23 origin heavenly jades flew out. Ning Chun waved his hand and collected them. Just as he was about to put them away, a slender hand reached out and snatched them away. Knowing destiny reacted and the 2 attacks collided. With a loud bang, both sides were pushed back half a step. The heavenly jade was shaken. One of them could not bear the aftermath of the battle between the 2 prides. It shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. The pink-robed woman before him had a smile on her face. Her peerless beauty was unlike that of a mortal woman. She was more like a fairy who had descended into the mortal world. She was so beautiful that he dared not look at her directly. The bright king of Ainan, the Lady Buddha of the present age, blocked the advance of the knowing destiny state. "Young master, it's not appropriate for you to take away all the origin, heavenly jades by yourself," the woman softly said with a slight smile. A strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes when he saw the woman before him. A Buddhist disciple? Although this woman was not wearing a Buddhist robe, the aura that was faintly discernible during the battle earlier was clearly the unique saint power of Buddhism. After a brief confrontation, Jean Jaran's 2 companions also stepped forward when they saw an expert making a move. True essence surged around their bodies, and their killing intent was not concealed at all. "It's so lively here, but since they're looking for trouble with the Jadoth Holy Land, let's join in the fun." As he spoke, not far away, 3 young experts walked over. The person in the lead was dressed in a dark golden imperial robe. He had an extraordinary heroic spirit, and his cultivation actually faintly suppressed everyone present. King Xianyang, Ai Hongzhu's expression changed slightly. It was actually him. Xianyang was the younger brother of the Migres imperial lord. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never been defeated. He was deeply valued by the Migres imperial lord. He was a true genius among geniuses. With the appearance of these 3, the situation instantly changed. The bright king of Ainan's smile grew even wider. 1 against 5? Or with her 1 against 6? Senior apprentice brother. Ai Hongzhu's face was filled with worry. No matter how strong her senior apprentice brother was, there was no way he could stop so many heavenly geniuses by himself. "Hongzhu, give me your sword," said Ningchen calmly. His expression didn't change at all. Ai Hongzhu didn't understand, but she still handed over the numbing fang in her hand. Ningchen took the sword and condensed yuan with his fingers. He slowly drew it across the blade, and a blood-red light immediately rose. Thousands of sword intents converged on the sword, and its aura changed. The blood-red sword was surrounded by sword intents that didn't disperse. It was sharp and oppressive. Even from a distance, one could feel the powerful aura of the sword. Take the sword and go up. In 10 breaths, we'll leave the tower. Ning Chen returned the sword and instructed. Soon after, he took a step forward and blocked the front. A cold glint rose in his calm eyes. The faintly discernible killing intent caused the hearts of everyone present to inexplicably sink. Senior, apprentice brother, be careful. Ai Hongzhu knew that she would only be a burden if she stayed, so she didn't hesitate and walked to the next floor. You think you can leave? Next to King Xianyang, an azure-robed man moved. He unsheathed his sword and moved, flying toward Ai Hongzhu. At that moment, Hongyi also moved. 2 fingers formed a sword, and with a clang, the sword was restrained and couldn't move an inch forward. Your speed isn't bad, but unfortunately it's still too weak. With that, King Xuanyang's figure flashed forward. His heavy sword broke through 1,000 caddies, and the black sword fell with the force of a mountain. Ning Chen waved his hand and forced the azure-robed man back. Then he used his fingers to shake the sword. The moment the 2 moves collided, a boundless sword intent surged out. Immediately, a wave of sand rose several feet high. Seeing this, Jin Jiaran's 2 companions unsheathed their even wind and rainmaker swords and attacked together. The other person from the Migrez dynasty waved his hand. The willow blade in his hand turned into a swift blade that chased after souls. 5 geniuses, 5 of the 3 disasters, joined forces to battle the phoenix body. Ning Chen calmed himself down, stepped to the side and condensed his sword. Boundless sword intent rose around him, and his cultivation on the sword instantly erupted. Sword form, sky-severing. The sky-severing sword swung out, and the space within 100 feet shook violently. A huge crack appeared, as if it was going to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. King Xianyang received the sword, and with a bang he retreated a few steps. His blood and qi surged rapidly. Wherever the sword wind passed, the wind and rain retreated at the same time. Sand and dust filled the sky. At the same time, the willow blade streaked across the void, and the extremely fast blade came at him again. The azure-robed man followed with his sword. Blue frost appeared on the sword, and the cold air was oppressive. Ning Chen received the sword and blocked the blade. The sharpness on his finger moved, and the 2 people in front of him were pushed away. As the 2 retreated, King Xianyang went forward again. The heavy sword fell with unparalleled divine might, shattering the space one after another. The azure-robed man moved and dodged the heavy sword. The wind and rain created a cold body, and the sharpness was driving people crazy. Sword form, sky falling. Ning Chen retreated half a step, and with a flip of his palm, he pushed the 2 people away. Then he condensed his yuan with his fingers. The sword intent around him soared into the sky, and the sky-falling sword appeared again. After a moment of silence, the boundless sword tip descended from the sky. The terrifying sword pressure was unstoppable as it cut down everything in its path. Amidst the rumbling and trembling, expanse after expanse of earth collapsed, destroyed by the boundless sword rain. Not bad. King Xuanyang's expression turned serious. He held the sword with both hands and slashed in the opposite direction. With a boom, he met the sky-falling sword head-on. The other 4 people parried the sword in pairs, but when they saw Song Hong flying up, the 4 of them were injured at the same time, and they retreated again and again. It was a shocking battle. The heads were dyed red, and specks of dust were scattered, representing the clear mark of the enemy's defeat. The geniuses who were watching from afar were shocked. Where did this person come from? Why had they never heard of him before? Bei Gongyu and Nan Mingtian watched the battle with rapt attention. They were also amazed by the amazing sword intent. In terms of swordsmanship, there were only a few people in the world who could surpass this person. In front of the 2, Qi Yanxia's eyes flashed with brilliance. This person's attainment in swordsmanship was really shocking. In the battle, seeing that the 5 of them could not gain the upper hand, King Aaron revealed an incomprehensible smile. She took a step forward, and the Buddha's light was extinguished. In an instant, she was in front of the azure-robed man. She slapped out her delicate hand, and her saint power shook the sword edge. With a loud bang, the 2 strong forces collided, and the aftermath was endless. Seeing this, King Xianyang jumped forward and slashed down with his heavy sword, adding 30% of his strength. Quietly, a trace of blood slid down from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. It was the first time he was injured in the battle. The azure-robed man danced, and the sword intent spread out, forcing the 2 of them back. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the Buddha lady in front of him. His eyes gradually turned cold. "Master, if you hand over Tanyu, I will not interfere," King Aaron said with a smile. "What if I say no?" Ning Chen said coldly, "Then I'll offend you." As soon as she finished speaking, the Wisdom King moved, and love tainted the world. The Bodhisattva lamented. No one knew what the Buddhist oddity was thinking, and seeking. The peerless figure attracted a vision, and the Akalanatha appeared in the form of a woman. Ning Chen formed a sword with his fingers and fought the Buddhist oddity head-on. His sword had no thoughts and no desires. It was a pure sword, and its power shook the world. At the moment of the battle, King Xianyang joined the battle at the same time. His heavy sword broke 10,000 pounds, and his sword was on top of the heaven's pride. The wind makes rain, the willow blade, and the 3 famous swords followed and attacked in unison, trapping the azure-robed man. The 6 of them took turns to fight. Ji Ming was full of courage as he controlled his sword radiance. His sword brought out streaks of red. His shocking combat strength shocked everyone present. "Your Highness," Bei Gongyu looked at the woman in front of him and said seriously. Nan Mingtian also looked over, and the first light of golden dawn on his back was ready to be unsheathed. "Wait," Qi Yanxia said, refusing the former's request. She looked at the battle in front of her quietly, waiting for the scene she wanted to see. In the battle had reached its climax. The 6 of them worked together to fight knowing destiny and wave after wave of attacks. The swords and sabers kept colliding, and with the help of the Wisdom King, the stalemate finally changed. With a tearing sound, the azure-robed man was torn apart, and a trace of blood flew out, blooming as the swords clashed. Sword form, breaking the mountain. The breaking the mountain sword forced the 6 people in front of him back. Ning Chen touched the wound on his left arm, and a red light flashed, and the wound closed. Fighting 1 against 6, 5 of the 3 disasters, and the unfathomable Wisdom King of AI ran a half-step, knowing destiny, cultivator, finally showed signs of defeat. "I didn't want to talk about swords, but it's a pity things were unpredictable, and it was always difficult to get what one wanted." Ning Chen sighed, and the next moment his eyes changed gradually, and the killing intent around him surged. After the battle, Wu Ho, who had sealed his sword, picked up his sword hard again. He clenched his right hand, and in the wild purple waves a purple-gold divine sword fell slowly into knowing destiny's hand. "It's here." Qi Yanxia's eyes narrowed, and the scene she wanted to see finally appeared. The divine sword appeared, and knowing destiny held it. In an instant, endless sword pressure spread out, rumbling and shaking the world. Chapter 430. It was a shocking scene. The sword pressure surged endlessly, rolling up hundreds of feet tall waves. Prince Xianyang and the others, who were at the front, felt their qi stagnate as they retreated a few steps. AI ran was shocked. She squinted her eyes, and the jade hairpin in her hair was broken. Her hair was scattered, dancing in the sword wind. She seemed to have offended a powerful cultivator. But this was what made it interesting. In the next moment, the Buddha lady moved forward. Her slender hand shook the sky. Holy chi flowed around her body, and a dazzling sun appeared behind her. The sun shone brightly and supported the Wisdom King's palm. Ning Chun held his sword horizontally and stood still like a mountain. The two attacks collided. Powerful shock waves spread out endlessly. Heaven and earth collapsed. Sword form, sky shattering. The sky-shattering sword appeared again. Its power was completely different from before. Wherever the sword tip passed, the space cracked and spread rapidly until it reached thousands of feet away. Ai caught the sword. Her chi surged, and the corner of her mouth was dyed red. She retreated 3 steps. Seeing this, Prince Xianyang jumped forward and pressed down with his sword. Back off. King of Hell opened his sword, and purple light shone. Ning Chen waved his sword with the same momentum. They faced each other head-on. With a boom, the two swords collided. The ground sank 3 feet and dust rose hundreds of feet. Prince Xianyang flew out. His arm couldn't bear the huge force. Blood flowed down and dyed his sword red. Prince Xianyang retreated. Willow Saber came at him quickly. The saber light was as fast as the wind. Before the afterimage fell, the saber had already arrived. Ning Chen's eyes didn't change. The red light disappeared, and he moved several times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. His sword was faster and went through Prince Xuanyang's body. Prince Xianyang was blown away. His blood spilled on the ground. The shocking battle gradually made people feel fear. Lu Feng, seeing that his fellow cultivator was seriously injured, the man in blue looked serious. He waved his sword, and frost filled the sky. His true essence gathered in one sword. One move was enough to make people pay attention. The sword broke through the sky and reached knowing destiny. The purple divine weapon cut through the sky. In an instant, the sword broke and the frost scattered. Blood gushed out, dyeing the world red. The unbelievable ending shook the hearts of those who were unwilling to accept it. The person in front of them was actually so powerful that they couldn't see any chance of victory. Xianyang and Pingfeng, Maker, Rainmaker, joined forces again. 3 swords, 1 to advance, 2 to defend, fighting knowing destiny stayed together. Senseless battles are truly disgusting. Did all of your swords come out because of this? Ning Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. The Yama's heavenly weapon in his hand changed its momentum. He held the sword with a backhand grip and spun the sword to open the sky. He was an undefeatable opponent. He had far surpassed the limits of the younger generation. In the distance, the geniuses who were watching the battle revealed looks of shock. They did not understand what was going on. Could there really be such a terrifying genius in the world? However, no one knew that the geniuses that everyone envied had never belonged to knowing destiny state. They had been going against the flow all their lives and did not know their own fate. They could only hold the sword in their hands tightly and move forward step by step with no regrets. In more than 10 years, they had gone from a weak young man to an opponent of knowing destiny state. From the world's wisest man, Fan Lingyue, to the world's Buddha, to the world's invincible martial monarch. After that, there was the calamity of the 4 extremes, the everlasting night's attack on Xia, and even the chaos of the gods. Who would show any mercy to the younger generation? The glorious era of the 4 regions gave the geniuses of the younger generation time to grow. However, no one knew that in the distant divine land, knowing destiny state, Mu Qianshang, Xiazi, and the others had been walking on the line of life and death from the very beginning. They had suffered thousands of hardships and difficulties, but they had never regretted or given up. Only Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu, who had experienced countless battles and matured, were able to see the true strength of this red-clothed youth. This was a sword for killing, not a sword for fighting. Fast, accurate, and focused. Each of his moves had no excess. Because of this, there was no flaw. If they wanted to defeat him, there was only one way, and that was to be faster and stronger than him. If they wanted to rely on luck and use strange moves, they would undoubtedly lose even faster. Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu were very clear that King Xuanyang's group of 5 had no chance of winning. Perhaps they had before, but from the moment Ning Chun grasped the sword and picked up the sword heart, there was no longer any chance. Nan Mingtian, can we block his attacks if we join hands? Bei Gongyu looked at the red-clothed figure in front of him. It's very difficult. He's too fast. Unless you and I enter the 3 disasters and use our cultivation to suppress part of his speed, we'll have a chance, said Nan Mingtian calmly. Let's fight after the 3 disasters. Bei Gongyu's battle intent was difficult to conceal. In his life, such an opponent could only be chanced upon by luck. If he couldn't have a true battle with him, that would be too regretful. In front of the entrance to the 24th floor, there was a single person holding a sword. The 5 people in front of him had been defeated miserably. Their blood dyed the red sand, and their broken swords were stabbed into the ground, losing their luster. The situation had changed so quickly that no one was able to recover from their shock. Ever since the red-clothed youth had grasped the sword, the 5 heavenly geniuses no longer had any power to fight back. Just as everyone thought the battle was over, the silent, bright King Ai ran once more moved. Her figure flashed, and she stepped forward alone, no longer joining hands with anyone else. Her slender hand stirred up the wind and clouds. Ning Chin calmed himself and held his sword with both hands. With a bang, he blocked the palm that had reversed the wind and clouds. The terrifying shock waves instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. Buddha Mountain's strongest Buddhist woman in 1,000 years had the appearance of a bright king. Behind her was a Buddhist wheel that illuminated heaven and earth. "Young master, what is your name?" Ai Rant's lips curled into a smile. There was no gratitude or resentment in their gazes. "Ning Chin," said Ning Chin calmly. "Ai Ran will remember it." "Young master, please remember that my name is Ai Ran, Bright King Ai Ran." Ai Rant's true yuan surged, and the Buddhist wheel's brilliance turned from gold to red. The bright king had entered a demonic state, and traces of blood red appeared in her eyes. Buddha and demon in the same body, the most extreme of opposites. Today, the greatest variable of Buddha Mountain had appeared. She displayed her terrifying ability, and her blood-red eyes opened and closed. In an instant, waves roared, and her demonic might soared, covering the sky. With the addition of demonic essence, Ai Rant's figure instantly disappeared. She took a step forward, and her slender fingers were like the sharpest divine weapons. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he raised his sword to block. The moment they clashed, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and a strand of black hair fell. Knowing destiny acted as if he hadn't noticed anything. He changed the direction of his sword and slashed down. There was another violent tremor as the 2 experts exchanged blows. Each move was faster than the last, and each move was stronger than the last. In front of the entrance, the tip of the sword and the 5 fingers continuously clashed. The aftershocks scattered in all directions, shaking the heaven and earth, and causing the ghosts and gods to be miserable. Qi Yanxia watched the battle quietly from afar. Her familiar, beautiful face didn't have any ripples. She was the princess of Tianshu, and she feared no one. The aftershock of the battle on the top spread rapidly. The geniuses of the 100 dynasties retreated again and again, and the shock in their hearts was greater than the total shock in the past 10 years. Demonic 6 dust, lust confuses the sky. Ai Ran formed a seal, and the surrounding demonic essence surged and shook, disturbing the mind. Her slender hands glowed, and her fingerprints blocked the sword. There was a violent tremor, and the sword light and demonic essence flowed wildly. The bright king had turned into a demon, and the Buddha had used demonic techniques. The supreme demonic Might was driving people crazy. Knowing destiny waved his sword, and he didn't dodge or retreat, and faced the demonic techniques head-on. The shocking battle surpassed the limits. The 23rd level shook continuously, and there were signs of collapse. Seeing this, Ningchen frowned slightly. He didn't want to fight for a long time, and he blocked the demonic techniques with his sword. Then he retreated and jumped up. Sword form. Nirvana. The sword of Nirvana reappeared in the world after 10 years. The divine sword waved, and streaks of blood-red sword light appeared in the sky. The next moment, the sword intent surged out, shocking the 9 heavens. The collapse of the heaven and earth spread endlessly, and large areas of the void collapsed. The destructive sword moved horizontally, and everything trembled, and the heaven and earth mourned. Facing the destructive sword, Bright King AI Rant's expression turned serious, and she didn't dare to be careless. The demonic essence around her rose to the extreme, and she used her strongest move. Demonic 6 dust, Brahma ghost annihilation. Mo Yen shook his nirvana. After a short moment of silence, the most terrifying wild waves roared out. The momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly destroyed 100 miles of land. The entire 23rd level collapsed. The sky fell and the earth caved in as though it was the end of the world. In the most extreme collision, Bright King was dyed red in the endless waves of dust, and he was defeated by half a move. It's over. Killing intent surged around Ningchen, and his eyes were emotionless. His sword was even more emotionless. When he used his sword, it was destined that today's battle wouldn't be easy. Sword form. Heavenly fall. Knowing destiny waved his sword, and the sword intent appeared again. Before he used his move, the strong sword pressure swept down, making people feel the aura of death. At this moment, Qi Yanxia, who had been watching the battle quietly, finally moved. Her beautiful figure flashed, and she instantly appeared in the sky. The moment the sword fell, she raised her hand to catch it. The surging sword intent spread endlessly. With a rip, the cloth on Qi Yanxia's left arm was torn, and a trace of blood appeared silently. Lord Ning, this world can't bear it anymore. How about we end this battle here? Qi Yanxia said calmly. Although the familiar face in front of him wasn't the girl he knew best, it still made the coldness in Ning Chen's eyes dissipate. He waved his hand, and the purple light disappeared, and the Yama sword disappeared. Thank you, Lord, Qi Yanxia said softly. Brother Ning, there's not much time left. Let's go up together. Bei Gongyu's figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky. He glanced at the heaven and earth that was about to completely collapse. On the ground, Nan Mingtian also walked over with his sword on his back, waiting for the 3 to go together. Not far away, the bloody light in King Aaron's eyes dissipated, and the demonic image disappeared. She returned to her Wisdom King body. Losing by half a move made her smile even wider. Perhaps she really had to seriously evaluate this young man's value. On the path of enlightenment, Buddha and demon clashed. She had to give up one of them. She hadn't decided whether to give up Buddha or demon. Perhaps one day she would need to use this person's sword to cut off the image of Buddha and demon. Lord Ning, please remember my name. Perhaps we'll meet again in the near future. As she spoke, King Aaron crushed the competition pearl in her hand. Then her pink figure slowly faded, and in a flash she disappeared. Looking at her disappearing figure, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Aaron Mingwang, just who is this woman? Chapter 431. Thousands of miles away, the sovereigns of heaven and earth were quietly watching the competition to see if any surprising geniuses would appear. The 24th floor. The 24th floor of the competition tower lit up with a strange light, which meant that someone had stepped onto it. The sovereigns of heaven and earth were not surprised. There were many young experts in this generation, so it was not surprising that someone had stepped onto the 24th floor. Stepping onto it and passing it were two different things. The competition pearl would record anyone who could last 10 breaths on the 24th floor. What they really cared about was how many people would be able to step onto the next floor. Since ancient times, most of the competitions would stop at the 24th and 25th floors. They hoped that someone would be able to pass through this hurdle this time. Within the competition tower, the scenery changed and everything changed. The world was full of vitality. Birds and beasts chirped. It was like a paradise. The geniuses appeared, and everyone was on guard. Those who could reach the 24th floor were basically all in the second disaster realm. Even in this glorious world, they could be considered geniuses among geniuses. Nan Mingtian, Bei Gongyu, your cultivations have not reached the 3 disasters. There is no need to force your way through. Leave after 10 breaths, Qi Yanxia said calmly. Yes. Nan Mingtian nodded. The princess' words were true. They might be able to hold on for another floor, but it would not be worth it if they damaged their foundations. Bei Gongyu glanced at the red-clothed young man not far away, and an unconcealable desire to battle flashed through his eyes. He really wanted to fight him right now, but unfortunately he was still unable to achieve the same level of control as the red-clothed young man. Although he could still fight above his cultivation level, it was very likely that it would bring him quite a bit of backlash. Roar! A shocking roar resounded through the sky. 9 heavens changed, and 4 totems appeared. The desolate era sacred beasts that had disappeared for a long time reappeared. The dragon, tiger, tortoise, and sparrow, the 4 top divine beasts, walked out of the totems. The 4 symbols divine seal, heaven and earth tribulation. They're here. Seriousness flashed through Qi Yanxia's eyes. Although she had passed through the 4 symbols divine seal once, she still did not want to face it a second time. The azure dragon roars to the sky, the white tiger rides the wind, the black tortoise shakes the earth, and the vermilion bird strikes the sky. The 4 symbols divine seal trapped all the geniuses on the 24th floor. When the 4 symbols appeared, everyone's expressions turned serious. No one dared to be careless in the face of a great calamity. The azure dragon inhaled and exhaled, and the dragon's breath pressed down. The powerful aura was vast and mighty, and the wind howled furiously and the mist shook the sky. The 5 prodigies below joined forces to receive the attack. With a bang, blood splattered everywhere, and they were forced back several steps. When they first exchanged blows, there were already signs of defeat. Everyone suffered the same fate, and the power of the 4 symbols was even greater than before, leaving everyone shocked. How could this be? The geniuses were shocked. The power of the 4 divine beasts was much stronger than when they were undergoing their tribulations. Brother Ning, let's part for now. In the future, when the Northern Palace ascends to the 3 disasters, we will continue the unfinished battle. Before he disappeared, Bei Gongyu looked at the red-clothed young man not far away and said seriously, "We'll be waiting." Ning Qin replied calmly. In the next moment, Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu disappeared. Almost at the same time, several other figures disappeared and left the tower. The black tortoise sacred beast raised its head and roared furiously. Its 2 front legs, which were like pillars, stomped the ground, shaking the mountains and cracking the earth. The scene of the end of the world was shocking. The vermilion bird screeched, and divine flames burned the plains. The destruction of the world appeared. The most terrifying calamity was unbelievably powerful. The white tiger swept past, and its claws glowed with light. The power of metal was unparalleled and unstoppable. A prodigy couldn't dodge in time, and his sword was broken. His arm was sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. In a dozen breaths' time, there weren't many people left in the competition tower. After witnessing the power of the 4 symbols God-sealing tribulation, The prodigies of the 100 Dynasties made a prompt decision and chose to leave without hesitation. Although the ranking of the competition tower was important, their lives were more important. The pressure of the 4 symbols' God-sealing tribulation became heavier and heavier. There were very few people left. As far as the eye could see, the area within 100 miles was empty. 10,000 miles away from the competition tower, a strange look flashed across the eyes of the heaven and earth supremes. What's going on? Why did they all come out? Although this tribulation was difficult, these people who had reached this step were all extraordinary. They shouldn't be so weak. Inside the competition tower, the 4 symbols sealed the sky. The road ahead was blocked, and the 3 calamities stopped. It was difficult for the prodigies to move forward, knowing destiny had sinned and killed millions of people. When he raised his sword again, he couldn't suppress his killing intent. The competition tower couldn't tolerate it, and the strongest calamity descended to punish the sinners. The red dress was extremely fast. Many shadows flashed past, avoiding the sharp edge of the great trial. Unknowingly, most of the attention of the azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird had shifted to knowing destiny. The dragon's breath, sharp metal, and divine fire were everywhere. On the other side, Qi Yanxia was facing the Xuanwu sacred beast alone. With a flip of her hand, the supreme martial art of the Emperor's celestial scripture appeared. The rumbling shook the heavens and the earth. The sacred beast's power was extraordinary. The calamity derived from the great path already had some of the power of a real, desolate, ancient sacred beast. It shook the wind and clouds and frightened gods and ghosts. Qi Yanxia was dressed in light yellow. She waved her hand, and purple gas was vast and mighty. She faced the Xuanwu sacred beast head-on. Wave after wave of dust spread out, destroying everything in her path. Eastern purple glow. Seeing the extraordinary power of the Xuanwu sacred beast, Qi Yanxia activated her vital energy. Her clothes fluttered, and purple gas surged out, illuminating the 9 heavens. The Xuanwu sacred beast roared angrily. Its snake head opened, and black light spread out. The 2 attacks collided, and there was a loud bang. Between the 2, the ground cracked, reaching dozens of miles away. The sacred beast formed by the calamity flickered for a while, but in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal without any change. Qi Yanxia squinted her eyes. It was really resistant, although the Xuanwu sacred beast's attack was average. Its defense lived up to its reputation. Just when the battle was in a stalemate, the azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird in the distance completely shifted all their attention to red. Red light flashed, and the phoenix reappeared quickly, avoiding the joint attack of the 3 sacred beasts. It was said that when the world was first created, everything was born. The phoenix was the leader of the birds, and the Kylin was the leader of the beasts. Later, the phoenix and Kylin disappeared, and the 4 symbols appeared, guarding the 4 directions of the world. Because the phoenix and the vermilion bird looked alike, there was also a legend that the vermilion bird was the phoenix that had disappeared. However, each legend had its own version, and no one could verify it. Today, the phoenix and the 4 symbols met, and the vermilion bird fought, knowing destiny, proving the legend of the ancient times. Divine fire burned the plains, and the indescribable scene of burning the world turned everything in the path of the vermilion bird into a sea of fire. However, the phoenix fire around red suddenly rose, and the vermilion bird's divine fire could not get close. It was blocked out instantly. Looking back again, the phoenix appeared quickly, and its red dress flickered. In an instant, it was in front of the vermilion bird, and its sword finger swept out, sealing its soul. The sword radiance was so fast that it was shocking. The vermilion bird could not avoid it, and the sword intent went through. It cried sadly and gradually dispersed. When the vermilion bird disappeared, the connection between the 4 sacred beasts made the other 3 sacred beasts roar in grief. The azure dragon and white tiger joined forces again to kill the sinful human. You are not the real four sacred beasts, so you can't hurt me. Disperse." Knowing Destiny waved his hand, and a divine weapon appeared. He held the sword in one hand and slashed. Suddenly, a horrifying sword radiance broke through the air, and 1,000-foot storm tore the world apart. With a loud bang, the azure dragon and the white tiger both dispersed and disappeared from the world with a roar of unwillingness. The 3 sacred beasts disappeared, leaving only the black tortoise that Qi Yanxia had suppressed but could not kill. Ning Chen looked away and observed for a moment. He waved his hand, and a drop of the black tortoise's blood flew out and fell on the Yama sword. The next moment, red disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was in front of the black tortoise. The divine sword penetrated its body, and the black tortoise trembled. The blood dispersed, and it quickly absorbed the memories and origin of the black tortoise. In a flash, the blood condensed again and fell into Knowing Destiny's hands. "Thank you," Qi Yanxia said softly with a strange look in her eyes. "You're welcome. We're just taking what we need," Ning Chen said calmly. "Mr. Ning, have you always been so unapproachable?" Qi Yanxia said calmly. Her tone did not change, as if she was talking about a normal fact. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he said, "I'm sorry. You don't owe me anything. You don't have to say these words. I just want to say that we did not owe each other anything in the past. If we can be friends, it's better than being enemies," Qi Yanxia said calmly. "You're really different from her." A complicated look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Then he sighed softly, put away his sword, turned around, and walked to the next floor. The military advisor of Beimeng, who had once been the champion of civil and military affairs, looked down on everyone in the world. Perhaps he had never had a friend in his life, and he would never say these 2 words to anyone. It was not arrogance, but because it was lonely at the top. Did he count? He did not know. Looking at the figure of the former leaving, Qi Yanxia narrowed her eyes slightly. Just now, the scene in front of her was exactly the same as when they first met. But who was that Qi? Brother. In the midst of the devastation, a delicate girl coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at a young man in coarse clothes who was also seriously injured, not far away, she staggered forward and supported the latter. "Xian, this competition pearl is for you. Go out of the tower." The young man took out his competition pearl and forced it to his younger sister. The corners of his mouth curled up with a tired and gentle smile. Just now he saw that Xian-Er's competition pearl was destroyed by the white tiger divine beast. Fortunately, his competition pearl was still there. "Brother, what about you?" Tears appeared in Ling Xian'er's eyes. "Ah, of course I'm going to continue challenging the tower. As long as I can break the record, I can leave." Ling 19 forced a smile. "Then Xian-Er will accompany brother in challenging the tower." Ling Xian'er glanced at her brother's right arm that had disappeared from his shoulder. She wiped away the tears in her eyes and smiled through her tears. She knew that her brother was just comforting her. But since they were going to die, then the 2 of them would die together. That way, they wouldn't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The cruel competition and the rare warmth caused Ning Chen to stop and look at the 2 people not far away. With a wave of his hand, he threw his competing edge bead over. "You only have 1 life. Cherish it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He strode forward, heading to the next floor of the Tower of Competition. Ling 19 looked at the competition pearl that had flown into his hand. A moment later, he came back to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that the red-robed figure in front of him had already disappeared. Chapter 432. Outside the tower, the sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Most people had come out and were standing outside the tower, waiting for the final result. Inside the inn, the shopkeeper was fiddling with the abacus, calculating the accounts. After a long time, the abacus shook and the calculation beads returned to their places. "Little girl, I'm going to the tower to watch the fun. Do you want to come? The shopkeeper looked at the bored and dazed Ruoshi and asked, Yes. Ruoshi came back to her senses, and a touch of joy appeared on her face. Carriage fee, 50 taels of silver. The shopkeeper casually plucked out a calculation bead. Ruoshi softly nodded and took out another silver ingot. It was really dark. In these 7 days, she had almost spent all her savings. The shopkeeper put away the silver and called the waiter to prepare the carriage. Then, he locked the cabinet where the silver was stored. One lock wasn't enough, so he added another. Shopkeeper, are you really a half-step perfection expert? Ruoshi looked at the shopkeeper with disbelief. Did the young master see wrongly? How could a half-step supremacy be so stingy, black-hearted, and suspicious? What's wrong with being an expert? Don't experts need to earn money to support their families? The shopkeeper locked the cabinet and got up. Then he looked at the waiter outside and said, Let's go. It's a bit far. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to make it before dark. Ruoshi nodded and no longer said anything. She quietly followed behind. Floor after floor of the tower lit up. In the towering tower, someone had already reached the 25th floor. As night fell, a carriage came from the distance. Ruoshi got off the carriage in front of the tower, and her beautiful eyes searched the crowd. There's no need to look. He's not here. He shouldn't have come out yet. The shopkeeper walked forward and calmly said, At this time, the 26th floor of the tower also lit up. The geniuses in front of the tower were surprised. Someone had actually reached the 26th floor. In the distance, the Supreme's expressions also became dignified. 26th floor. This generation's youngsters weren't bad. The strongest person in ancient times had once reached the 27th floor and stayed there for nearly an hour. It wasn't until he was about to reach the 28th floor that he was sent out. It was a pleasant surprise that someone in this generation could reach the 26th floor. Under the silent night, everyone was looking forward to it. They knew that the final result would be out soon. Senior brother. In front of the pagoda, a worried look flashed across Yan Hongju's eyes. She and Shui had come out too early. If the Jadoth Holy Land wanted to get into the top 3, the pressure on her senior brother could be imagined. Someone reached the 27th floor. Just as everyone was waiting, the 27th floor of the Tower of Competition suddenly lit up. Instantly, everyone was shocked and could no longer remain silent. At this moment, the faces of the utmost exalted who were tens of thousands of miles away also revealed strange looks. One of them waved his hand and tore open the void, entering it. This time around, it was his turn to be in charge of the 100 Empire competition. Initially, he didn't want to show himself. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to do so. Brother, will he be all right? The red-clothed young man had given them the sharpshooter pearl. If something happened to him because of this, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. I won't. Ling 19 spoke solemnly. That person was so strong, he would definitely be able to survive. The 27th floor lit up. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 15 breaths later, the light in the void disappeared and a beautiful woman in light yellow clothes was sent out. The corner of her mouth was dyed red. She was clearly injured. It's the princess of Tianshu, Qi Yanxia. Among the crowd, someone recognized the beautiful woman in the sky and said in surprise, Emperor Qi was already a half-step utmost exalted cultivator who was infinitely close to the peak of the half-step utmost exalted realm. Now his daughter was as talented as Emperor Qi. Didn't that mean that there would be 2 utmost exalted realm cultivators in the future? What an incredible girl. The shopkeeper smacked his lips and said, Were the young people nowadays so scary? It made him, an old man, blush with shame. In the central heavenly court of Tianshu dynasty, Emperor Qi was standing in the middle of a palace, looking into the distance. He was smiling happily. His daughter didn't disappoint him. Eh, the light hasn't disappeared yet. There's still someone on the top. After a brief moment of shock, everyone suddenly noticed that the tower of competition that should have dimmed down was actually still shining with a strange light, and it was extremely dazzling as it reflected the bright moon of the 9 heavens in the night sky. Brother Ning didn't come out with him? Asked Bei Gongyu, looking at the woman in front of him. It's not that he didn't come out, but that he couldn't. Qi Yanxia looked back at the 27th floor of the tower with a dignified expression. He had given the competition, Pearl, to someone else. Was it on impulse? Or was it because he had absolute confidence that he could reach the 28th floor and break the record? Young master. Seeing that her young master hadn't come out yet, Ruoxi's eyes flashed with worry. She had heard that the 27th floor of the Tower of Competition was a forbidden area that even the peak of the second calamity couldn't pass. Only those who had reached the third calamity could pass it. Don't worry. Your young master isn't ordinary. He'll be fine even if something happens to him, said the shopkeeper indifferently. On the 27th floor of the Tower of Competition, the woman in red walked alone. All the creatures under her sword had been annihilated. Her broken hairband was nowhere to be found. Her long black hair danced in the wind like a devil. Who could it be? Seeing that there were 2 geniuses who could reach the 27th floor of the Tower of Competition in the same generation, the headmasters and sacred leaders of the various sects looked in the direction of the Tower of Competition with strange expressions. This kind of young cultivator undoubtedly had the potential to reach the utmost exalted realm. They should try their best to win him over. Send someone to the Tianshu dynasty to deliver a great gift. Also, when the person on the tower comes out, immediately send someone to win him over. Yes, at the same time, countless great sects made the same decision. The difference between a great sect having an utmost exalt and not having one was like heaven and earth. Existences of this level were too rare. If they could win him over before he fully matured, it would naturally be the best result. At the entrance of the 20th floor, the stone door rumbled open. 27 origin, heavenly jades flew out. Hong waved her hand and collected them, then stepped into the next floor. The 20th floor? How can he be so fast? Thousands of miles away, the Supremes floating in the void opened their eyes. They were filled with disbelief. It had only been 2 hours, but he had already passed the 27th floor. How was this possible? With a crack, another supremacy tore open space and stepped in. In front of the Tower of Competition, the shopkeeper narrowed his eyes. This kid was truly abnormal. A 5th calamity, cultivator, had entered the 20th floor. It seemed there would be a huge earthquake in Nanling. "Little girl, is your young master married?" asked the shopkeeper. "No," Ruoxi replied. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. She tilted her head and asked, "Shopkeeper, why are you asking this?" "Nothing, I have a granddaughter. She seems to be quite suitable for him." The shopkeeper replied casually. She really didn't know how to answer. Back then, even the eldest grandson couldn't make her young master bow his head. If there was really someone who could persuade her young master to get married, she wouldn't have any objections. Still not coming out? Qi Yanxia hid the shock in her eyes and whispered, "Nanming, what is the ranking of the Yuheng holy ground now?" Bei Gongyu asked. 4th, except for the princess. Everyone else was sent out before the 25th floor. You and I came out from the 24th floor, and the princess reached the 27th floor. She is currently ranked first. However, there are 2 great sects in second place. One is Myriad World Mountain, and the other is unknown. It should be an ancient martial arts family at the end of the 100 dynasties. Nan Ming replied, "Qilianling family, a famous swordsman from 1,000 years ago." Later on, they declined. Qi Yanxia said calmly. She looked at the siblings in front of her. It looked like the Ling family was going to rise again. Although the two of them were lucky enough to survive with Ning Chen's competitive edge pearl and barely lasted for 10 breaths on the 25th level, sometimes luck was also a part of one's strength. Could it be that Brother Ning wants to help the Yuheng Holy Ground get a place in the top 3? Bei Gongyu's eyes flashed. It seems so now. Nan Mingtian nodded. The girl named Jian, Shui heir from the Yuheng Holy Ground, came out from the 21st floor. This hole was not small. It would be very difficult to make up for it. The 29th floor. Suddenly, among the crowd, there was an exclamation. The 29th floor of the competition tower, which towered into the clouds, was lit up. In an instant, the world was shocked. In the silent wilderness, a man in black clothes and a black hat walked over. He was the first swordsman of the sect of life extermination, a top cultivator who even the headmasters of the various sects were afraid of. Tonight, for Mei Yingshue's life, he also stepped on the road to the north. Although he didn't care about Mei Yingshue's life or death, a life had a price. The murderer had to pay a price that satisfied him. The price of a life was naturally paid with a life. That was only fair. On the 29th floor of the competition tower, in the white fog, Hong Yi came with a sword. After walking up the stairs, she stopped and looked at the stone door in front of her. A flash of light appeared in her eyes. To go or not to go? After a short pause, Hong Yi no longer hesitated. She flipped her palm and opened the stone door. In the next moment, the last door of the Three Disasters realm opened with a rumble, shocking the world. At that moment, the Supremes of the Southern Tomb finally couldn't sit still anymore. They tore open the space and immediately rushed towards the competition tower. No matter how long this young man could last on the 30th floor, when the door opened, it was no longer important. Unbelievable. In front of the competition tower, the shopkeeper sighed softly. What a shocking young man. In the imperial palace of Tianshu, in the central heavenly court, Emperor Qi walked out and disappeared. Buddha is merciful. In an ancient city 1,000 miles away, a Buddha in a white robe appeared. Looking at the competition tower in the distance, his merciful Buddha's eyes were filled with emotion. The Tao was declining and the devil was growing. If this young man continued to grow, no one in the human world would be able to control him. Under the moonlight, the Buddha walked towards the north step by step. His white hair danced in the wind. His ordinary and peaceful face didn't have the slightest bit of selfishness. The most benevolent Buddha couldn't bear to see another killing in the human world. For the first time in 100 years, he left the ancient city. Knowing destiny's greatest danger, the Supremes of a human world came personally to kill. Step by step, they gradually disappeared into the moonlight. Chapter 433. The 30th floor of the Tower of Excellence represented the final floor of the Three Disasters. Red clothes slowly walked over, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her killing intent surging. At the same time, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Red light gathered and thunder filled the sky. A red figure walked out. It had the same face and the same sword. In an instant, the killing situation began. With a clang, the two swords clashed. Was it fast? It was so fast that the eyes couldn't see it. It was so fast that death was imminent. In the world of competition, the final guardian of the Three Disasters wasn't the heavenly punishment or the demonic calamity, but the test of oneself. The clanging of the swords became faster and faster. One was fast, and the other was even faster. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Only the winner could reach the peak. Sword style heavenly fall. Sword style heavenly fall. The same sword style fell from the 9 heavens like rain. The earth shook as if it was suffering from a heavenly calamity. Within 10 miles, everything collapsed. There was no place left intact. After the rain of swords, the two swords clashed again. 2 pairs of cold eyes passed by each other. Black hair fluttered. Before they landed, the swords turned around and clashed again. The opponent was like a mirror. There was no weakness. Her sword was swift and fierce, without the slightest hesitation. The strongest test was to prove one's knowing destiny heart. Sword style mountain breaking. The mountain breaking sword could destroy the heavens and the earth. Its power was heavy like a mountain. The mirror image wielded her sword at the same time. One sword broke the mountain. The extreme collision caused the earth around the two to rise and collapse. The terrifying shock waves were maddening. It was an unimaginable battle. The two swords clashed continuously. Purple light and blood light illuminated the 9 heavens and the moon. The swordsman's heart never wavered. Outside the tower of competition, everyone waited quietly. 2 hours for hours. No one knew how long they had waited. But no one had walked out of the dazzling 30th floor. The 31st floor, which symbolized half a supremacy, had also not opened. Why is it taking so long? From night to morning, from morning to noon. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Inside the Tower of Excellence, the two of them had fought fiercely for an entire night, but there was still no clear winner. The tireless mirror image seemed to have an inexhaustible energy. On the other side, knowing Destiny's Phoenix origin was activated. Every bit of energy was controlled perfectly. Similarly, the Phoenix origin was inexhaustible and showed no signs of fatigue. The two figures were unbelievably powerful, surpassing the limits of their realms. Move after move, sword after sword, sword after sword. Before one move was made, the other sword arrived. The annihilation-killing light flickered continuously. Sword style! The two leaped up and raised their swords again. Nirvana was about to come out. Suddenly, at this moment, knowing Destiny's figure disappeared. In one step, he appeared in front of the mirror image. His sword passed through the mirror image, but he didn't move. The next moment, the sword returned. Knowing Destiny held the sword, glanced at the figure in front of him, and turned to leave. With a bang, the mirror image scattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. It was as red as a star, blooming magnificently in the final moments of its life. If one had never died, how could there be nirvana? If one only studied the sword, they would never be able to comprehend the sword above the sword. In front of the entrance of the 31st floor, Red pushed open the door and waved her hand to collect the jade. This time, she didn't go up again. Instead, she turned around and left. The instant light of the 31st floor disappeared. The 4 regions felt the same. The Supremes were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Impossible. In front of the Tower of Competition, Red walked out. Looking at the shocked Red Bamboo and the others, she calmly said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." Young master. Ruah, she wasn't interested in the result of the competition. She bid farewell to the shopkeeper and immediately walked up the mountain. At this moment, a figure in black clothes and a black hat came from afar. After 2 steps, he was in front of everyone's vision. "You came out? It seems that I came at the right time." The black sword was unsheathed. Without any warning, it took a life and instantly arrived in front of knowing Destiny. Ning Chen's eyes were cold. He put 2 fingers on the sword. An endless sword intent surged as he forcibly received the sword. With a loud bang, the clothes of the 2 of them fluttered wildly in the wind. Everyone present could feel the boundless killing intent from the swords of the 2 of them as they fought without a clear victor. The first swordsman of the Gate of Extermination, Yishidu Qianxia's eyes flashed with surprise. This is troublesome. This person is a powerhouse that even Father doesn't want to provoke easily. Although his cultivation is only at the early stage of the 3rd disaster, he has killed people at the peak of the 3rd disaster. Assassins are different from ordinary martial arts powerhouses. They don't like to fight head-on. Compared to the title of the first swordsman, Fengdu's death god might be more suitable for this person. Stop. At the moment when the battle was about to start, the world suddenly shook. The wind and clouds gathered, and 4 floating phantoms appeared. Their powerful aura shocked everyone present. Human supremes. Oh, Yi Shidu's mouth curved slightly. He waved his hand and put away his sword. Immediately his body moved and quickly retreated. 10 days later, Yi Shidu will wait for you on Luofu Peak. If you don't come, Red Wu Lei will leave a corpse. The disappearing figure in black stayed at the end. Fengdu demanded lives, and no one could escape. The sound reverberated in Ning Chen's ears, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. In this case, this battle was inevitable. Buddha is merciful. The four supremes arrived together, but before they could speak, a peaceful Buddhist chant sounded in the distance. At the end of the line of sight, a white-haired Buddha in a white robe walked over. His face was gentle, and he held a Bodhi bead in his hand. Every step he took was steady, and he looked like the most ordinary monk. Bodhi Supreme. When the four saw the figure that appeared, their expressions sank. How could it be him? When Bodhi Supreme appeared, Buddha light appeared between heaven and earth, dispelling the heavy pressure between heaven and earth. Everyone's hearts were slightly relieved. Hongzhu, Shui, you and Ruoshi go back to Yuheng first. Ningchen saw the Buddha coming and said with a solemn expression, Master, Ruoshi said with a worried face. Don't worry, it's okay. Ningchen comforted, and then looked at Hongzhu beside him and said seriously, Hurry up, I won't be able to take care of you later. Senior brother, you must be careful. Hongzhu suppressed the worry in her heart. She understood that they were only a burden here, so she didn't stay any longer. She took Ruoshi and quickly left. Come back alive, Jian Shui, said, and quickly followed after him. Sinners, please. Bodhi's heart was kind. In the face of great evil, he still gave the greatest respect. The prayer beads danced in the wind. The one that symbolized knowing destiny had completely turned black, and there wasn't much left. Bodhi Supreme, are you trying to intervene in the competition? The human sovereign in charge of this year's 100 Empire competition walked out and looked at the Buddha in front of him and said in a deep voice, The great evil of the world cannot be tolerated. My Buddha is merciful and cuts off karma to stop sin. Bodhi twirled his fingers, and the sky shone. In an instant, the aurora of Buddha light spread endlessly, turning the surrounding 10 miles into an extremely pure land. The white hair of the Buddha fluttered in the wind. His calm face didn't carry any killing intent, but he gave off the heaviest pressure. At this moment, he surpassed the four sovereigns in the void. The four supremes' expressions darkened as they quickly weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. Although they didn't know why this kid had offended the Supreme Bodhi, it wasn't hard to make a choice between a young man with the potential to become a supreme and a true peak supreme. The space swirled, and the four sovereigns gradually faded away, no longer caring about this matter. After the four sovereigns left, two figures confronted each other in the center of the aurora of Buddha light. One had black hair and red, and the other had white hair and white. The sinner, knowing destiny, and the kind Bodhi Supreme. The two who were destined to be incompatible finally faced each other head-on. In the battle against the King of Hell, knowing destiny and Fan Lingyue destroyed the lives of millions of people in the divine continent with a single thought. Their sins were unforgivable. Sins would always be sins, and they wouldn't change for any reason. Ning Chan was clear in his heart, so he never refuted. However, it wasn't enough to take his life now. With a clench of his hand, the King of Hell's divine weapon fell from the void and entered knowing destiny's hand. Suddenly, the endless karma turned into raging waves and surged. Looking at the killing karma around the young man in front of him that turned into a substance, Bodhi Supreme sighed softly and didn't say anything more. He twirled the prayer beads around his finger and used the Buddha art. Prajna eradicates sin, bury 10,000 demons. The move bury demon bloomed with extreme holy light in the hands of the Buddha. The moment the move was executed, his red clothes moved, and a sword arrived in an instant. It was unbelievably fast. With a clang, The sword light collided with the holy light. Before the move was executed, the power of the backlash was as heavy as the 9 heavens. Knowing Destiny's mouth was dyed red and he turned back, a sword to block the move, but it brought a great burden to the phoenix body. The power of a sovereign was unpredictable. Sword-style sky fall. The 9 heavens sword fell, slaying Buddha and destroying gods. Terrifying sword chi fell from the sky, and the wind and clouds gathered, increasing the sword momentum. Amitabha. With a Buddhist chant, the prayer beads in Bodhi's hand bloomed with holy light, rising and crossing the sky. At the same time, the falling sword fell and collided with the prayer beads. Suddenly, the void distorted rapidly and cracks appeared. Extraordinary sword, what a pity! The prayer beads fell and returned to Bodhi's hand. The sovereign slowly closed his eyes, and the move sin slash was executed. Boundless pressure swept out, filling the entire Aurora Buddha world. Bodhi's thought, forgive sin slash. A familiar move bloomed in the Aurora Buddha world. An extreme power of sin slash spread out, swearing to kill all evil in the world. When the Buddha's light arrived, knowing Destiny's eyes flashed with coldness. He turned his divine weapon and placed it on his left hand. Immediately, endless phoenix vitality rose around him, and the red phoenix fire broke through the 9 heavens. He was going to fight at all costs. Suddenly, a majestic purple chi came from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, the figure of an emperor appeared in front of him. He put his palms together and used the ultimate move, splitting the sky. Imperial Celestial Scripture. Purple clouds illuminate the east. The purple clouds shook the Buddha's light, and the 2 extremes collided with a deafening explosion. The Buddha world suffered a calamity, and the sky collapsed. The terrifying aftermath destroyed the Aurora Buddha world in an instant, creating a flat road. Retreat. The sovereign was invincible. After leaving the central celestial court, Emperor Qi did not want to face such an existence. He took the young man behind him and quickly retreated. Seeing the sinner escape again, Bodhi frowned in the surging aftermath. He looked at the prayer beads in his hand, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. This person's fate was not right. The first time was an accident, but the second time was somewhat abnormal. He did not expect this evil to be so difficult to kill. In the distance, the shopkeeper clapped his hands and turned to leave. Fortunately, he did not need to intervene. Fighting a sovereign was quite a difficult business, and he was very worried about whether the young man could afford the money. But then again, why did Yi Jingdu come here? Chapter 434. In the central palace of the Tianshu Imperial Palace, a red-robed man was recuperating with his eyes closed in a misty hall. Emperor Qi and Qi Yanxia were standing in front of him, waiting for him to wake up. Yanxia, have you made up your mind? Emperor Qi looked at the red-robed young man in front of him and asked, Yes. Qi Yanxia nodded without hesitation. I ascended the throne at the age of 21 and became the emperor of the Tianshu dynasty at the most dangerous time. I have been the emperor for 50 years and reached the half-step to the complete realm. Among all the half-step supremes, I seem to be the most likely one to reach the complete realm. However, only I know that I don't have the chance. Back then, in order to improve my cultivation as quickly as possible and free the Tianshu dynasty from being restricted everywhere, I overdrew my potential. Since then, the door to the complete realm has been closed. Emperor Qi looked at his daughter and said seriously, Yanxia, you are different from me. You have been practicing the Emperor's celestial scripture since you were a child, and your foundation is solid. Plus, your talent is not inferior to anyone. You will reach the supremacy realm one day. However, you will have to go through tribulations, heavenly tribulations, demonic tribulations, emotional tribulations, and all living beings' tribulations. Among them, the emotional tribulations and demonic tribulations are the most difficult. If you choose to go through the emotional tribulations, You will have to fall in love first, and then cut off your feelings. Love is not something that can be changed by willpower. Since I have made up my mind, I won't regret it, Qi Yanxia replied. Emperor Qi nodded and looked at the young man in front of him again. He said, "This man's talent is not outstanding. I don't know why he has such terrifying combat strength at such a young age. However, his heart is as firm as stone. Although he is not a fickle person, he is a stingy person. To be honest, he is not the right person to go through the emotional tribulations. Father, do you think there is anyone else in this world who is qualified to make me fall in love?" Qi Yanxia asked calmly. Emperor Qi sighed. She was right. For Yanxia, except for the young man in front of her, all the geniuses of the 100 dynasties had been defeated. There are 3 more days before the battle between this man and Yi Xiandu of the life extermination sect of Yu Luo. The result of this battle is unpredictable. If this man can survive, I will not interfere with your decision, Emperor Qi said slowly. Thank you, father, Qi Yanxia said seriously. Hong Yi opened her eyes in the middle of the floating mist at the center of the hall. A blazing blood-red light flashed through her eyes before gradually vanishing. Seeing this, Qi Yanxia walked up and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine now." Ningchen stood up and responded. Soon after, he walked up to Emperor Qi and bowed politely. "I have yet to thank Emperor Qi for your help. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy for me to escape." "It's nothing. Let's not talk about this for now. There are only 3 days left before the battle between you and Yi Shidu. Are you confident?" Emperor Qi asked seriously. "This person is different. There's only a 50-50 chance of victory. Before we truly fight, I don't know what the result will be," said Ningchen calmly. Yu Luo's reputation as the #1 swordsman of the life extermination sect wasn't just for show. Hearing this, Emperor Qi's lips curled into a smile. If he didn't know Yi Fuqian's age, he would have thought that Yi Fuqian was just being modest. However, after knowing Yi Fuqian's age, Yi Fuqian didn't know what to think. He had only cultivated for a dozen years, yet he possessed the strength to contend with the #1 swordsman of the Luo life extermination sect. It was truly inconceivable. After all, Yi Shi had been the #1 swordsman of the Luo life extermination sect for much longer than this kid had cultivated for. It could be said that Yi Shidu's swordsmanship had never been defeated in the entire Nanling. Even Emperor Qi wouldn't dare to say that he would win if he didn't suppress Ning Chen's swordsmanship with his half-step supremacy cultivation. "I can see that you haven't used the sword for long. There are only 3 days left. Let Yanxia help you return to your peak state," said Emperor Qi. "Thank you." Ningchen didn't refuse and thanked him again. "Yanxia, there's a formation in the central heavenly court. Don't worry, just do whatever you want." Emperor Qi looked at his daughter and said, "Yes," replied Qi Yanxia. "I still have something to do and need to leave for a while. 3 days later, I'll go to Mount Luofu to watch the battle." After saying that, Emperor Qi's figure gradually faded. In a flash, he disappeared before their eyes. After Emperor Qi left, in the central heavenly court, Qi Yanxia glanced at the young man in front of her. Without saying anything, she turned around and walked 10 steps away. Then she said calmly, "Please, please." Ning Chen waved his hand and took out his sword. A purple divine blade fell from the sky. A powerful sword will surged and resonated with the heavens and the earth. The next moment, the battle began. Vast vital energy rose. The battle in the heavenly court had begun. The Emperor's celestial scripture gathered the majestic fate of the central heavenly court. Qi Yanxia, in her strongest state, flipped her slender hand. Dense mist followed. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was peerless and dazzling. Red clothes held the sword. The sword's edge was activated and the red light was extinguished. The sword's edge was reincarnated several times. In a lonely pavilion on Mount Luofu, black clothes sat quietly. The sword on the stone table was filled with murderous intent. Today, the sword's edge would rise and Fengdu would take his life. The night was cold. As the night wind blew, the black clothes fluttered. Under the round hat, the cold face and eyes were motionless. In the void, figures appeared one after another. Every one of them had extraordinary cultivation. Their powerful auras made people feel heavy pressure. She did not seem to know. She was still waiting quietly in the pavilion. She was not anxious at all. At this moment, a figure in red walked slowly from afar. Her cold eyes reflected the colder sword. It's finally starting. On the other side of the void, the shopkeeper appeared. Looking at the battle that was about to begin, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had sold the news at a good price. He hoped that the battle between the two would be worth the price and not ruin his reputation. Did someone leak the news? Emperor Qi walked out and looked at the powerful auras floating around. He frowned slightly. It seemed that the value of this battle was no longer the life and death of Hong Wulei. Where is Hong Wulei? Ning Qin asked calmly in front of the pavilion. She did not answer. She pressed her right hand on the sword on the stone table. A sword aura swept out, and the mountain wall not far away collapsed. A woman in dark red clothes appeared and fell down with the debris. In the void, Qi Yanxia's figure flashed. She instantly went forward and caught Hong Wulei. Then she quickly turned back and left the battle. It's okay. Qi Yanxia's aura reached out and transmitted her voice. Ning Qin nodded. He looked at the man in black in the pavilion and said, "Please." As the cold wind blew, the dead leaves of the camellia fluttered. She stood up. Before the dead leaves could fall to the ground, they were crushed by the scattered sword will and scattered with the wind. Human life is precious. Today, she will pay with your life. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword edge appeared on the stone table. In an instant, the black clothes disappeared. The sword moved with the person. It was ruthless. Zhi Ming waved his hand and held the sword. The king of hell appeared. The divine weapon appeared and clashed with the sword edge. The battle between the two swords was the most ruthless killing move. The black sword and the purple weapon clashed continuously. The murderous aura surged and drove people crazy. The swords clashed several times in an instant. Each move was faster than the previous. Under the cold night, no one showed mercy. The outcome of this battle was determined. It also determined life and death. The god of death of Fengdu moved like flowing clouds. His eyes were full of murderous intent, but he was extremely calm when he attacked. The cold and tricky sword hit a sword within the sword. Every move was deadly. On the other hand, Hong Wulei waved the king of hell. It was simple and there were no flaws. In the battle of the top, life and death were decided by the sword. After 100 moves, she turned the sword in her hand and a killing move appeared immediately. Fengdu mark. The black clothes flickered in an instant. The sword edge shuttled back and forth. Sword light flashed past one after another. The sword was so fast that it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Ning Qin focused and waved the king of hell in his hand. He met the sword with the sword and was as still as a mountain. With a tearing sound, his clothes were torn and his red clothes were dyed red. He was the first to be injured. Oh! In the distance, the floating phantoms had strange looks in their eyes. What a fast sword! However, this young man who had reached the 30th level of the Tower of Sharpness should not be limited to this. Sword form, remnant red. The king of hell turned and the remnant red sword appeared. The sword disappeared in an instant. Before the afterimage fell, blood scattered. With a tearing sound, his black clothes were torn and fresh blood dripped down. Fengdu was injured and his body was dyed red. The battle was difficult to determine the winner. The two people who were at the top of the sword were facing each other in life and death. The two swords that had been stained with blood broke through the sky and covered the 9 heavens and the moon. What a shocking two people! Emperor Qi squinted his eyes. The swords of these two people were very close to the top. Any higher and they would be the only one on the sword. He was no stranger to Yi Shi. This was a killing sword that had been honed through killing. However, this young man called Ningchen was too unbelievable. How could he have such terrifying strength at such a young age and with such ordinary talent? Maybe there were shortcuts in terms of cultivation, but there were no shortcuts in terms of attainments in the sword. It was impossible to reach the top without going through thousands of trials. Skybreaker. As the swords collided, both of them were shocked by the aftershock and separated. At this moment, the king of hell waved his sword and 100 zhang long gust of wind rushed out. The space collapsed and reached 10 miles away. The terrifying sword shocked the world. Yi Shi's expression turned serious. He raised his vital energy and concentrated it on his sword. Suddenly, a black aura surged endlessly and sand filled the air. He had used his ultimate move. Sword form, Luo Sheng Ghost Crossing. Luo Sheng opened the door and 100 ghosts crossed the sky. A black aura surged out and the sword will turned into a ghost shape and collided with the Skybreaker sword. With a loud bang, endless waves surged and roared. The terrifying aftershock destroyed the entire Luofu Peak in an instant. The mountain collapsed and the ground caved in. Huge rocks flew everywhere. The two of them retreated a few steps and wiped the blood from the corner of their mouths. They suppressed their injuries and the aura around them rose to the extreme. The sword pressure spread out and an ultimate sword appeared. Young man, you have made me very happy. However, the gate of Fengdu is about to open. Yi Shi loosened his grip on the sword and the black sword spun rapidly. He put his fingers together and slashed across the body of the sword. In an instant, black lightning surged, and a huge gate of Fengdu opened on the sword. The sword entered Fengdu, and the color of heaven and earth changed instantly. Sword form, Fengdu soul. Chapter 435. Fengdu opened the door, and endless murderous intent spread out. The heavy sword pressure spread rapidly, making people feel as if it was the end of the world. The sword was extremely powerful. Black airflow filled heaven and earth, and a world of death appeared. It was an illusion, but it was also a reality that would soon arrive. It was a sword technique that had never been seen before. It was so shocking that the experts floating around all felt extremely threatened. Their eyes narrowed as they felt extremely fearful. Everyone looked at the red-robed young man on the mountain. Everyone wanted to know who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship after this move. Nirvana! In the dark night, the red-robed man flew into the sky and blood-red swords appeared one after another. They were magnificent and dazzling. The next moment, the sword will reincarnated and turned into an endless stream of swords. They swept across the world of death and arrived in front of Fengdu. At the same time, thousands of black swords appeared and passed through the door of Fengdu. They collided with the blood-red stream of swords. There was a loud bang and a shocking roar. In an instant, heaven and earth went silent. The broken swords danced, and the sword will scattered. Huge rocks shook and splashed down, quickly turning into dust. A black sword light rushed out from the dust and brushed past the red-robed man's shoulder, bringing with it a brilliant waterfall of blood. The outcome has been decided. The dust covered the eyes, and the battle was difficult to determine. Emperor Qi withdrew his gaze. What a terrifying young man! Clang! When the dust settled, a man was seen kneeling on the ground. With a crisp sound, the black sword was broken. Yi Wudu, I surrender! Yi Wudu coughed up a mouthful of blood and admitted defeat. Ning Chen walked forward step by step. His cold sword light did not stop. At that moment, the void in the distance shook and a figure disappeared, instantly entering the battle. "This battle ends here. You can't take his life," the shopkeeper said with a smile. "Is that so?" Ning Chen's eyes flashed coldly. His figure flashed, and his sword took the man's life. The shopkeeper's expression turned cold. He flipped his palm and blocked the sword with a clang. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw a waterfall of blood spurt out from Yi Wudu's chest. His life force quickly weakened. The shopkeeper's expression changed. He did not want to fight anymore. He moved his feet and quickly retreated with Yi Wudu. Looking at the two people leaving, Ning Chen squinted his eyes. No wonder the news of this battle was leaked. It turned out that the shopkeeper was the real leader of the sect of extermination in Fuo. To be able to draw out this person, it was worth it. The night wind blew past, causing dust and sand to fly. Luofu Mountain, which was riddled with holes, spoke of the tragic battle that shocked the world. The entire mountain peak was almost completely destroyed, sword intent crisscrossed, and there were sword scars left behind by the great battle everywhere. Even Yi, she had been defeated, which was out of the expectations of most people. No one could believe that the person at the peak of the Nanling sword competition was not the emperor of a dynasty or the leader of a sect, but a young man of unknown origins. The first time the sword of the younger generation was unsheathed, it shocked the entire southern tomb. For such a young person to reach the peak of a region, it was truly shocking. "Let's go." Ning Chen waved his hand and put away King of Hell. He glanced at Qi Yanxia, who was standing quietly in the void, and said, "Yes." Qi Yanxia nodded and immediately took Hongwulei to the north. Ning Chen stepped forward, his silhouette vanishing as he quickly followed. "Congratulations, Emperor Qi." In the sky, a half-sovereign cupped his fists and bowed to the Emperor of Sky Pivot. "You're welcome." Emperor Qi returned the greeting with a smile on his face. In the central heavenly court of the imperial palace of Sky Pivot, Hongwulei was still unconscious in the rising and falling mist. Ning Chen stood in front of him, condensing qi with his fingers. A red light rose, gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and continuously pouring it into Hongwulei's body. "It will take a few more days for her to wake up. I still have something important to do. After I'm done, I'll come back and take her away." "I'll have to trouble you these days, Miss Qi," Ning Chen said, looking at the woman beside him. "Don't worry," Qi Yanxia replied softly. The matter of saving the ghost girl was urgent, and Ning Chen did not want to wait any longer. After bidding farewell to the former, he immediately set off in the direction of the Yuheng Holy Land. On the mountain of the Yuheng Holy Land, Lord Yuheng, Xiao Wuming, and the Grand Elders who had been in seclusion for a long time walked out. Even the Grand Elders of the previous generation appeared, waiting for someone to return. Not long after, at the peak of the mountain, a red-clothed figure appeared. Knowing Destiny walked out with an ice coffin behind him, in which a beautiful figure was sleeping quietly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. He had fulfilled his promise, and now it was the Yuheng Holy Land's turn to fulfill it. Xiao Wuming looked at the young man in front of him and lightly nodded his head in greeting. Although they were only master and disciple in name, he cherished this hard-won fate. He hoped that this child would be able to fulfill his wish and save the person in his heart. "Open the ice coffin," said Lord Yuheng. Ning Chen nodded and waved his hand to open the ice coffin. Looking at the woman in the coffin, a trace of unconcealable pain flashed through the depths of his eyes. Lord Yuheng walked forward and condensed Yuan in his palm. Immediately, the entire mountain shook violently. In the next moment, a dazzling azure cauldron slowly rose from the depths of the mountain. Endless rays of light illuminated the heavens and the earth. It was extremely extraordinary. The appearance of the cauldron caused the winds and clouds to change. Thunder and lightning intersected, and rolling dark clouds covered the sky. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura slowly awakened in the depths of the Yuheng Holy Land. Lord Yuheng and the others were shocked, and immediately revealed expressions of joy. "Welcome back, ancestor." Everyone bowed and respectfully said, "No need for formalities." As he spoke, the space swirled and specks of starlight converged to form the figure of a middle-aged man. He looked at everyone and spoke calmly. Ancestor Yuheng had come out of seclusion. He was a peerless expert at the half-step exalt realm. As soon as he appeared, he gave off an extremely powerful pressure. Wherever his aura passed, even the space on the mountain violently distorted. "Your Ningqin?" As expected, heroes come from the youth. Ancestor Yuheng's gaze moved over and looked at the young man before him as he praised. "You're too kind." Ningqin replied. Ancestor Yuheng glanced at the woman sleeping within the coffin, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. Although the Yuheng cauldron has the effect of reviving, it similarly requires someone to contribute their vitality. "Have you thought it through?" "Yes." Ningqin nodded. "Since it's like that, then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Ancestor Yuheng flipped his palm and gathered the energy of the heavens and the earth. Vast and peerless energy poured into the cauldron. Instantly, Yuheng emitted a strange light that enveloped Ghost Woman and Ningqin within it. As the red light left his body, Ningqin endured the pain throughout his body and looked at the woman within the coffin. His tenacious heart had never wavered in the slightest. As long as he could awaken her, he was willing to pay any price. His vitality faded and his black hair was dyed with frost. Shortly after, Phoenix essence left his body and poured into Ghost Woman's body. "Something's wrong." Suddenly, Ningqin's body trembled and his eyes revealed monstrous fury. He looked at Ancestor Yuheng in the air and his killing intent erupted. "It's you. You only notice now? It's too late." Ancestor Yuheng sneered and pressed down with his palm. Yuheng glowed and a strange light sprinkled down. The restrained life-knowing cultivator instantly felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him and a bloody mist gushed out from his body. Phoenix essence was stripped and strands of it left his body. Within the coffin, ghost essence also rapidly flowed out from Ghost Woman's body and gathered into Ancestor Yuheng's body. The sudden change shocked everyone and they didn't understand what was going on. Xiao Wuming was the first to react. Without any hesitation, he drew the sword on his back and slashed it at the strange light that was pressing down from the Yuheng cauldron. "Traitor, back off!" Ancestor Yuheng coldly shouted and slapped out with his palm. With a bang, Xiao Wuming flew out covered in blood, and after landing on the ground, he staggered and vomited blood. Ancestor. Sect Master Yuheng also reacted. He took 2 steps forward and anxiously said, "Our Yuheng's sacred ground owes this kid. You can't do this." Noisy. Impatience flashed in Ancestor Yuheng's eyes. He waved his hand and a majestic true yuan spread out and pushed Sect Master Yuheng back. Under the strange light, Life-Knowing's anger soared as he saw the ghost essence in Ghost Woman's body continuously dissipating. He sacrificed half of his blood chi and used his blood sword to attack the cauldron in the air. With a terrifying vibration, the strange light flickered violently. Ningqin waved his hand and grabbed the ice coffin and quickly retreated from the strange light. The phoenix shadow appeared and swallowed the ice coffin. Yama's sword also fell and entered Life-Knowing's hand. Ningqin was enraged. His killing intent surged and condensed. The huge rock faced the sky and roared. The most horrifying killing intent broke through the 9 heavens. Even 100 miles away, people could feel this horrifying killing intent. "You deserve to die 10,000 times." Life-Knowing held his sword and his figure disappeared. He instantly appeared in front of Ancestor Yuheng and slashed with Yama's sword. "Seriously injured. More than half of your blood chi dissipated. How much strength do you have left?" Ancestor Yuheng snorted coldly and flipped his hand to block the sword. Then his vital energy spread and sent the young person flying. senior sect brother, sensing the great change in the red bamboo of regret on the mountain. Jian Shui quickly arrived. When she saw ancestor Yuheng, who no longer concealed his presence, her pupils contracted. It was him, the mysterious expert who had appeared to kill them when they left Yuheng that day. Hong Yi landed on the ground, her body dripping with blood that dyed the ground red. She was unwilling to retreat, hating her own powerlessness and her eyes for not being able to see. In the homeland of West Buddha, in the ancient land of Chongling, Su Yi, who had been cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. The phoenix body's furious killing intent was sensed by her main body. Looking towards the southeast, she immediately stood and walked out of the formation. Deep in the ancient land of Chongling, Nu Chang sensed something. Her figure flickered, and she appeared in front of the formation. "Where are you going?" Nu Chang said gravely. She had not restricted this child's freedom because she believed in his promise. In the past 10 years he had kept his promise and never stepped out of the formation. Why did he suddenly act today? Something has happened to the phoenix body. "I must go," Ning Chun said seriously. Hearing this, Nu Chang's eyes narrowed. She did not ask more and said, "It is too slow for you to move alone. I will ask Nu Chang to send you over." "Many thanks," Ning Chun responded. After Nu Chang left, in less than 3 breaths of time, a woman surrounded by mist appeared in the air. Without saying a word, she waved her hand and a gigantic dragon gate appeared. The next moment, she brought Ning Chun into the dragon gate. A moment later, the dragon gate disappeared. Tens of thousands of miles away, the dragon gate appeared. The two appeared and disappeared again without any pause. The fastest Nu Chang did not hesitate to use the power of the dragon gate again and again to take knowing destiny to Nanling. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, on the mountain of the Yuheng Holy Land, Ghost Girl was in danger of dissipating. The situation of the phoenix body dying was difficult to reverse. The splattering blood dyed the ground of the mountain red. Hong Yi stumbled and her hair was dyed red. No one knew how this great calamity would end. Chapter 436. At the top of the mountain, dark clouds covered the sun. The phoenix couldn't spread its wings, and the sword dyed the water red. The heavily injured Hong Yi couldn't hold on any longer. Ning Chin, who had lost most of his vitality, was suppressed, and the light on his sword became weaker and weaker. A violent, dark gray aura filled the sky. Endless killing intent roared and hatred soared into the sky. All the experts in the world looked in the direction of the Alioth sacred land. Sword form. Too slow. Before the sword form was used, the palm energy arrived first. With a bang, Hong Yi's blood covered the sky and blurred Xiao Wuming's vision. The fate of a master and disciple was short but precious. Although Xiao Wuming didn't say it, he cherished it very much. At this moment, seeing Alioth betraying his master and his disciple suffering a calamity, he endured the injuries in his body and propped himself up. "Traitor, your choice is foolish." The palm and sword clashed, but the sword couldn't move half a step forward. Alioth's palm changed direction and the sword twisted. With a palm strike, Xiao Wuming's clothes were dyed red and he was forced back several steps. "Run." Xiao Wuming staggered to a stop and vomited blood. He glanced at the disciples, not far away, and shouted anxiously, "He can't run, and neither can you." Alioth snorted coldly. With a flip of his palm, the Alioth sacred cauldron released a strange light and a boundless pressure descended, sealing the entire mountain. Under the cauldron, Alioth moved again. A powerful palm energy gathered and slapped towards Hong Yi. Senior brother. When Hongju saw this, she took a step forward and blocked the half-venerable master's palm strike. With a bang, Alioth was sent flying. Blood spurted out and dyed Hongju red. "Hongju!" Xiao Wuming's mind shook. His figure flashed and caught the heavily injured Hongju. He poured his true yuan into her to protect her life flame. Blood splattered all over the mountain. Knowing Destiny's eyes were bright red. His body was covered in a bloody mist, mixed with boundless killing intent. Half of his black hair turned white in an instant. The alien rock roared and charged down into the phoenix's body. In an instant, the sky was filled with lightning and mournful cries. This kid has indeed turned into a demon. 1,000 miles away, the white-robed Buddha looked at the dark clouds in the distant sky and sighed softly. Demons had different appearances, but no matter what kind of demon they were, they couldn't escape their bloodthirsty nature. If they weren't killed, they would bring disaster to the world. The demonic phoenix's red brilliance quickly turned black. It was cold and eerie. Only its eyes were still as red as blood, exuding a boundless aura of slaughter. Demonic form, bloody path. The body rebirth martial art was a completely different power. A black light streaked across the sky. The sword that was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms slashed down with a loud bang, carrying the killing karma of millions of lives. Ancestor Yu Heng's expression squinted as he flipped his palm to receive the sword, but he felt a terrifying and enormous force press down on him, causing the blood and qi in his body to roil intensely, and he retreated half a step. Yu slowed down. Progenitor Alioth flipped his palm and blasted the young man before him, flying with a bang. With the karma of slaughter on his body, he'd fallen into a state of bedevilment, and even though the strength of his sword was terrifying, its speed was greatly inferior to before. Demonic technique, heaven's tears. The demonic phoenix didn't seem to feel pain. After landing on the ground, the sword moved like rain, and demonic currents gathered, causing the heavens to weep in sorrow. At the instant of receiving the attack, Progenitor Alioth retreated half a step again. He held the sword in his hand, and with a bang, the demonic phoenix's blood gushed out like a tide. Demonic form, bloody flame. The blood burned and turned into demonic flames. With a slash of the sword, the bloody flame roared out. It's useless to continue struggling. Progenitor Alioth's palm condensed and blocked the bloody demonic flames. He knew that even if the person in front of him had turned into a demon and his strength had increased greatly for a short period of time, it couldn't change the fact that he didn't have enough blood and qi. Is that so? At this moment, the void in the sky rolled and the dragon gate appeared. A white figure walked out, looking at the situation below. Killing intent flashed across her eyes. Buddha is merciful. At the same time, the white-robed Buddha appeared outside the mountain. He had a dignified appearance and came personally to suppress the demonic calamity. Buddha, the road ahead is blocked. As she spoke, the female supremacy materialized and stood in front of him. The appearance of the two lords meant that the knowing destiny state had arrived. The most extreme situation was confronting each other inside and outside the mountain. The oppressive aura caused the entire space to freeze. Knowing destiny state, knowing destiny state. The white-robed Marquis, who had disappeared for 10 years, reappeared in the world. He took a step forward and pressed down on the demonic phoenix body. He calmly said, "Leave it to me." The demonic phoenix's eyes became clear for a short moment. In the next moment, the two bodies merged. For the first time after 10 years, the two bodies merged completely. Immediately, a powerful airflow surged on the mountain. Wind and snow fell from the sky, creating a silvery white scene. Yama disappeared and the knowing destiny sword appeared. A waterfall of blood mist surged. On the sword body, blood runes spread out from the sword hilt and pierced into the arm of the knowing destiny state. The sword was connected by blood, and the powerful sword pressure spread out endlessly, making everyone present feel the heaviest pressure. "Master, take Hongzhu and leave this place." Ning Chen looked at Xiao Wuming and said. Hearing the word master, Xiao Wuming's body trembled. His eyes flashed with disbelief, thinking that he had misheard. The battle began. Sword light and palm energy clashed fiercely. The knowing destiny state cultivator who had gathered all of his power was covered in wind and snow. He was able to fight a half-sovereign head-on without being at a disadvantage. Wu Ming, back off. Your disciple can deal with it himself. A previous generation Grand Elder walked over. Looking at the ancestor in front of him, killing intent appeared in his eyes for the first time. It had been more than 10 years. He and the other 3 Grand Elders had pretended that they didn't know anything in order to raise Shui. However, they had never forgotten the old sect master's revenge. They didn't dare to forget it. Qilian, let's work together to seal the Yuheng Divine Cauldron and help this child. Another previous generation Grand Elder walked over. Yes, Grand Elder Qilian nodded. The existence of the Divine Cauldron was indeed a big threat. Not far away, the battle was intense. 4 Grand Elders walked up and condensed their true essence. Their hands flipped a strange seal, and together, they sealed the Yuheng Divine Cauldron. Rays of strange light fell on the cauldron and sealed the Yuheng Divine Cauldron. In a flash, the Divine Cauldron's brilliance faded. The Yuheng Divine Cauldron sensed it and was about to counterattack. However, the sword edge was closing in on him, and he couldn't be distracted. The palm and sword clashed, and the aftermath spread everywhere. Ning Qin activated the life scroll and reappeared the Taoist love spell in quick snow. Love spell in quick snow, drifting snow in July. The sword swung the snow, and red could be seen in the snow. The Yuheng Divine Cauldron's arm was slashed by the sword snow, and blood dripped down. It was the first time he was injured since the battle started. The Yuheng Divine Cauldron retreated a few steps. His right hand touched the wound and sealed it. Looking at the young man in front of him who seemed to have been reborn, his eyes turned cold. Junior, your struggle is useless. Next, I'll show you what true power is. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yuheng Divine Cauldron opened the heaven and earth with his palm, converging the currents from all directions. He created smoke in all directions. In an instant, 100 miles of wild waves surged with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. It made people feel the fear of doomsday. However, the knowing destiny state who had experienced the real doomsday would not be afraid of the danger of doomsday. Blood, qi spread on the sword edge in his hand. The wind and snow rolled and illuminated the 9 heavens. 3,000 miles of sword snow. The sword reflected the snow, snow-white and flawless. With life as the foundation, the Taoist martial arts bloomed with the most dazzling light. As the sword slashed down, 3,000 miles of wind and snow split open the sky. The Yuheng Divine Cauldron attacked at the same time. Smoke surged out from all directions. The 2 attacks collided. Instantly, the mountains seemed to have been hit by a divine tribulation. Huge rocks flew, and the ground cracked. Huge gullies appeared that spanned tens of thousands of miles. In the aftermath, the Yuheng Divine Cauldron retreated 3 steps. The corner of his mouth was dyed red. He was injured again. On the other side, Ning Chun retreated 2 steps and stabilized his body. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The tip of his sword turned. A blue brilliance rushed into the 9 heavens. The heaven scroll appeared again. Heaven pardoning innocent. The heaven pardoning sword was as heavy as 10,000 mountains. It crashed down. The ground within 10 miles collapsed. Huge rocks fell and smashed out huge craters. In the rain of rocks, the Yuheng Divine Cauldron caught the sword edge. His legs sank 3 inches into the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He turned his palm and condensed energy. 9-star cloud refining. Lightning roared as an extreme attack attacked. Ning Qin used the earth scroll again. In an instant, the ground surged and a wall made of sand blocked in front of him. It blocked the move of the cloud refining. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed. Ning Qin took a step back and drew back his sword. He waved his sword and performed another sword style. Sky shattering. A sword shattering the sky. Everywhere the violent mist passed, the space within 300 meters suddenly split open. The aftermath of the cloud, refining, instantly turned invisible. Heavenfall. After sky shattering, the heavenfall was used again. A sword appeared from the 9 heavens and fell straight down. The ground that was riddled with holes was destroyed again. Violent sand filled the air. In the waves of sand, the Yuhing divine cauldron retreated again and again. He had just blocked the heavenfall sword when he saw a sword rain surge from the ground and instantly destroy a 300-meter tall mountain. A muffled groan. The sword light penetrated his body. A waterfall of blood splashed out and dyed the sand red. In the battle, where he was restrained in every way and was heavily injured by the younger generation, the rage in the Yuheng divine cauldron was difficult to suppress. His hands refined yin and yang. The aura of destruction covered the heavens and the earth. The convergence of extreme energy appeared for the first time. Convergence of yin and yang, destruction of the heavens. The convergence of flows was destructive. It carried the might of destroying the heavens and instantly destroyed everything in its path. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of everyone on the mountain to change. But at this moment, the 3 scrolls around Knowing Ming opened at the same time. The heavens and the earth were born, and the chaos appeared. The 3 scrolls attacked together and reappeared in the world. Heaven ascends, earth falls, no life. Completely different powers converged into one move. The wind and snow opened up a path, and the tip of the sword paved the way. The space within 300 meters collapsed in response. The 2 moves collided with a loud bang. The ground within 300 meters collapsed inch by inch. The aftermath roared violently. Bai Yi retreated while being stained with blood. The corner of her mouth overflowed with red. In the wind and snow, a sword pierced through the body of the Yuheng divine cauldron. Blood gushed out from the Yuheng divine cauldron as he knelt on the ground with a bang. Puffed! The blood he spat out dyed the ground before him red. The Yuheng divine cauldron tried to get up several times but was unable to. The blood that flowed from his body rushed out numerous ravines on the ground. It was extremely dazzling. A cold wind blew past the mountain that was completely destroyed. The shocking scene shocked everyone. The death of a half-venerable was right before their eyes. I actually, the Yuheng divine cauldron tried to get up but was still unable to. With a bang, he knelt on the ground and vomited blood again. No matter if he was unwilling or angry, even if he was as strong as a half-venerable at this moment, he couldn't even get up. The cold light on the sword flashed. Blood dripped down. The battle was over. The victor had been decided. The Yuheng divine cauldron laughed towards the sky. The madness in his laughter pierced people's hearts. Fresh blood gushed out from his chest, filling the sky with a mist clouding his eyes. His machinations and calculations were exhausted, and his knowing destiny technique suppressed Yuheng King. Chapter 437. At the peak of the mountain in the Alioth sacred ground, the demigod had been defeated. The battle had come to an end, and the scene of devastation made people feel a deep sense of desolation. Below the Alioth ancestor was a pool of blood. He struggled to get up, but once again knelt down powerlessly. The ground was covered in blood, reflecting the Alioth ancestor's unwillingness. He gathered the last of his true essence in his hands and slammed them on the ground. Instantly his body soared up, and his blood chi surged out. A huge dragon gate appeared. Unwilling to lose like this, the Alioth ancestor sacrificed his lifespan and destroyed his hopes of becoming a supremacy. He summoned the dragon gate and bet his last move. In an instant, the wind and clouds within 100 miles changed. Thunder and lightning surged and the mist roared. The dragon's gate's shadow collapsed and melted into the heaven and earth. The apocalyptic divine might shook the 9 heavens, causing all living beings within 100 miles to tremble. At the foot of the mountain, the female supremacy looked at the mountain, and a strange light flashed through her eyes. Is he going to go all out? After destroying the foundation of the forbidden technique, he can still force a demigod to such a state. This child's ability is truly unfathomable. Unfortunately, cultivating the forbidden technique of the life scroll was too difficult. It would be difficult for the blasphemous technique used in the battle with the Nether King to appear again. Buddha, why have you come? The female supremacy looked at the mountain and asked indifferently. Sin, the Subhuti said calmly. What sin? The female supremacy asked again. Sin of taking lives, the Subhuti replied. The female supremacy looked back at the benevolent Buddha and said seriously, in this world, no one has the right to condemn him for taking lives. Knowing destiny was a sin, and taking lives was also a sin. Those seeking revenge could seek revenge, but no one had the right to condemn him. Back then, if knowing destiny had been soft-hearted and hadn't sacrificed millions of lives, then the 5 regions would have been completely destroyed by the divine tribulation. The sin of killing millions was borne by one's body. Only he knew the bitterness of the lotus heart. While the 2 supremacies were facing each other, the wind and clouds howled as the demigod fought with his life. His strongest move transcended the limit, and a terrifying power rushed into the sky, shocking the 9 heavens. At the front, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He clenched his left hand, and the demon blade appeared. The 4 scrolls of reincarnation reappeared, and the peak of the heavenly book's martial arts appeared. 4 scrolls, lifeless heaven and earth. The saber and sword left his hand and circled around his body. Wind and thunder surged, water and fire surged. Boundless energy endlessly grew and died. With the support of the phoenix origin, the move of reincarnation shook the heavens and earth. The most powerful move condensed the power of the 4 scrolls and the power of the phoenix origin. It reappeared in the mortal world. The surging heavenly might surged and spun rapidly in the void. The next moment, the saber and the sword carried the power to open the sky. They turned into the most dazzling flowing light and rushed out. The 2 attacks collided, causing a loud explosion that resounded through the universe. Endless destructive power surged out, and the mountains on the mountain completely collapsed. Bang! Progenitor Yu Hung knelt on the ground once more, and his knees were completely shattered and blood dyed his entire body red. Let's go to hell together! With a maniacal laugh, the aura around half-Venerable's body surged wildly. He was about to self-destruct and perish together with the entire Alioth. However, right at this moment, a variable suddenly appeared. A figure in a black and white cloak suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The snowy sword slashed out without any warning, and half of the expert's soul was severed. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out from his throat and sprinkled all over the sky and dyed the ground red. Progenitor Yu Hung turned his head with difficulty, and before he could see the person's face clearly with a crack, his head flew up and his soul dissipated. Friend, long time no see. Bewitching eyes, a black and white cloak, a figure that could not be more familiar. The person who came was the young master of the compassionate sword heavenly pavilion, Mu Qianshang. Seeing the person who suddenly appeared, Ning Chan was startled. After a moment, he regained his senses, and a rare smile appeared on his calm face. He said, long time no see. A friend that he had entrusted his life and death to in the past. Meeting again today, he was not too excited. With a greeting, they parted and reunited. Brother Mu, please wait a moment. After exchanging greetings, Ning Chin instructed and waved his hand to keep the knowing destiny sword. He then walked in front of Xiao Wuming and Hong Zhu and condensed his yuan qi into the 2 who were heavily injured. Shui, come here. After stabilizing the 2's injuries, Ning Chin glanced at Jian Shui, who was not far away, and said, looking at the familiar yet strange figure in front of her, Jian Shui, I hesitated for a moment, but still obediently walked over. Help master and Hong Zhu back to rest. If there's anything, come find me again. Ning Qin said seriously. "N. Jian Shui," nodded, and carefully helped the two of them out of the place. After Shui left, the four predecessors came over. Without saying anything, they respectfully bowed and said, "Many thanks." Ning Qin looked at Shui, who had left into the distance. He immediately turned around and spoke with a serious expression. "Shui is intelligent. It is impossible to hide this matter forever. Elders, it is best that you choose a suitable time to tell Shui about what happened back then." After this battle, the truth of the past was already on the verge of being revealed. It was impossible for Jian Shui not to see it. Rather than letting this girl keep it in her heart and let her imagination run wild, it was better to tell the truth. Only after experiencing pain could the shackles in her heart be unlocked and she could be reborn. Not far away, Mu Qianshang looked at the friend who had once entrusted him with life and death. An imperceptible smile appeared on his bewitchingly handsome face. This seemingly emotionless person was often the one who cherished relationships the most. After knowing him for over a decade, he had changed a lot, but he seemed to have not changed at all. After handing over the matter, Ning Chen looked at Mu Qianshang and said, "Brother Mu, let's go down the mountain together." "Huh." Mu Qianshang smiled faintly. "Your habit of trapping your friends still can't be changed." He knew better than anyone what was at the bottom of the mountain. The terrifying pressure that made people unable to breathe was something that only human sovereigns would be able to do. One is a friend, and the other is not an enemy. When did Brother Mu's courage become so small? Ning Qin chuckled. "It's not that I'm timid. It's just that I've been tricked by you too many times." Mu Qianshang replied. Although his words were somewhat sarcastic, he still followed them down the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, the two sovereigns were facing each other. Powerful auras were constantly clashing. The Buddha was in front, while the female sovereign was blocking the way, not allowing them to take half a step forward. At that time, the two strongest sovereigns were both insistent. Neither of them was willing to take half a step back. Knowing destiny, slowly walked down the mountain. The female sovereign glanced over and indifferently asked, "Is everything settled?" "Yes." Ning Qin nodded. Looking at the Buddha in front of him, he said, "Buddha, you can't kill me right now, so your insistence is useless. Furthermore, compared to taking my life, I think there is something else you would be more interested in." Venerable Subhuti frowned, waiting for him to continue. Ning Chen looked to the east and calmly said, "Eastern Region's Divine Prefecture, Eternal Night Ruins, 33 miles north of the Divine Sect, the broken sword of Sualuo, Subhuti's Tao." Hearing the former's words, Venerable Subhuti's body trembled. An almost imperceptible sadness flashed through his merciful Buddha eyes. After the Buddha left, Ning Qin sighed. With a wave of his hand, the image of a phoenix appeared behind him. An ice coffin flew out and gently landed on the ground. Looking at the sleeping figure in the coffin, Su Yi's eyes gradually dimmed. Wind and snow gathered in her hands to reforge the coffin. "Female sovereign, is there really no way to bring the dead back to life in this world?" Ning Qin softly asked. "There shouldn't be," said the female sovereign indifferently. Back then, the only reason she had saved him was because he still had a single breath left and his vitality hadn't completely dissipated. But this woman was different. She had already lost her vitality, and there was no way to bring her back. However, nothing was absolute. Perhaps there was, but she just didn't know. Let me remind you that the ghost origin in this woman's body was originally incomplete. After going through this tribulation, it was even more seriously damaged. "If you don't think of a way to repair it, it might not be long before it scatters," said the female sovereign. Chapter 438. The noble woman's warning rang in his ears and touched the deepest pain in Ji Ming's heart. His eyes looked at the sleeping figure in the coffin, and an imperceptible pain flashed through. The phoenix phantom cried, and rays of light entered the woman in the coffin to protect her spirit body. The noble woman did not stop him and waited silently. She knew that this woman was a hurdle that the young man could not overcome. But was there a way to bring the dead back to life? She did not know. A long time later, Ningchen stopped. Exhaustion rose in his eyes, and his presence was clearly much weaker. The phoenix is similar to the vermilion bird. Its origin is fire and not suitable for saving people. The phoenix source you put into her body cannot last for long. After speaking, the noble woman looked to the south and said slowly, "At the bottom of the South Sea, there is a sea region temple. It is said to be the tomb of the azure dragon of the four symbols. The azure dragon is wood, and its origin dragon pearl may be able to stop this woman's ghost body." The four symbols were the azure dragon elephant of the east, the black tortoise elephant of the north, the white tiger elephant of the west, and the vermilion bird elephant of the south. However, in the divine tribulation 30,000 years ago, the order of the world was in chaos. The four symbols shifted positions, and most of their power dissipated. However, even if they did not have much of their origin left, the divine spirits that had once guarded the four directions were not something a human could reach. Hearing the words Sea Region Temple for the second time, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He had heard Nan Mingtian mention this place before. There seemed to be guardians there, and it was not easy to enter. "Noble woman, please wait here for 2 days. I will get the dragon pearl and immediately return to Chongling with noble woman." Ning Chen came back to his senses and requested. "Only 2 days," the noble woman said coolly. Ning Chen nodded. If he could not get it in 2 days, then it was useless no matter how much time he had. "Brother Mu, do you have any plans?" Ning Chen looked at the man beside him and asked. "I have plans, and we are going on different paths." Mu Qianshang answered without even thinking. "We have not seen each other for a long time. It is a pity to part like this. Since Brother Mu has time to come to Yuheng, I presume the matter is not too urgent. How about we go to the sea region temple together to broaden our horizons?" Ning Chen said with a sincere expression. Mu Qianshang was about to speak when Ning Chen pulled him away. "Let's go, there is not much time." As soon as she finished speaking, Suyi led her friends towards the South Sea. To the south of the southern tomb, there was a boundless sea region. The sky and earth were boundless, and the sea was blue in color. Huge waves surged, reaching tens of feet high. The magnificent scene was shocking. At this moment, the void shook and 2 figures appeared in the air above the sea. One was dressed in white, while the other was dressed in black. Both of their extraordinary auras were eye-catching. "Knowledge Marquis, I'm not very familiar with you." Mu Qianshang looked down at the turbulent sea below and lightly said, "Brother Mu, we're going down. Get ready." Ning Chen pretended that he did not hear anything. He grabbed the old man and fell into the huge wave together. His sword opened up a path as he descended rapidly. When he was 10,000 feet below the ground, an endless pressure pressed down on him from all directions. It was as if 100 mountains were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Ning Chen spread out his spiritual sense to search for traces of the Sea God Palace. The existence of the Sea God Palace was not an absolute secret. It should not be too difficult to find it. Found it. After descending another 1,000 feet, an exceptionally beautiful palace appeared in his spiritual sense. Ning Chen waved his sword, opening up a path on the seabed. Then he brought Mu Qianshang along with him. After several breaths of time, the 2 of them stopped. Looking at the huge palace in front of them, a strange light flashed in their eyes. What a shocking palace! To be able to build such an immortal palace in the depths of the sea, perhaps only a god could do such a thing. Mu Qianshang glanced at the person beside him, not knowing what to say. It seemed he had once more been forced to do manual labor. but since they had already arrived, he could only try his best. Do you want to go first, or should I? Ning Chen looked ahead, his expression solemn. Let's go together. No one will lose out. Mu Qianshang's lips curled. The two of them entered the palace together. The path ahead was calm, and they didn't encounter any obstructions. The palace was completely empty. It was abnormally quiet, as if no one had come here in thousands of years. This unusual situation made the two of them even more vigilant. If someone said the Sea God Palace that had existed for countless years didn't have any dangers, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Mu Qianshang took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, an inky white sword Qi slashed through the air, crashing into the palace's wall. In the next moment, space rippled and the sword Qi silently dissipated. Brother Mu, you've regressed. Ning Chen carefully observed his surroundings, not forgetting to ridicule him. If you're so good, then go ahead. Mu Qianshang indifferently said, Fine, I'll go. Ning Chen stepped forward and formed a sword with his fingers. But he felt the spiritual energy in the air was no longer under his control. Before his sword could even be used, it had already weakened by 30%. How is it? Mu Qianshang's tone was filled with ridicule. It really is strange. Ning Chen withdrew his hand. Boom! Just as the two of them finished speaking, the palace shook. Sword Qi surged out from all directions, ink-white brilliance and astonishing power. The two of them's expressions changed. Taking strange steps, their figures flickered, dodging the incoming sword Qi. With a piercing sound, a cold wind blew past their clothes. Their plain clothes and cloaks were simultaneously slashed by the sword Qi. The two of them stopped in their tracks, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Fortunately, they hadn't attacked just now. Otherwise, their sword Qi would have been reflected back at them, and that would have been truly stimulating. I had once thought of my own fate, but I never thought I would die under Brother Mu's sword. Ning Chen looked at the palace's stone wall in front of him. If you die, you'll be able to save a lot of people. Mu Qianshang was on high alert as he casually replied. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, a stone wall rose up from the palace, and a path appeared in front of them. It was a long and serene path with no end in sight, making people feel an indescribable pressure. It looks like the real test is below. Let's go. I'll help you obtain the dragon bead, and then we'll part ways. I hope we won't meet again in the next 8 to 10 years. Mu Qianshang stepped forward. Brother Mu's words are really hurtful. Ning Chen also walked forward and responded. The serene path had 9 bends and 18 turns, winding corridors with no end in sight. After walking for an unknown amount of time, corpses suddenly appeared on the ground, increasing in number. A boundless sea of blood appeared in front of them. White bones of all shapes and sizes floated on top of it. Squeaking sounds could be heard as fist-sized ants rolled out from the sea of blood, a terrifying scene that made people's scalps tingle. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out, and the sea of blood churned. Bubbles rose up one after another before bursting. The ants scattered and were quickly submerged by the waves of the sea of blood. The two of them walked through the sea of blood, but they could see that in the 9 winding corridors, there was a faint trace of azure Qi. It was very faint, and if one didn't carefully sense it, they would have missed it. The sea of blood below them was still boiling. A bloody hand slowly reached out and slapped the floating bones into it. The sea of blood was boundless, and there was a deathly stillness everywhere. Is this an illusion? Ning Chen stopped and looked at the sea of blood below him with a grave expression. It doesn't look like it. Mu Qianshang looked around and replied, Illusions would always give people a false feeling. Even if they were lost in them, they wouldn't feel it was real. But the scene in front of them was different. It was as if something was really happening in front of them. The Azure Dragon is the master of life. For this place to be a land of death, it really is inconceivable. Ning Qin slowly said, "Be careful the rest of the way. There might be trouble." Mu Qianshang warned. "Yes." Ning Qin nodded and continued walking along the winding path. Roar! At this moment, another heaven-shaking beast roar rang out. A huge tiger roared, and behind the tiger was an azure dragon. Borrowing its strength, both the dragon and tiger attacked the two of them. Mu Qianshang's expression froze, and he unsheathed his snow sword. His snow mountain inky white appeared on his sword, and he slashed out, slaying the dragon and tiger. With a boom, heaven and earth tilted. Terrifying shock waves surged out endlessly, rolling up the sea of blood. "Be careful, it's sword intent." Mu Qianshang focused. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. It should be one of the divine palace's guardians. But they hadn't sensed it at all. That meant this person was still very far away. With just a single sword attack, his cultivation base was not inferior to any of them. If we encounter one of the guardians, Brother Mu shouldn't care about the dignity of martial artists. Let's all attack together. Ning Qin didn't feel embarrassed at all. It depends on the situation. If we can win, then we'll fight alone. If we can't win, then we'll fight together. Mu Qianshang also didn't feel that joining hands was shameful. Perhaps the compassionate, sword Heavenly Pavilion's young master had once been a gentleman, but that was already in the past. The War Disaster King had surrounded and attacked the master of the four extreme realms. The Nether King had joined hands with 3 people, 5 people, and even over 10 people working together. This time wasn't much. The ancient etiquette of martial artists had long since been tricked by a certain person and a certain person's friend. It was so lost that it couldn't be found. Wanting to pick it up again would be difficult. Since they've already greeted us, we can't not return the greeting. "Move aside first. I'll greet them," said Mu Qianshang indifferently. "Ah." Ning Qin took 2 steps away. He knew that the sword attack just now had aroused his friend's fighting spirit. Mu Qianshang took half a step forward. Inky white light soared around him. Mountains and rivers appeared. His sword was like snow, and his surging sword intent disappeared into the mountains and rivers. In the nameless sea region, a blue-robed young swordsman was resting with his eyes closed. Just at this moment, an inky white sword chi appeared. An extraordinary sword intent swept through the surrounding seawater, causing huge waves to rise. The swordsman's sword appeared, and a blue sword blocked in front of him. With a loud bang, sword intent surged through the water, causing huge waves. "Extraordinary swordsman, I've been waiting for you." The water god had opened its eyes and Tianwu had appeared. An unfathomable aura had suppressed the entire sea region. The water god Tianwu had appeared for the first time. On the winding corridor, the inky white dissipated and the snow sword returned to its sheath. Mu Qianshang looked at Ning Qin and indifferently said, "What about you? Do you want to greet the master of this place?" "No need. Since Brother Mu has already taken action, I won't embarrass myself." Ning Qin smiled. "Then let's continue on our way." Mu Qianshang didn't say anything else and continued walking forward. Ning Qin glanced at the sea of blood beneath him. After thinking for a moment, he followed. If this place wasn't an illusion, then where had this sea of blood come from? Chapter 439. Within the 9 winding corridors, the sea of blood was surging. The dense land of death was boundless. The two walked for a long time, but still could not reach the end. Mu Qianshang's eyes flashed with coldness. Ink condensed on his finger. Black mountains and white water moved horizontally. A transcendent sword realm appeared above the 9 winding corridors. "Brother Mu, you can't be thinking of destroying this place, right?" Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression changed. He immediately dodged, unwilling to be implicated. "Since we can't get out of here, I'll just destroy it." Mu Qianshang's sword intent surged. The tip of his finger turned into a sword. The mountains and rivers moved. 10,000 sword intent scattered endlessly. An unstoppable momentum rapidly spread between heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers dissipated. turning into sword and tents, descending into the world. The rumbling shook, resounding through the 9 winding corridors. The terrifying sword aura swept through the heaven and earth. In an instant, the sea of blood collapsed, the sea of blood rolled, the waves surged 100 jong. The 9 winding corridors were destroyed, the road ahead disappeared. The two stood above the sea of blood. Huge rocks constantly fell around them, smashing into the sea, splashing huge waves. How do we go now? Ning Chen looked at the almost identical scene and helplessly asked, I don't know. Mu Qianshang indifferently said, there was no road ahead. Suddenly, the rolling sea of blood changed again. One after another red hands appeared, slapping towards the two. Ning Chen's expression did not change. He raised his hand and pointed at the incoming blood-red hands. Immediately, sword and tent spread everywhere. The blood-red hands shattered. On the side, Mu Qianshang also raised his hand. Sword qi circulated, shattering the blood-red hands in front. The two prides walked together. The road ahead was unstoppable. One after another, the large hands, under the sword and tent, quickly turned invisible, turning into blood rain, falling back into the sea of blood. Sword style sky-splitting. Knowing destiny condensed a sword. A sword split the sky, the dusky void ahead. The sword light swept past, cutting off all the obstacles, clearing all the confusion. The two turned into flowing lights, moving along with the sword. After a moment, the surrounding changed again. A green aura filled the air like starlight. A powerful pressure came from all directions. This was a strange scene. When they looked back, the two were already in a nebula. The universe was mysterious, and millions of stars flickered. It was a shocking sight. The absolute beginning martial exhibition. The 4 symbols manifested. The azure dragon elephant from the east, the black tortoise elephant from the north, the white tiger elephant from the west, and the vermilion bird elephant from the south appeared in the starry sky. Right at this moment, black feathers that covered the sky drifted down as the heavens and the earth trembled. A black figure slowly descended, his black hair fluttering, his divine appearance cold and handsome, and his eyes that looked disdainfully at the 9 heavens were dazzling like the starry sky, without a trace of color, pure and cold, and it caused all living beings to feel terror that penetrated deep into their bones. The 7 extinction heavens of the Netherworld King appeared. With a divine sword in his hand, he killed the 4 symbols' divine spirits. A great battle broke out. The 4 symbols joined forces and fought against the god of creation. However, the divine might was irreversible. After a brief confrontation, the Nether King's figure disappeared. He instantly crossed the boundless void and slashed down with his sword. The white tiger and the black tortoise were instantly beheaded. Blood splattered across the starry sky. With the matrix of 4 symbols broken, the vermilion bird's eyes flashed with determination. It screeched at the azure dragon, and its divine fire surged as it charged at the lord of the 7 ultimate celestial realm. The azure dragon roared in grief, but he understood the vermilion bird's will. He turned into a ray of green light and quickly flew away. The Nether King's eyes flashed coldly. He slashed with his divine sword, and the vermilion bird was split into 2. Blood splattered all over the sky and burned away in the flames. The azure dragon left with its heavily injured body and disappeared into the bottom of the South Sea. In the next moment, it retracted its aura and fell into an eternal slumber. The vision dissipated. Ning Chen and Mu Qianshang looked at each other, and shock flashed in their eyes. This scene should be the memory of the azure dragon when the Nether King first descended. It turned out that other than the azure dragon, the other 3 divine spirits had all fallen. When the Nether King descended on the divine prefecture, he did not use all of his power, but it was already enough to make the entire divine prefecture feel like it was the end of the world. There were many casualties. Today, when they saw the Nether King's divine might, it was even more shocking. Could it be that the azure dragon is still alive? Mu Qianshang looked at the surrounding green aura that permeated the heaven and earth and asked, "The possibility is very small. With its injuries, it has been sleeping for 30,000 years. I'm afraid it will be difficult for it to wake up again." Ning Chen's expression was solemn. 30,000 years was too long. If its body was assimilated by the heaven and earth, even the four symbols' divine spirits would not be able to wake up again. Let's continue on our way. We don't have much time. Ning Qin retracted his thoughts and stepped forward. Mu Qianshang looked back, and a faint brilliance flashed in his demonic eyes. He stepped forward and followed. If he did not guess wrongly, this sea domain temple should not be as simple as a temple. Ning Qin, who was in front, had the same doubt in his eyes. Based on the scene before him, they seemed to be inside the azure dragon's body. The two of them continued to move forward. The scenery around them constantly changed. It might be mountains, valleys, or wilderness. After walking for an unknown period of time, the heaven and earth around them suddenly turned solemn. A majestic temple appeared before them once again. Where is this? Mu Qianshang frowned. It was not over yet. With the distance they had walked, they could basically walk out of half of the southern tomb. But they still did not see any trace of the dragon pearl, nor did they meet the swordsman who attacked. "Let's go in and take a look," Ning Qin said. His figure flashed and entered the temple. Mu Qianshang followed behind. The moment he entered the temple, his eyes narrowed. Had they arrived? The scene in front of him was a cyan origin pearl floating in the temple. It was exuberant with vitality spreading out from the dragon pearl. Wherever it passed, a cyan lotus bloomed and fell. It was a cycle of reincarnation. There was not a single person in the spacious temple. There was only a single dragon pearl here. The unusual situation made the two of them even more cautious. "Brother Mu, do you want to feel what the dragon pearl is at a close distance? I'll give this opportunity to you." Ning Qin looked at the cyan dragon pearl in front of him and said, "I don't want it. If you don't want it, we'll go back." Mu Qianshang refused without hesitation. If the situation in front of him was not unusual, then even a fool would not believe it. With the dragon pearl in front of them, they had no choice but to take it. Ning Qin took a step forward and sword intent spread out from his finger. With a sword strike, several sword lights flew towards the dragon pearl. But at this moment, a cyan lotus swayed in the air. Rays of light scattered down and collided with the sword lights. The shock waves spread out, and the dense mist scattered. The two narrowed their eyes. This dragon pearl did not seem to be easy to obtain. In the next instant, Su Yi's figure flickered. She avoided the cyan lotus and shot towards the dragon pearl. She took a step forward and extended her hand, wanting to take it. Heaven and earth changed once more. The cyan lotus condensed into a human form. A sword light slashed toward Su Yi. Mu Qianshang moved at the same time. He used his finger to catch the sword. His true essence shook, and the cyan lotus sword images instantly disappeared. One lotus retreated and another appeared. Life-seizing sword light appeared in front of Su Yi. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He leaned to the side to avoid the sword light. His finger condensed on the tip of his sword. The scattered lotus bodies returned to the dragon pearl. An instant later, several more lotuses bloomed and sword images appeared. Sharp and fierce sword light pressed down on Su Yi. "You take the dragon pearl. Leave the rest to me." Mu Qianshang's eyes turned cold. The snow sword on his back was unsheathed. Inky white sword light flowed, cutting through the mountains and rivers. Several lotus sword images disappeared. "Be careful," warned Ning Qin. "Don't worry, they won't be able to injure me," said Mu Qianshang. "Brother Mu misunderstands. What I'm saying is that you have to be careful. Don't be careless. I don't want to be stabbed in the heart while taking the dragon pearl." Ning Chen's figure moved once more, directly shooting towards the dragon pearl, floating in the air. Mu Qianshang sneered and moved at the same time. The snow sword's light flickered several times, blocking the sword light coming from all directions. With tacit cooperation and complete trust, Ning Chen was no longer distracted by what was happening behind him. He gathered his qi and grabbed the dragon pearl in front of him. The moment he touched it, Ji Ming's expression changed. Without another word, he immediately pulled back. However, he was still half a step too late. With a heaven-shaking explosion, heaven and earth shook. An extremely dazzling brilliance erupted and the hall disappeared. The image of the moon in the water shattered. Cough, cough! 2 figures were sent flying. After miserably landing on the ground, they violently coughed. As expected, nothing good ever happens when I'm with you. Mu Qianshang waved his hand to disperse the dust around him. Looking at the scene around him, his mood was extremely bad. It was just an accident. Ning Chen steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, his body's foundation was pretty good and his blood was thick enough to withstand a beating. Otherwise, it really would have been too exciting. The 2 of you have finally arrived. A blue-clothed swordsman appeared in the middle of the sea. His young face didn't show any signs of aging. However, his powerful aura was unfathomable, far surpassing any half-step sovereign. It can't be a sovereign, right? Mu Qianshang's eyes flashed. It doesn't look like it. However, he's definitely harder to fight than Ancestor Yu Hong. Ning Chen's expression also became serious. This person's cultivation was unclear. It wasn't like an ordinary cultivator who had a clear cultivation realm. It was more like a swordsman who had fused with the Grand Tao. It was similar to the feeling Mu Bai gave him back then. Opponents are hard to come by. Why don't you go first? Asked Ning Chen. No need. It's better for you to go against such an expert. Mu Qianshang looked at the blue-clothed expert. He didn't have any intention of taking the lead. The 2 of you don't need to argue. Come at me together. The swordsman waved his hand, and a blue divine sword slowly descended from the sea. The instant it was unsheathed, a powerful sword pressure surged out. Its shocking power made the 2 people in front of him unconsciously narrow their eyes and become vigilant. The swordsman spoke. His words seemed calm, but they were filled with the confidence of an expert. Facing 2 opponents alone, was this confidence or conceit? Before the battle even began, boundless sword intent surged out. The auras of the 3 people facing each other soared to the extreme, splitting the sky and breaking the sea. Please. Mu Qianshang's expression changed. A devilish, inky, white light flashed, and his sword domain spread out. Black mountains and white water appeared under the sea. In the face of an unprecedented challenge, Tian Wu's expression became serious. He waved his hand, and sword intent soared into the 9 heavens. Above the sea, the moon shone brightly. At this moment, 3 sword intents soared into the 9 heavens. Inky white, plain white, and sea blue. The 3 of them collided, covering the moon in the sky. In the battle of the deep-sea swordsman, the final guardian of the sea god temple, water god Tianwu, was facing 2 peak swordsman experts by himself. Whether he really had the ability or was just being arrogant was immediately clear. The 3 swords collided. Above the sea, the 3 sword intents collided. 100-meter wave roared into the sky, shocking the bright moon. Chapter 440. The 3 swords began their battle. The 2 prides teamed up to fight Water God. The sword lights that clashed cut open the waters one after another. The peak of the sword was dazzling. In the mountain and river's sword realm, the snow sword's edge was faster than the previous one. Mo Bai's figure flickered continuously. The sword was like flowing light, so fast that it was shocking. On the other hand, Water God's sword guided the waves. The azure sword was overflowing with light as it countered speed with speed. Sword form, remnant red. After fighting for a while, Mo Bai used his sword, In an instant, his speed was even faster, leaving no afterimages. Clanking sounds rang out as the swords clashed. Water God's sword momentum changed. The whirling sword soared into the sky. The waves around it turned into a raging current, blocking the remnant red sword edge. Water God Tianwu, who had just displayed his sword skills, was unstoppable. He was not at a disadvantage, even when fighting against two. Hard corner. The two swords clashed. Mu Qianshang took advantage of the momentum to retreat 10 feet. One sword refined 1,000 feet of river. The white water was like a waterfall in the ink painting. Seeing this, Tian Wu condensed his qi with his fingers. Vast energy streaked across the sword edge. Suddenly, the blue brilliance was activated. The extreme sword pressure spread out in all directions. The sea within 100 miles was affected. The waves rolled over and over. The spiritual energy converged on the sword. The two swords clashed. The raging waves surged endlessly. The shrine shook and the waves rolled over 100 miles away. Ning Qin took a step. The water figure flickered several times. The sword edge condensed frost, freezing the sea into ice. The plain white ice domain extended endlessly. The frozen shrine and the sea water froze. It was difficult to flow. Oh! The water flow was blocked. Tian Wu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He raised 30% of his qi with the clear divine sword. The sword broke the sea and slashed down. Ning Qin focused. He turned his sword. The wind and snow surged as his sword met the attack. With a loud bang, the two swords melted. Mo Bai's sword edge slashed across, breaking through the aftermath and rushing forward. Water God's eyes focused. He turned his hand and fingers to block the sword. Following that, the sword edge in his hand slashed out mercilessly. Mu Qianshang did not block or avoid. The snow sword gathered the power of the sword realm and slashed. The clear divine sword pressed forward. Bai arrived in time. The sword edge blocked the sword. They had a tacit understanding. The two swords worked together. The snow sword came out and slashed. Water God could not dodge in time. And the clothes on his right shoulder. Not bad. Heavenly Wu waved his hand to stop the bleeding from his shoulder. He stabbed his sword into the ground and opened the sky with his palm, removing the restriction. With a loud explosion, a wave of air blasted away the frozen snow region. Boundless spiritual energy surrounded his body, and the pressure reached a new extreme. You're already so strong, yet you can still increase your strength. Are you still going to let me fight you? Mu Qianshang's eyes turned cold as the aura around his body rose once again. The mountain ink painting quickly spread out, blocking the spirit energy that kept flowing in. Brother Mu, if you're tired, you can rest first. Ning Qin replied. The blood patterns on the sword spread out and pierced into his arm. Immediately, a powerful sword pressure filled the air, and he activated another 30% of his yuan power. Huh. Mu Qianshang sneered. Your method of provocation is really vulgar. As long as it's useful. Ning Qin replied casually. He channeled his blood qi into his sword and activated his zhenyuan. He scattered the sword while around his body, preparing to face an even stronger attack. The clouds are boundless. The world returns to its origin. Heavenly Wu's water god palm slammed into the earth's sword tip. Without a sword, it raged in all directions. The light of the water turned into one color, and a powerful sword aura spread out. Seeing this, the two of them activated their zhenyuan at the same time. Their two swords converged and blocked the sword move together, but with a splashing sound, two streaks of blood scattered in the water. The two of them retreated 2 steps back, their mouths red. It's really been a long time since I experienced the feeling of being injured. I still have to thank you for letting me relive this feeling. Mu Qianshang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "You're welcome." Ning Chen also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I'm going to be serious. As for you, do as you wish." While speaking, Mu Qianshang's expression became serious. He clenched his left hand, and a black sword appeared. Soon after, the black and white swords merged together. A terrifying aura erupted, appearing at the peak of the neo-martial realm. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed that after fighting with the Nether King for 10 years, his friend's improvement was not small. In the next moment, a black and white shadow flashed past. The sword moved the mountains and rivers. A huge force fell from the sky. Tian Wu focused and received the sword, but he felt his body sink. His legs sank into the bottom of the sea. The airflow around him instantly destroyed the sea. Strong, Water God praised. He turned his sword to face the attack. Using speed to counter the heavy attack, the black and white swords also turned extremely fast. The fast swords clashed and light shone in all directions. The two swords clashed, sword waves shook the sea. The sword light reached the pinnacle. Between life and death, they clashed at extreme speed, falling into the yellow springs. One sword was fast, the other sword was even faster. It was a battle of life and death. Water and light won. Sword illuminates the 9 heavens. Seeing that his opponent's sword was extraordinary, Water God waved his sword and condensed a move. The sword cut open the sea. The sword illuminated the sky. The moon rose from the sea, and the sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. The move sinking heaven breaking, sea, cut open the void and the deep sea. Its terrifying power slashed down. With the ultimate move in front of him, Mu Qianshang took a step and instantly retreated, arriving behind Su Yi. "It's up to you." Irresponsibly retreating without the slightest hesitation. Friends with tacit understanding. Retreating decisively without any burden. Ning Chen seemed to have predicted this. His sword drew the wind. The 4 origin powers of water, fire, wind, and lightning revolved around his sword and met the sword. When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. Both of them retreated at the same time, unable to bear the backlash. Their blood and qi churned violently. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of their mouths. "Brother Mu, how much longer?" The battle could not end. Ning Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and asked, "From the time we left Alioth, there should be less than 8 hours left." Mu Qianshang said, "In that case, we have to hurry up and end this battle." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. The female supreme had only given him 2 days. There was not much time left. One could be shameless, but one could not go back on one's words. "Brother Mu, back off a little." Ning Chen said softly, "Oh." Mu Qianshang's eyes narrowed. Was he going to go all out? Seeing that his friend had made up his mind, Mu Qianshang did not say anything else. He retreated to the side and quietly watched the battle. After the sword art ended, what followed was the real life and death battle. After probing his opponent's strength, Ning Chen clenched his left hand. Blood light gathered, and a strange, demonic blade appeared. The blade's body was blood-red and piercing. The demonic blade's calamity had reappeared in the world. Feeling the change in the aura of the plain-clothed youth, Tianwu Water God's eyes also became serious. The blue wheel between the sword hilt and the blade spun rapidly. The origin power of the azure dragon was added to the sword. A powerful azure light lingered on the sword. Boundless waves rose in the sea. In the battle, the plain-clothed youth disappeared in the blink of an eye and instantly moved forward. His sword slashed down with great momentum. With a loud explosion, heaven and earth tilted. The 2 swords collided, and a fierce wind rapidly spread. At this time, knowing destiny turned around, and the demonic blade's calamity rapidly appeared. In an instant, the blade's light appeared. The blade's speed, the blade's speed, the blade's speed. The blade's destruction broke through the underworld. At the most extreme speed, the destruction was close at hand. It was so fast that one could not even catch its afterimage. The three swords collided loudly. They were as fast as lightning and as heavy as Mount Tai. Under the deep sea, magnificent sword and saber radiance bloomed. It was an extreme battle between the pinnacle, drawing a path to hell between life and death. Convergence of the sea, sword waves across the vault of heaven. In the battle of extreme speed, Tianwu Water God's ultimate move appeared again. The boundless sea had a line of sky. The sword waves converged and crossed the vault of heaven. The extreme sword was beyond the limit. Heaven and earth cry together, life and death defy fate. Ning Chen raised his yuan to guide the move. The sword and saber moved together, drawing a resplendent light. The three swords collided, killing light scattered in all directions. The powerful aftershock surged and roared. Both of them retreated 3 steps and immediately turned back. In the aftermath of the roaring, faster saber, heavier sword, drawing a more dazzling light. The casualties were at the peak. The killing intent had already appeared. Heaven is not guilty. Earth destruction, mountain destruction. Heaven and earth appeared. The saber and sword were cold and sharp. The crisscrossing saber and sword brilliance cut through the sea and slashed towards the water god. West and east, east and west. Tianwu met the attack. The waves shook the heaven and earth. The divine might shook the universe. The extreme collision broke the limit of the sea and entered the 9 heavens. The terrifying might shocked all living creatures within 1,000 miles. The strongest battle. Once one reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the waves on the sea surged. 1 saber and 1 sword, shocking the world. 10,000 miles away, the female supreme was quietly watching the battle. The light in her eyes constantly jumped. This child's future was limitless. For a promise from when he was young, he gave up hundreds of years of freedom. It was truly a pity. However, it was precisely because he kept his promise that she was willing to give him the greatest trust. Under the sea, the battle had reached its final stage. Both sides had raised their strength to the limit. The saber and sword fought with the divine edge. The brilliant battle was magnificent and dazzling. The final move was a clash. The saber flew and the sword fell. The blue sword pierced through Su Yi's heart. Su Yi didn't dodge. She waved her hand, and the king of hell appeared, piercing through Tianwu Water God's heart. With a muffled groan, Tianwu Water God's mouth dripped with blood. An inch before his heart, the king of hell stopped. Why? Tianwu looked at Ning Chen's divine sword that couldn't move an inch further, and asked in confusion. Ning Chen pulled out his sword and retreated half a step. He took out the green tortoise shell in front of his heart and calmly said, "Your sword stabbed the wrong place. Black tortoise heart armor." Tianwu immediately recognized the green tortoise in Ning Chen's hand. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. So it was this. "You've once again made me look at you in a new light." Mu Qianshang walked forward. "You're overpraising me." Ning Chen replied, "You've misunderstood. I'm saying that your face has once again made me look at you in a new light." Mu Qianshang's tone was full of ridicule. Placing a tortoise shell in front of his heart was something only a certain person could do. He really was careless in making friends. His bottom line was being challenged again and again. "Thank you for the praise." Ning Chen calmly accepted without the slightest embarrassment. "I've lost. Speak, why have you come?" Tianwu put away his sword and forcefully suppressed the injury in his chest. Ning Chen waved his right hand and put away the 3 swords. Then he flipped his palm and opened the sea. Snowflakes surged, and an ice coffin appeared in front of him. "I need the Azure Dragon's origin dragon pearl to stabilize her spirit body," Ning Chen slowly said. Tianwu walked forward and looked at the woman in the coffin. A moment later, he raised his head and calmly said, "The dragon pearl is gone because it has already taken form." Ning Qin narrowed his eyes and quickly understood the meaning behind his words. Killing intent once again surged out of his body. In this life, although he had never liked killing people for no reason, for the sake of the ghost woman, he could throw away all his perseverance. Sensing the killing intent from his good friend, Mu Qianshang stepped forward and pressed his shoulder. Then he looked at the person in front of him and seriously said, "Sir, you can either save her or fight again. However, this time it will really be 2 against 1. Only life and death will be determined.